starts at 10:30.
YouTube site says it starts at 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. We start at 10. YouTube's wrong.
Okay, I'm on.
Hey, Mr. Proctor, how you doing today?
Good. Happy Friday morning to you, Mr. Walters.
Oh, my goodness, dude. It's been...
Where are you? I don't see you. Is your camera
see
on?
me?
No.
Let's see if I can get my camera on.
There you go.
Yeah, man. My camera's on, buddy. I'm on.
Okay.
I can see you. You can see me.
I can't see you, but that's okay. Let's rock and roll.
Yes. We are rocking and rolling. Good morning, everyone. How is everyone today? Chat, type in the chat right now on YouTube. Our private closed group Facebook pages, wherever you're watching this stream, just type in there. Just say good morning and that you're ready to seize this day. It's a great day to be alive and in this amazing business, being able to help people with really what is the focal point of their life. You know, you've got work, you got family, but man, everything happens in that home, and it's a cool thing to be a part of for sure. I've enjoyed it all these years doing that and watching people's lives change as a direct result of the house or the home that they have. Hey, Craig, you know what's probably happening right now is since people have been locked up in their home for the last 3 or 4 weeks, they're probably looking at the walls and they're getting smaller. So a lot of folks are probably thinking about, you know what? When this thing's over, I might be looking for a new home. What do you think?
Yeah, I was actually reading something about that because people have been spending so much time in their house, they're either realizing how much they love their home or they're realizing how much they don't love their home. But, you know, they're just spending so much time there. And they're realizing, some people are realizing, hey, you know what, this isn't big enough, or it's too big, or I just want something different. Plus, we could have a baby boom here in 9 months. Maybe people will need a larger house.
Yeah, I thought, what about the social distance, though? I don't know. That might have. Don't think they were practicing that inside the house?
I don't know. I don't think that applies to people in the same house. So
All
good
right,
morning, everyone.
Yeah, officially welcome everybody. Day 3 of the OSA workshop. In case you're kind of just joining us, let me tell you a little bit about how this works and where the word OSA comes from and all that, and why we're doing this. So outside OSA means outside sales agent. That's the real estate agent job, the job of selling and converting and taking care of people, you know, everything from customer care to conversion, lifetime customers. So we put a workshop together that has to do with every aspect of being a real estate professional with the Craig Proctor system. This is day 3 of that. And that's why you see that word coming up. Craig, you know, just to give everybody a bit of history, I was talking to you on the phone. It's 2005 or 2004 in that time frame. Time goes by really fast. I'm talking to you on the phone, and I had to interrupt you and say, look, I got to go. I got all my guys in, in my training room waiting on me. I've got the outside. I got my OSA workshop going on. You're like, what is that? And I said, well, you know, whenever at the last 3 days of every month, I bring in all of the new guys that have joined my real estate sales team. And my veterans have to come to it every quarter for recurring. And here's what I do. I pick up right when we generate the lead, and I teach them and show them every aspect of the system from that moment forward, every aspect. Okay, all the processes, all of the conversion strategies, sales skills, negotiating skills, closing skills, how we do everything that we do, okay, to be a force in our marketplace for good in the community and helping people buy and sell the place they want to call home. And you're like, hey, that's pretty good. If you're doing it for your guys, why don't you involve all of the platinum members? And I was like, hey, that's a great idea. So we just started inviting Craig Proctor system members, platinum members, you know, to Atlanta when I was doing these workshops, packing out hotels and conference centers around the area. And we've been doing it ever since, at least a couple of times a year, sometimes 3. Around North America, these workshops like this. This is the first time in a long time you've been able to dedicate time to coming on and being able to do this together, because normally we're at a conference somewhere and, you know, I'm over on one side of the air wall with all of our Craig Proctor system members. You're on the other side of the air wall or part of the hotel with people that are learning about Craig Proctor system for the first time. So it's been a great couple of days working together with you on all of these topics and systems. So looking forward to day 3 here as we dive in all about sellers.
Yeah, and I hope everyone is enjoying this. This we found has been, in my opinion anyway, a very good way to connect with our members. As you can see, it's interactive. Mm-hmm. So as Todd is speaking, I have in the background here, I can see all the chats that are coming in. There's about a 4 or 5 second delay, but I see a lot of you saying good morning here. We've got Sandy Casella, we've got Tish Williams, we've got Maria. So I'm seeing all your comments here. So we're going to make this as interactive as we possibly can. Every day for the 3 days, we have a theme. This is what we're going to talk about today, and we're going to get into the nuts and bolts. And of course, the Craig Proctor system is evergreen. Okay, the fundamentals, the foundation of this is evergreen. And a big focus of what we've been talking about over the last couple of days is how do we apply the Craig Proctor system in this COVID-19 environment? So there's a few changes that we've made, not to the evergreen system, but how we're going to go about things. So the Craig Proctor system has always been about an automated lead generation system. Okay, the Craig Proctor system's always been anti-cold calling. Okay, so anti-cold calling is what the Craig Proctor system is.
Amen, brother. It's awesome. Love that.
Now,
I did cold calling my first 2 weeks when I got my real estate license. I was 21, showed up at the real estate company. The broker points me over here to a guy that was there, says, yeah, just work with this guy. His name was Charlie. And Charlie says, this is what we're going to do, Todd. We're going to grab the phone book. We're going to start calling. 2 weeks into that deal, I was like, man, this sucks. Is this what real estate's all about? Surely not. It's not what I signed up for. So yes, you are a very welcomed presence in my life and career, Craig. Thank you so much.
Well, the first life I wanted to save was my own. And that's why I created reverse prospecting. I had to figure this out for myself because like you and like everybody else who hates cold calling, I needed to figure out how I was going to survive and thrive in real estate. And what I realized very early in my career is if I wanted to make a lot of money in real estate, I had to learn how to sell to strangers. Okay, despite what people will tell you, you cannot make a very good living in real estate if you just sell to your friends and your relatives. In fact, how many of you would agree that selling to your friends and relatives they're sometimes the worst clients because they're looking for you to do a favor. They see it as a favor. They want you to sell their house for next to nothing. So when I got into real estate, I was young. I was 26 years old when I got my license. So none of my friends were in a position to buy a home. And any family members would use my father. He was 20 years in the business at the time. So pretty much like everyone else, we start off by, doing what everyone else does, right? Yep. That's the common mistake we make. We look around at what all the other agents are doing, cold calling, door knocking. So long story short, I cracked the code. I cracked the code on automated lead generation. I was the first real estate agent to bring direct response marketing into the real estate industry. Now, I want you to hear this. It's not like I invented direct response marketing. It existed in industries outside of real estate. Okay, I just brought that concept and into real estate, and first of all, perfected it for my own career. As many of you know, I go from as dumb as a pile of rocks in my first year of real estate, basically copying what everyone else is doing, all the crap we're talking about, knocking on doors, FISBOs, sitting in open houses, ready to quit. I'm ready to leave real estate like you. I've got this horrible experience. I'm thinking my dad was right. This was a horrible mistake. But cracking the code, within 24 months, I was the #1 RE/MAX agent in the world. And I kept being the #1 agent in the world for commissions earned for many, many years. Now, this was not because Craig Proctor was a super salesperson. It's not like I go from not knowing what I'm doing to 24 months later being a super skilled salesperson. Here's what I want everyone to understand. I didn't have to be that good because the lead generation was. How many of you would agree that if your buyers and sellers, if the number and quality of the buyers and sellers that are coming to you, knocking down your door, if the buyers and seller leads become better, it's not like you became better, the leads became better. So it made me look better. Mm-hmm. There were lots of agents that were more skilled than me, right? They've been in real estate a long time. They knew more than me. They had more experience. They were probably better salespeople. Yet I was the number one RE/MAX agent in the world. Now, I became very skilled, but that took time. So that's how this all started. And I've been so blessed to be able to share what helped me be successful with real estate agents all over the world in the last 25 years. And that's the amazing thing about this, is this has nothing to do with Craig Proctor. This has got everything to do with a system that I pieced together so I could succeed, that ultimately I discovered works for every real estate agent that applies the system. So it's not about Craig, it's about the system. Whoever I would share this system with, if they applied it, they were starting to get the exact same results that I was getting. And then a few years into this, I get a phone call from this guy from Atlanta, Georgia. And his name's Todd Walters. And Todd Walters says, hey, I'd like to come up and spend some time with you up in Toronto. I've heard about you. You're with RE/MAX. I'm down here in the state of Georgia. I'm in Atlanta. And I'd like to make $1 million a year. And nobody around here in Metro Atlanta, nobody down here is making $1 million a year, but I heard about you. And, Todd said, I'm in my 20s and you're in your 20s. You're a young guy. I'm a young guy. Can I come and spend some time? And the rest is history. Todd Walters became an avid student. Todd made it his job to make sure that his marketing looked exactly like mine. He was a great student. How do you do that? Why do you do that? And then he would do it. Todd Walters very quickly closed the gap between what he was doing and what I was doing. He was a good copier, good implementer, asking questions. Why do you do it that way? Why do you do it that way? And every once in a while, Todd would say, and when I change things, Craig, it doesn't work as well. So Todd quickly learned not to add his flair to things. Just copy the system, copy the system, copy the system. And in very short order, Todd became one of the top RE/MAX agents in all of the United States, top 10 for the country. And he became one of the top 20 agents in the entire United States. So those are two guys, me and Todd, that just followed this system. And then, Todd, you and I have had the great joy of being able to help thousands and thousands of people. And I know this is true for Todd as well as myself. What we love about this is we have an opportunity here to help people change their lives. To some of you, that might sound too much, but it really happens for us every day. Every day, Todd and I get emails, we get phone calls into the office, and people share their story with us. Mm-hmm. So that's what we love about this. Todd, you and I sold tens of thousands of homes. We didn't get buyers and sellers saying, hey, you changed my life. We got lots of referrals and stuff, but that's what keeps us going here. So we've had a great 2 days. We're looking for the best day is going to be today. So I want to thank everybody for being with us. Did you guys check out, if you're watching this on YouTube, okay, I should give a shout out to everybody that's with us here today. But some of you are watching this on YouTube, which I think is a great way to watch it. The resolution's good. If you've been watching over the last 2 days, we've had 1,000 to 1,200 of you watching just on YouTube. We've had a couple hundred more watching this on the Platinum the Platinum closed group, the Facebook group, and then the coaching group. We've had some more over there. So altogether, we've had 1,500 of you throughout the last couple of days. So first of all, Todd and I want to thank you for that, because it means a lot that you would come here and be with us for the last couple of days. Now, when I say be with us, I hope you really will. So here's my advice on how to get the most out of this today. When we have you in a classroom, we have your attention, right? We don't even usually share an internet code with you because we don't want you on your laptop. So what I'm going to recommend to all of you, if you want to get the most out of today, because this will be the most awesome day of the 3 days, is shut down all the other tabs in your browser. Shut them all down. Okay. Shut your phone off and really be, mentally here, not just physically here. Don't be distracted, and you will get the most out of this. I will be monitoring the chat questions. Todd's going to go through PowerPoint slides at noon today. So at lunchtime, when Todd goes for lunch, I am going to do the same thing I've done over the last couple of days, which I'm going to be interviewing Craig Proctor system members that are making millions and millions of dollars. They're in our titanium program, and we're going to speak to them. You're going to get to hear firsthand exactly what they're doing in their business, how their business has been affected, what part of the country they're in, and specifically what changes they've made right here in this COVID-19 crisis to not just survive, but to thrive. So I'm going to interview them. You're going to have an opportunity to get your questions answered as well. So Todd, tell us a little bit about what we're going to learn today. What's the agenda?
Okay. I say we just dive in. It's all sellers. Okay. Everything having to do with working with sellers. Okay. I think if I'm just guessing, right, I think most people would prefer to have a good steady flow of listings. They provide you with a lot more leverage, right? So you get a seller, you've got their property, you can market that thing, advertise it, leverage it to bring in more business, plus the seller may be buying another home, plus the reviews, plus the referrals from all of that flow. So it's a good thing, trust me. So we're going to get into all that today so that we can accomplish every single one of those things when we connect up with the seller. It is a shame just to get a seller and all we do is just sell their home and that's it. It just turns into one transaction. We weren't able to leverage that relationship or even the property as effectively as we could. That's an industry norm and standard. But here you're going to learn that there's a lot more to it. So we're going to cover all that today. As a matter of fact, let's just take a look here at what we got. So
wait, before you go, you said some just awesome things there. Just first of all, how many of you want listings? Type in, I want listings. Today is all about how to get the listings and not just get them sold. Type in the chat, I want the listings. Now, Todd, you said something, it's such a huge thought. And because you think that way, it's not like huge to you, it's your normal way of thinking. I just want to make sure everyone gets what you're talking about here. Most real estate agents, when they get a listing, here's their mindset. Oh, I got to get this house sold and I'll get one commission check. They believe that I got to get a listing and get it sold so I get a commission check that I can take to the bank. They see that one listing as a gateway to just one. That's it, small thinking. We're going to teach you how one listing marketed correctly can be leveraged. It's a gateway to many, 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 many more listings. How do you like that, Todd? He's gone. He's left the building. So I am monitoring these chats. Keep them in. I want listings. Danny, Elizabeth, Farah, I see him coming in. Today is all about listings. I don't know what happened to Todd. He left the building. There he goes.
I had to take a quick little break. He'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I hope he's getting a coffee or he's going to the restroom. I don't know. But how many of you used to have that mindset where it's a rush to get the listing sold? And so what you do is because you're thinking that way, you're thinking small on this. I just want to get it. The job is to get the listing and get it sold. What you're thinking is, I got to get that property onto MLS right away so another agent will sell it. So it's a rush to get the listing onto MLS. You don't make any attempt to double end it. And the whole game plan is get it onto MLS. Another agent's going to bring an offer and the property's going to sell, and you've got one commission check. That's it. So what we're going to teach you are many, many things that you can do to not only try to sell the listing yourself. And by the way, the easiest way to get along with the other real estate agent is if you are the other real estate agent. Type in amen if you believe that to be true. The biggest problems you've got in the transaction is the other agent. So I don't know why we're in a big rush to get this property onto MLS so we can split the commission. Let's learn how to be able to sell our properties ourselves, and let's learn how to leverage off these properties so each listing is a gateway to many, 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 many more transactions. How many of you have experienced that before, that you've done specific things and that one listing marketed properly led to many, many, many other transactions? Okay, sign calls, ad calls, referrals, listings down the street. That's what we're going to talk about now. What percentage of your business is listings and what percentage of your business is buyers? Here's the next question. What would you like that to look like? What would you like that to look like? Okay, for me, probably 60% of the 500 transactions I would do every year, probably 60% were listings and 40% were buyers. When it came to the first thing I delegated, of course, were buyers. And my mindset was, you might want to write this down. It's a great question. How many buyers could you work with if it had nothing to do with you? Okay, how many buyers could you work with if it had nothing to do with you? So when you start to think like that, it's like, okay, well, I can easily do that with my buyer business, but you can do that with your seller business as well, with your seller side. How many sellers, how many listings could you take on? How many sellers could you work with if it had less to do with you? So here's how it worked with at my office. I would be in charge of generating the seller leads. Right now with this COVID-19 crisis, what we want to teach you is we should only be running lead generation that causes sellers that absolutely need to sell to contact us. Okay, I don't want the seller that says it'd be nice to sell. I don't want the seller that takes their house off the market. I want a seller that says, I have a very specific reason why I need to sell my house right now. Okay, great. We've got a great seller. Are you going to go out to that listing presentation? Maybe right now, you're the one going out. Eventually, and some of you are already there, you have a team of highly skilled agents. So I teach you how to master the ultimate listing presentation. And then you become so good at it that you're able to teach your team members how to do it just like you and I can do it, where we get an 80% conversion rate. Okay, so we're going to become experts at generating the right kind of leads. Let me repeat it again. Right now in this COVID-19 crisis, I don't want the seller that says, yeah, it'd be nice to sell if I get my price, or, I don't have to sell. No, we can't have that. We need to make money. Those are good for down the road, for when we're on the other side of this. Right now, I need sellers that have to sell. They are out there, and I promise you that there will be a lot more sellers that fit into that category of, I absolutely need to sell, okay, as this unfolds. So, Todd, welcome back.
Yeah, man. Glad to be back, buddy. Sorry about that.
Okay. I don't know whether you got a coffee, a little restroom break there, but
Yeah, man, too much coffee this morning. I
too
think
much
I'm on
coffee.
my,
Okay.
like I realized I was on.
Did you ever say he gave me no warning? It's like all of a sudden I'm talking to myself. He's
No,
gone,
no.
so-
You're talking to 1,000 people right now.
1,000 people. Okay. So anyway, I'm talking about this idea of we only want sellers that have to sell. Okay. So the marketing is going to take care of that. We talked yesterday about the conversion, how to reach them. Don't be soft on follow-up. Don't be too easy to push off the puck. Push through the objections. Don't let a little objection push you away. Now you get in front of these sellers, you get the listing. So what I was talking about now, what do you do when you get the listing? Most agents are in a huge rush to get it onto MLS and be satisfied with another agent selling their listing, and they get half the commission. And then I say, what's next? And they go, what do you mean what's next? There is no what's next. They have no plan on how to leverage that one listing into many, many, many transactions. That's very traditional thinking. When we get a listing, all of our marketing, as we talked about yesterday, is about how to try to sell our one little listing, instead of leveraging off that one listing to get many, many transactions. So we write an ad that talks specifically about the house. You know, $489,000, 3 bedrooms, new dishwasher. They put some new closet organizers in last year.
New roof.
Yeah, they got a new shed in the backyard from Home Depot. Because I want to be very specific here, and it's very important that I talk about all the physical features of the house. And it's very important that I not use any emotional words that would cause a lot of buyers. I don't want people that want to buy other houses calling me. No. I only want someone that's going to buy this house. So I'm going to make sure that my ad that I write is so specific, so narrow, that nobody else is going to call me except for one buyer that might buy this house. And then we talk to the buyer, and the buyer's like, yeah, man, that's not the right house for me.
Yep.
It's too big, too small, whatever. And now you got nothing.
You got nothing. Strike out. Yeah, it's common. Yeah, so that's if we could learn anything today, that would be it. Is that you want to see through your customer. So when you get a prospect, I want you to look through them at the future. We talked about that yesterday evening when we were wrapping up lifetime customer. So you're looking through the customer, through the prospect, through the seller, through your client, at the future of that. Like, what are all the things that can be done as soon as they show up there? What are all the things that we could do with that particular customer, their home, and everything else? For example, agents are programmed to advertise the address and the price. So when an agent would join my team, one of the first things that we did in this workshop is explain to them the merits of emotional direct response, the merits of it, because we had to move away from selling the thing, which was the address and the price. Okay. And we have to sell, or we have to convince people based on emotions, because that's why people buy. That's why people sell, right? They already got a house. They're already renting. They're already living somewhere. So the reason people move is to elevate their lifestyle. So purely an emotional play. Solve a problem, elevation of lifestyle. So the words that we use, whether it's the remarks, whether it's the remarketing, or the conversation with the customer to lower the price, to get a buyer to move forward to buy the home, we're using emotional hot buttons, words. So I had some members saying, hey, you guys are spending a lot of time talking about the marketing aspect of it. Then I don't think you're getting it. Marketing is words, and the words that we use in marketing to generate customers, those are the same words that we use to move customers through the pipeline. Okay, so everybody on the team needs to be dialed in to what, number one, how we get customers, what customers respond to, and why they're even responding to us to get it, right? And now you're cooking with grease, as they say down here in the South, once you have that filtered through your paradigm. Plus, I like this, Craig. we've got Atlanta, Georgia is home to some great companies. You got Home Depot, Coca-Cola, UPS, lots of amazing companies. When somebody joins that company, they run the agent through the things I just talked about, what they do, how they get customers, and why they get them, and why people keep coming back. All right. They're not just training the little store clerk on just banging on the cash register and that's it. You know, you guys get it. The best companies, the people that work there, they know the origin story. They know all the details about that company. There's no fear that somebody's going to like, oh, you know what? I'm going to leave Home Depot and start my own hardware store. They don't fear that at all. What they fear is the employees, the salespeople, everybody, management, everybody associated with the company, not knowing why, how, and everything having to do with getting of the customers and keeping the customers. So we did that yesterday with buyers. We did it the first day with systems. Today we're doing it with sellers. All right, you guys ready to rock and roll? Ready, Craig?
Let's rock and roll.
All right, so let's start with a checklist of what we need to just be good converters of sellers. Number one, your agent manual. So I'm using right now, this PowerPoint slide I'm using is what we call the seller agent manual. All right, so you can write this down. You can pull that from the coaching side if you're a Platinum member, Platinum Ultimate Sales Team Training Library. You can pull this manual. I've shown those materials every day. As a matter of fact, Andrea, you can let everybody know where that is on the coaching site. It'll be down there. You'll see it, day 3, working with sellers agent manual, right there at the bottom of the file library. So that's the first thing we got to have. It's like a pilot's manual. Craig, when I get on an airline and I'm walking by the cabin with the pilots in there, they've got a book out. They've done it. They've flown probably hundreds of times, some of these guys, or more, thousands. They've got their little book out and they're going through the manual to make sure they don't miss anything. So I'm like, if a pilot responsible for all these people's lives can't do that, I think maybe my agents on my team should have a playbook or a manual, and we can always say, hey, what's the manual say?
Yeah, the flight plan. It's the flight plan.
Yep. Next, your listing agreement, or they're authorizing you to sell. We got to have that paperwork. What else do we need? Well, we need our benefits presentation. After lunch today, Craig, I'm going to go through what we call the listing presentation. And it's going to be pretty slick when we get back from lunch. We'll go through that. The attachments would be things to support your cause or demonstration. Okay. An example of an attachment here for sellers would be like other sellers' testimonials. Or how about this? My list of buyers in my database. 2 big things right there to demonstrate value. You're going to see that when we run through the benefits presentation today. All right. Now let's say that you just joined Craig's team. I can assure you that he's not going to say, hey, go get him Tiger just because you got there. We want to know that the agents, when they joined our real estate sales teams, knew what they needed to know to be successful. Okay. We don't like practicing on the customer. So all the scripts and dialogues from that agent manual, that playbook or flight plan, as you said, all of the seller USPs. Okay. So it sucks when you run out of things to say and somebody raises an objection, you don't know how to deal with it, and the deal falls apart and you walk out of the listing appointment with a story versus an agreement. Yuck. All right. So we want all of the agents to be able to stand up in the middle of a room, surrounded by their peers, and cold articulate the unique selling propositions. All right, we're gonna work on that today here in just a few minutes. How to make compelling offers. Okay, and you know what? If you don't make an offer, like, okay, so I'll give you an example. Here's a trial close. What's better for you, Mr. Seller, this weekend or next weekend for us to begin bringing buyers over to look at your home? What's better, now or next week, to virtually do an open house and show buyers your property? Okay. And they're going to say, I think maybe what we can do it this weekend. I'm like, amazing. Okay. I just need to get your signature here and there if you don't have any further questions, and we can make that happen. Close. All right. So if I don't know how to do that, if I'm waiting on them to tell me what to do, I'm going to have less customers. So we're going to run through all of this today again. You guys are going to learn all that. All the benefits that we have to offer. Okay, the consumer programs, the people on your team, if you have one, are unique selling propositions too, that people want to know who's going to be helping them through the process. Okay, and again, all the materials that back up your sales process. So once we can check all these boxes, that's part of the onboarding process, by the way, Craig. When you've been interviewing some of these Titanium members, when they pull somebody onto their team, they have an onboarding process for their agents that consists of all these boxes. Okay, and they're not just throwing appointments or prospects or sellers at their agents. When the agent knows that all of these things are on your screen here, then they're capable of going out on appointments and doing a great job for the customer.
Well, there's a couple reasons for this. First of all, we teach you how to recruit the best candidates for your team. You know, when your business gets larger than you, which is what we want for all of you, when you get to that point where you want to leverage yourself, we want to teach you how to recruit. And we want to teach you how to hire properly. And we want to teach you how to manage them. And those are different skills because most salespeople are not very good managers. And we want to make sure, because we work so hard to recruit and screen and train the right people to join our team, we want to make sure that they're going to succeed. You know, not only would that be a massive waste of time and energy for the outside sales agent or inside sales agent if there's not proper training, but it's a huge waste of time, money, and energy for the rainmaker. And opportunity cost. You want your team members going out and getting listings and getting buyers signed to buyer contracts. So the economical toll of not doing this right, of not having your people trained, and they don't understand the culture, they don't understand all this, and sending them out unprepared to meet with your prospects or speak with your prospects, you may be looking at this saying, well, I don't have time to do all this. I'm busy. Let's just hire some people. Who cares about job descriptions or procedures? We're too busy for that. I'll go left, you go right. Let's just get some stuff done. Well, that would be a bad decision because chances are whoever you recruited, that's not going to work for them. They're not going to be successful on your team. And look at the leads and appointments that you're going to burn through. You're going to possibly potentially ruin future business. So look, Todd and I have learned all this doing it the hard way. Believe me, Todd and I, we get organized when we need to get organized. We, like most entrepreneurs, we have a tendency to work backwards. Todd, we have a long history of doing things kind of backwards, right? Sometimes, but we push things forward, but we quickly realize, okay, it works way better when we are organized and we have procedures. So yeah, guilty as charged. I've been guilty of running out and hiring people and let's make it work without having all these processes in place. Mm-hmm. There is a best way to recruit them. There's a best way to train them, but there is a best way to sell real estate. Mm-hmm. Right? Like Todd has these procedures right down from the mentality, the culture, what's going to happen, the checklist. Like Todd, you've made it virtually impossible. If you've hired the right person on your team, it's virtually impossible for them to fail.
Yep. Yes. If you follow the process, look, every successful business has processes and people. Everything breaks down into those two boxes. And you can, anytime you have a problem or an issue that happens, you can reverse engineer that right back to there's a breakdown and somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do, or they didn't know what to do, which means you have a process problem. So you got a people problem or a process problem. They're not doing what they should be doing, or they don't know what to do in any business. We have been to these businesses, Craig. We go into department stores, we go into hardware stores, we go into a gas station, doesn't matter what it is. When you walk in, you can tell right quick, like if that business or that company has those two things going on, people aligned with their processes. You can always find it. Right?
Okay, I love what you're saying here. This is the gem that I'm taking away from what you're saying. If you've got problems in your business, you have to take responsibility. It just means there's something that you need to learn. So sometimes, I hear real estate agents say, well, it's my agents, or they blame the prospects. They blame the customers. It's the customer's fault. Yeah. It's my team members' fault if things aren't. Look, the buck stops with you, team leaders. Look, if it's not working with your people, I don't know. Maybe you hired the wrong people. Maybe you hired the right people and the processes weren't there. So we're going to help you. We're going to work together. We want to make sure, of course, we're hiring the right people. If we hire the wrong people, even if you've got a great checklist, you got great procedures, you've just plugged the wrong person into that position. So it starts with hiring the right people, but you could hire the right people and mess this up if you're not organized. Okay. So when things aren't working, it's easy to pass the buck, right? Well, we hear this all the time, right? The leads are no good. The leads are no good. Oh yeah, my buyer agent messed that up. Okay. Well, if everyone makes mistakes, but we can fine tune this. Like this is our flight plan. So we can minimize any inefficiencies. It starts with hiring the right people. And then these checklists, all the things that we do once we onboard our agents and the procedures that we go through when we work with buyers and sellers, it really buttons it down. So you become super efficient. And when you get to that point, then you can scale this thing. You know what you can't scale? You can't scale chaos.
No.
How many of you have tried to scale chaos? Type in, I've tried scaling chaos. Yeah, it doesn't work. So we got this streamlined. And this took years and years, Todd, for us to get this figured out. So it's streamlined and it's working at an optimal level.
Yep. So we're talking a lot about mindset. This slide addresses that. Where do you stand? So the industry norm and standard, as Craig said earlier, is to run out, list a home, plug it into MLS, focus on selling that particular home, or hoping rather somebody else sells that particular home. You guys get it? And being convinced by some norm or standard that that's just the way it's done around here. Right? It's just the way you do things. You list it and you quote cooperate with agents who represent the opposing party, the buyer buying the house who wants the home bought on his terms. So as we move through the system today, you're going to see a lot of this is a mindset issue. It's a shift, a paradigm shift. All right, we're not just listing the home here. As a matter of fact, back during the last recession, I remember sellers calling me saying, look, I don't want to list my home. I need to sell this thing. So they equaled, because homes weren't selling by the majority of real estate agents, Craig, during the last recession, they when they heard the word list, it didn't equal sold. It was the opposite. So I was like, well, I'm losing that word. I'm not going to talk about listing. I'm going to talk about what they want. Okay. The outcome that they want. So that's what we're after here. Okay. You guys don't just list homes. You guys solve problems. You get customers what they most want. Okay. You guys got it? So if you'll focus like that, instead of a listing, it's a lifetime customer. Really? Right? We're doing a deal to get a lifetime customer. We spent yesterday late afternoon working on that. Okay. So the right mindset's important. All right. So let's talk about, let me go to the coaching site here, Craig. And we're going to start with, so everybody's got a good education here on, let me pause that. I'm going to pull up the ad generator here really quick. And we're going to start with a seller lead.
I got to ask you a question, Todd. Is that the blurriest version of the universal callback script you could find?
Yeah, I was talking to Adrian about that yesterday. He goes, "Why you got those?"
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going blind or whatever, but
he asked me that. He goes, "Why do you have those old scans?" And I was like, "To make a point. Like we've been doing this, to make a point to agents. Like we didn't just fall off the effing turnip truck on this.
That's a photocopy of a photocopy of a copy of a
Yes.
copy. Yeah.
Yeah, like this has been going on for a long time before some of the people that are watching today were even born. Okay, right.
You know,
Like,
I don't
we've
want to
been
think
doing-
about that, but you're right. Okay, so I've been selling real estate. How many of you were born after 1988? You were born after 1988 because that's when I got into real estate. So type in born after 1988. And so I've been doing this longer than some of you have been alive.
You're right about that. Okay, so here I am on the on our coaching site that all of our amazing members have access to. So if you're a team member, an outside sales agent or an inside sales agent on one of these great teams, the tools, the access, the investment that they make here on a daily basis to have things that that are available to be able to help a lot of people move the business forward. It's a beautiful thing, and everybody needs to be well aware of that. So I went to one of our. Let me, as a matter of fact, I'll continue to optimize that just a little bit. All right, so you guys can see how simple this is, but trust me, there's some thought that goes into what words should I use to generate customers. Okay, so in this case, we're going to focus on sellers. All right, so let's say we've got some marketing out there, and in this case, the marketing is an area home sales report. Hey, Alpharetta Home Sellers, you can find out what homes in your neighborhood are selling for. Okay, if you'd like to find that out, here's what you do now. So a team leader, let's say it's John Reeves. John will take that content, and in his mind, based on the coaching and the training and everything that he's getting, he will determine how he can push out that message across all marketing spectrums. Okay, so in other words, this doesn't happen overnight. You've got to get involved. John's involved. He's involved in the coaching and the training. He shows up, and he knows now how he can take that content, put it out there along all these mediums: Google, Facebook, direct mail, okay, video, paid marketing, free marketing. You guys get it? Marketing to databases. So that's the rainmaker's job, okay? And when we do that, we actually generate flow or overflow in many cases if we're doing this in multiples, okay? In other words, this would be like one ad, but running it in several places would generate more leads. And then if I can turn that ad, for example, into 2 or 3 different versions, running it in 2 or 3 different places, I create more flow, okay? So everybody got it? So something like this would create a seller prospect. Okay, we create the seller prospect. Now what happens? Okay, let me show you. Let's go back, Craig, to kind of what happens here so everybody's on the same page with this. I'm going to pause my share. You're going to like this, okay? Because this is something that you actually produced for us. I'm going to pull up the lead flow chart. Is that okay?
Love the lead flow chart.
Yep, we like the lead flow chart. So let's pull that up.
And again,
here.
this is just something that was in my head. So this was the way that leads would flow through my office. The problem was everyone on my team didn't have that same clear picture that was in my head. And so write this down. These procedures that you guys have in your heads, write them down. Here's what I want you to write down. If it's in your head, it doesn't exist. It's got to be written down like this. When this flow chart, and I'm going to go through this flow chart, but when this was just in Craig's head, it didn't exist for the rest of the team. It was just in my head. So write it down. All these, however you want your business to work, flow charts, whatever, get it on paper. The universal callback script is a perfect example of something that was just in my head. I knew that when I got on the phone, I knew how to kill it on the phone with a prospect. But when I hired these other inside sales agents, they would watch me and appointment. They're like, wow, man. And then they would try it and it wouldn't work. And I'd be frustrated. Why can't you do it? I've showed you how to do it. You're shadowing me doing it. And I realized I got to get it out of my head and on paper so they can follow the system. So let me walk everybody through here. Do you want me to do this now?
So right before you jump into it, I want to make sure everybody's aware. We're pretending over the last 2 days that you just joined our team. You're brand new on the Craig Proctor real estate sales team. You're brand new on Todd's team, which was pretty much an exact duplicate of what happened in Newmarket. It was happening in Metro Atlanta. You guys got it? So we're making that pretend. So our job is to make sure that everybody that comes onto our organization knows exactly how things work, what we do, and why people are attracted to us. Because if we're not on the same page with these things, you guys know what happens. You don't get as many customers. So many of our platinum members that are trying to build a real estate sales team business, even some titanium members, if you're not satisfied with your conversion level, I'm telling you where the problems are. Okay, is that left to their own accord, when you bring somebody onto your team, they will do things the way they believe they should be done, unless they have a clear picture of how you want it done and why it makes the biggest difference. And this lead flow chart allows me to show outside sales agents that would join my team. Here's how it works, man. This is how it's going to work. And you're going to see that the best agents get the best leads. This is why the training, the coaching, and how you treat our customers matters. All right, Craig, so you pick it up from there.
Okay. Are you able to kind of follow along with the mouse as we go through this? Okay.
Can you see my mouse?
Yeah, there's your mouse. Okay, well, let's start at the beginning. Prospects contact us. Okay, how many of you need help right there? Right, like you're kind of dead in the water if you can't get to the first step, prospects contact us. But let's assume we've got that figured out. Now, how it used to work is the prospects would come to me. Okay, but as this thing got bigger, my admin team member would sift and sort the leads. Okay, so a admin team member pulls the leads, enters them into the contact management system if they're not already going into the CRM, which nowadays they're just going to go right into the CRM. And then we go down to the triangular red box. It says lead manager distributes the leads. Okay, so right now, if you're a one-man, one-woman show, there's only you. So, you're not distributing the leads because you don't have anybody else. It's just you. But let's assume that we get this going for you. And at some point, you want to have a real business where you have other agents that are helping you call the leads and go out in the appointments. So I talked about this yesterday. In the beginning, here's what we all think. If we've got an overflow of leads, like too many for you to call, you'll take the overflow leads. And if you had, say, 2 other people on your team, you would split those leads up equally. Okay, because that's what we believe is fair. Well, I'll call all the leads I'm going to call, and all the excess or overflow leads, I'll split them with the other 2 agents on my team. Here's the problem with this. Some of your team members will be better with the leads than others. In the beginning, I only had, myself and a couple of other agents, and I would give the leads directly to my outside sales agents. And I don't know how many of you have experienced this before, but as you know, my number one outside sales agent, her name was Lindy Black. And Lindy Black was an awesome outside sales agent. But when I gave Lindy leads, not appointments, when I gave her leads, she was also pretty good on the phone. She was a good salesperson. So if I gave her 10 leads, 10 brand new leads, because she's really good, she would call 2 or 3 of the leads, book a buyer appointment or a listing appointment, and boom, she'd be out the door. Because that's what Lindy loved to do. Lindy didn't want to be an inside salespeople person. She wanted to be out listing homes and working with buyers. What was the problem, though, with what I just said? I gave Lindy 10 leads because she's a really good salesperson. She calls 2 or 3, and boom, she's out on a listing appointment. That means the other 7 or 8 leads don't get called. So I realized at that point, maybe they're different positions. Maybe I need to hire specific people to go out on the listing appointments and the buyer appointments. And so as far as I know, I'm the first person in the real estate industry that split that up. I had an inside sales department and an outside sales department. I realized it was different skills. Lindy, although she was good on the phone, that was not her thing.
Mhm.
But if I could have someone on the phone calling all the leads and setting up appointments for Lindy Black, and Lindy Black could go from appointment to appointment to appointment, oh my God, how much money would Lindy and I make? Now, Lindy, my outside sales agent, was on a 50-50 split with me. So, the first year she was with me, she made $600,000. So she got half, she got $300,000, and I got $300,000. Now remember, that $300,000 was net in her pocket. She had no expenses other than paying for her cell phone and her Toronto Real Estate Board licensing fees. She had no advertising. That $300,000 was right in her pocket. Now, that means she will never leave me.
Mhm.
And she didn't. She stayed with me for over 20 years. Now, do the math on Lindy Black. She netted me $300 for her and $300 for me for over 20 years. That's $6 million that Lindy made, but she also made me $6 million. Now, I had to make sure, as I continued to crank up the lead generation, I had to hire inside sales agents. So let's go to the box below. The blue box below says ISAs assigned for follow-up. So the first ISA I hired was a guy named Ron, R-O-N, and he used to work for CAA, which is the Canadian equivalent of AAA, the American Automotive Association, where we've got the Canadian Automotive Association. This dude was a telemarketer for CAA, and they let him go. They got rid of their telemarketing department. They decided to offshore that or whatever. This guy lost his job, and he gets his real estate license. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's a professional telemarketer who happened to get a real estate license. Boom, I hire him right away. He's awesome because he doesn't really want to go out on buyer or seller appointments. He just wants to sit on the phone with his headset on and then give the appointments to Lindy to go to list. Marriage in heaven, right? Now, pretty soon I cranked up my lead generation to the point where Ron, my ISA, my one ISA, he couldn't handle all the calls. So I've got this, I've got my little Plantronics headset on here, and I'm making the calls, and I'm cherry picking the best ones. I'm going to be real honest on this. I'm cherry picking sellers that want to sell their house. If it's a lay down, if it looks easy, I'm not going to give that to my ISAs. I'm just going to call that myself. I don't have so many of them that I can't call those. How many of you agree? You don't have so many like come list me lay down sellers that you can't call them. I don't need help with those. So I got my little Plantronics headset. It's old, right? It's got a wire. It's not wireless. I can't go too far. So that's how it works. I've got Ron checking out. I'm calling the leads, but pretty soon, myself and Ron, we can't call all the leads. So I hire Carol. What's the deal with Carol? Carol was a real estate agent for a long, long time. Pretty good agent, made about $100,000 a year every year, but she got tired of the hard life of being the traditional real estate agent. How did Carol do business? Cold calling, door knocking. So Carol burns out, shelves her real estate license, and she gets a job at a local bank here in Canada. Why? They don't call them banker's hours for nothing, right? She wants the banker's hours. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. She said, Craig, I just got tired of being on call 24/7. I love the money in real estate, but I couldn't plan like a dinner party or a get together a Saturday night, have people over to my house, and then boom, 2 offers come in and my whole evening's ruined. I got tired of that. So I run an ad that says, make $100,000 a year and never make a cold call again, calling warm leads, set hours, salary plus commission. Carol sees that ad and she's like, oh my God, that sounds perfect. This Craig Proctor guy's offering me set hours. Like I never have to work Saturday nights. I never have to work Sundays. And I'm going to get a salary of $25,000 a year. Plus I can make $75,000 or more in commission. I'm going to inquire. So I hire Carol. Now I got 2 of them. Then I had 3 of them. Then I had 4 of them. So here's where I'm going with this. At first, the mistake I made is when I've got 4 ISAs, I'm dividing the overflow leads equally. You know, Carol gets some and Ron gets some and equally. But what I realized quickly is some of my ISAs are more skilled. They're better than the other ones. Well, I'm like, okay, if I give these appointments to Carol and she books appointments, but I give other leads to my other ISAs and it goes nowhere, I quickly learned the best leads need to go to my best ISAs. Now, if you're an ISA and you're listening to this, you want to make sure you're the best ISA. Become really skilled. Like, it's fair, right? The best ISAs should get the best leads. Now, let's talk about this, ISAs. If you're an ISA and you're listening to me and you work hard, right? You got the headset on, you're working hard, your Rainmaker's giving you a good supply of leads, and you're booking appointments for the outside sales agents, right? Well, guess what should happen? The best appointments should go to the best outside sales agents. At first, I didn't do it. You know, I want to be fair. So I'm going to randomly, if I've got 10 listing appointments, I'm going to split them up equally. But what happens, ISAs, Rainmakers, you know this, if the OSA comes back with listings signed, that's good. But if they routinely come back with a story and not the listing signed, that's deflating. So I was very clear with my team. I sat them all down as I did every week. Here's the deal. Here's how this show is going to work. I'm the guy paying for the lead generation. I am going to supply you guys with more qualified leads than you possibly can handle. They're going to go to the ISAs, and the best leads are going to go to the best leads I'm going to take. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to hog the best leads, and the next best leads are going to go to the 4 ISAs, and they're going to go in order of the best ISA is going to get the best leads. The second best leads, the B leads, are going to go to that person. The C leads, that's how we're going to do it. And ISAs, when you book appointments, I want you to give them back to us so we can decide who's going to go out on that appointment. And you can see that's exactly how we do this. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to assign the best appointments to the best outside sales agent. So it might work this way. What do I mean by best? So Lindy Black was really, really good at high-end listings. So if I had a luxury home in the Newmarket area, I don't have to think twice about who I'm going to give it to. Number one, that's what Lindy wants. And number two, I know with confidence, 90% of the time, she's going to come back not with a story, but with the listing side. However, if I gave that come list me luxury listing to one of my other outside sales agents, it's a maybe. I'm a business person. I don't want a maybe. I want the for sure. However, if it was a first-time buyer, I'm not going to give that first-time buyer to Lindy Black. She doesn't want a first-time buyer. She wants the $2 million listing. I have another guy on my team who's a young guy. He's only been in the business for a year or so. His name is Kelvin. Now, Kelvin, you ain't getting the $2 million listing appointments. They're going to Lindy, but you're going to get all the first-time buyers. And he was very, very good with first-time buyers. So that's how it worked. I had members on my team that were really good with different types of prospects: first-time buyers, move-up buyers, luxury home buyers, investors. If maybe it was a divorce, I actually had an agent on my team that was really good in situations where it was a divorce. So I'm lining up my team members with the right leads and the right appointments. So this is the flow chart. This is how it works. So let's go to ISA mix first contact there, Todd, the triangle, the red triangle in the middle.
Right there.
Right there. Okay. So there's only a couple things that are going to happen, right? So let's look at the best thing that could happen. So you're going to go up to appointment is booked.
Boom, right there.
Okay. Appointment is booked. That's what we want to happen. Let's go to below that in green. The lead is dropped. My ISA is called the prospect, and it's dropped because it's not going to go anywhere. How many of you would agree some of the leads, like they're not good enough? That lead's not good enough for us. They're not motivated. Their timing's way out. Their best friend's a real estate agent, so we're not following up. And then below it is more follow-up is required. They're a good lead, but they're not ready yet. They're going to buy or sell, but they're not ready yet. Now, I cannot give that type of lead to the outside sales agent because they're not going to follow up with it. We know they're not going to. The OSAs want now business. So I'm smart enough now, that lead's got to go back to the ISA, take it all the way back there, Todd. It's got to go all the way back right there. And the ISA is going to continue to follow up with that lead, keep that lead warm until that buyer seller is ready to act. And then it will be given back to the outside sales agent. I'm sure this is the way all of you do it. Now, let's go back to the situation where the ISA books the appointment.
Right here.
Okay. All right. So let's read that. Appointment is booked. Okay. Now, who assigns it? The lead manager assigns it. Okay. You could have the ISA assign it, but we had a lead manager assign it. I'm going to tell you why we did this. So let's say that my ISA becomes really good friends with an OSA, and the OSA brings Carol a coffee every day and wants to know about our weekend. And all of a sudden, Carol's giving appointments to this OSA, and those appointments are really not a good match. No, we can't do that. That's a management decision. The lead manager is going to look at the appointments and match them up with the right OSA. We're not just going to give them out because the ISA is best friends with the OSA. That's why it works that way. Now, the OSA meets with the prospect. We're in the blue box now. Only one of three things are going to happen. At the very top, what we want, the listing contract gets signed, or below it, the prospect is going to list within 2 weeks. Now, in this case, that lead stays with the OSA. You see, if the seller is going to do something within 2 weeks, it stays within the domain of the OSA. Why do we do that? OSAs, you know the truth. You can follow up for 2 weeks, but after 2 weeks, you're probably going to mess that up. It's not your thing. Do you remember Austin Powers? He would say, that's not my bag, baby. That's not my bag. Okay, that's not your thing. If you're an OSA, you know you ain't following up with people for longer than 2 weeks. So let's be honest. If it's longer than 2 weeks, let's go down one more box. OSAs, just give that back to the ISA. Let them follow it up for the next couple months. And then when the seller is ready, they give it back to you, and then you go in for the kill.
Yep.
So that's how this thing is organized. Everybody knows how it works because it's no longer in my head. It's on a piece of paper, and everybody understands the rules of engagement.
Yep. 100%, man. So what you just described here is how the team works, right? So this is a different.
Well, eventually. Right now, if there's only you, here's the problem. Right
Well, it
now, if
wouldn't
it's
be a
only
team.
you got to write your name in all the boxes.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a team.
Right. Well, you've got to say, okay, the prospect comes to me, the team leader, and then you got to put on your ISA hat. Now I give it to the ISA, which is also me. Then I book the appointment and I give it to the OSA, which is also me. Right. So yes, it still applies to everybody. But right now, if you're solo, you're in all those boxes. Now, here's the game I want you guys to play. I want you to look at this flow chart and pretend that you could enter names of other people. There is no place here that has your name. How many homes could you sell?
Mucho.
You know, you think the guy that started Home Depot has his name in here? Todd, I love it when you say it. You say, I have never seen a successful business without people.
Yep. And the more
It's that simple. It's that simple, right? I've never seen a successful business without people. So if you don't have people, you don't have a business. You have a job. And it's a bad job. It's a bad job. It's a crappy job. How many of you would apply for this job? Here's your job. Here's your job description. Wanted. Person to work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. No vacation. If you take a vacation, you don't get paid. So there's no paid vacation here at all. There's massive uncertainty, lots of stress, and everything is on you. Good luck. Apply here.
No, thank you. So yeah, that's just the benefits of having a business. You know, you can help a lot more people, and everyone at the business enjoys their roles. Okay, a lot more. Okay, no question about it. All right. So now that we've got the lead flow chart, best agents get the best leads, and that's what we wanted to demonstrate here, how it works and why. Okay, you can see, I think everybody can see too, this is really good for the customer. It's consistent and fast. All right, I like that. Now let's flip back over, Craig, to we've got to get the lead on the telephone. We worked on this yesterday quite a bit, so we don't have to spend quite as much time on it. But you've got two sides to this follow-up script. You've got a buyer side and you've got a seller side. Okay, so let's run through this. Let's book an appointment, and then we'll get back to our. We're just running through the pipeline here of when we get the lead. You know, what happens next, what should happen next in our organization. So let's do that. Now, one thing I'd like to talk about, Craig, here on the script today is a lot of the prospects that we do generate, they're just not quite ready to go right now. You know, hey, are you planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months? Well, we're not really sure. We're kind of thinking about it. Probably not. It's probably going to be, sometime, 8 months, 10 months, maybe a year from now, and that sort of thing. So I want everybody that's watching right now, especially OSAs, outside sales agents, team members, there's a lot that goes into the follow-up to make sure that these leads don't fall through the cracks. So when they're ready, boom, we can book an appointment and hand a great prospect over to you. And there's all this pre-selling that's been done. And that's the value of follow-up, is if we follow up well, the prospect gets pre-sold. So it makes the job of outside sales agent much, much, much easier. Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit, Craig. Let's say that, we're phoning back a lead. Here we are with the script. And they say, are you planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months? Probably not. It's probably going to be more like, the first of next year. Okay, right around the first of the year. Okay, so what would happen in your office, Craig? How did that work?
Sorry, I was responding to some chats. Come again?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, buddy. If you generated a lead, you talk to the lead, they're not quite ready to go right now. It's going to be more like 8 months, 10 months, maybe a year from now. Okay, is what they indicated. What happens? What's the follow-up process for those future prospects?
Okay, so if they say to me that they have a good reason for not doing it now, I'm going to ask them, as it says in the script, would it be okay if I followed up with you at a later time? And they're going to say yes or no. Now, what if they say no? What if they say never call me again? Then I'm probably going to respect their wish because I have 1,000 leads, right? So you could call them again. I have made money from people that even say, when I say, would it be okay if I follow up with you later time? They say, well, we'll call you. I'm still going to call them. But in most cases, if they say, well, I'm not ready to do this for 3 months or 6 months or whatever, because fill in the blank, your response should be, would it be okay if I followed up with you at a later time? Most of the prospects will say yes. Then you want to say, and when would be a good time for me to do that? When would be a good time for me to follow up with you? And whatever time frame they tell you, you should cut it in half. Because as many of you know, if you believe them, sometimes when you follow up with them, they've already taken action. They've already listed their house. Mm-hmm. Part of it is many people have a tendency to want to push the salesperson off and arbitrarily tell the salesperson a time frame that's longer than it really is. So in other words, some of them sort of lie to you and tell you an artificially longer time frame than it really is because they see you as a salesperson. In other situations, they are telling you the truth, but something changes in their life.
Mm-hmm.
When you said, is it okay for me to follow up with you at a later time? And they said, yes. And you said, well, when would be a good time for me to follow up? And they tell you, well, follow up with me in 6 months because my divorce is still going through the courts. That's actually what they believe. They're not lying to you. They actually believe, or I bought new construction and the closing date's 4 months out, or I'm being transferred and that paperwork is not finalized by the company. Call me back in 90 days. So it's not like they're lying to you. In that situation, they really believe that that's how it's going to go down. But stuff changes, right? Things change. So what happens is if you believe them on face value and they tell you to call them back 6 months or 3 months or whatever, and something changes in their life, what could change? Well, the divorce got moved through the courts faster. Okay. The closing date on the new construction got moved up. They built the house faster. The transfer, the paperwork happened faster. Anyway, the problem is if you believe them and you call them back exactly when they tell you, they say 6 months, you call them back in 6 months. Don't be surprised when they say, oh, we just listed our house a few weeks ago. Now, how do I know that? Because I lost an awful lot of money being there a little bit too late. Okay. I lost a lot of money being there a little bit too late, being there a week too late or 2 weeks too late. So I would rather err on the side of caution. All right. Type that in. Err on the side of caution and get rich. Call them. I'd rather be there a little bit too early than a little bit too late. So whatever time frame they tell you, just cut it in half. And a lot of people say, well, what do I say to them on the next phone call? Well, it's easy. Hey, Todd, it's Craig Proctor here with RE/MAX. Look, I talked to you 2 months ago when you mentioned that you might be getting transferred to Boston. Just wanted to follow up with you to see if that was still going to happen. Hey, I'm glad you called, Todd says, because that transfer got moved up. And actually, I'm going to be listing my house in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Sure glad I called, right? Now, would it also be okay, Todd, if I sent you my monthly follow-up newsletter? Okay, why? Do they want your newsletter? The newsletter is a feature. Nobody wants your newsletter. How many of you are already getting all kinds of newsletters from, I don't know, your stockbroker, whoever, and nobody wants a newsletter unless the newsletter is good. So you better talk about the benefit of the newsletter. If I just say, hey, would you like my newsletter? That's a feature. It's not a benefit. Todd, would you like to receive my monthly real estate newsletter? It'll keep you in touch with what's going on in the marketplace. It'll give you tips on what to do to prepare your home for sale. Make the newsletter sound delicious, because if they say yes, they want your newsletter, that's another good sign. Mm-hmm. I've asked them, do you want me to follow up with you? Is it okay if I follow up with you? Yes. Well, that's a good sign. Would you like me to send you my monthly newsletter? In the newsletter, blah, blah, blah. Would you like it? It's free of charge, no obligation. Yes. Okay, well, that's good. Great. So now you're sending the newsletter, by the way, once you follow up with them, it can be by email. It should be by direct mail. It should be by voice broadcast. It should be by text message. You should follow up in many, many different ways. Don't just pick one. So, yes, the money is in the follow-up with the future prospects. I don't know if this is news to you, and we covered this yesterday. I'm going to say it one more time. About 10 to 15% of the people that you call with the Craig Proctor system are going to say, come and get me. Come and get me. I'm ready now. And it won't be a lot of work for you to figure out why they're moving, because they're going to tell you, hey, weird that you called, strange that you called, because I'm going through a divorce, a transfer. We're moving to a bigger house. We bought new construction. I lost my job, whatever. 10 to 15% will be lay down easies. How many of you love the lay down easies? That's what keeps us happy every day. We get a couple of those like, oh my God, real estate is so easy. Thank you. Then on the other side of the spectrum, you've got 20, 30%. of the leads that are going to be no good to you at all. You're never going to do business with them. Some of them you never would want to do business. Say amen. There's some of them I talk, as soon as I talk to them, I'm like, I don't want to work with this person, or they're not motivated, or they're motivated to move, but 5 years from now. Okay, well, that's no good to me. So 30% of them, 30% of them, you are not going to do business. That's okay. That's why we want to generate lots of leads. But then you got this sweet spot in between. You've got the 40 or 50% of the leads. That's where the money is. They're not ready quite yet, but they're going to do it. Mm. And you're the only agent that's going to follow up with them for the next 3 to 6 months, because most agents are lazy and they don't have a system. Plus, they don't have your language and they don't have your benefits. So that's where we're going to win the battle. We're going to win the battle with the 50, 60%. The majority of people you talk to are not ready yet, but they're going to do something. And that's why we have to have a real solid follow-up system, because that's where the money is.
Amen, brother. Hey, let me share this. This is worth sharing. Speaking of follow-up, and then we're going to book an appointment and move through that process. I went to the coaching site. I pulled up this library we looked at yesterday, Follow-Up Systems Library. Okay. And I want to draw your attention specifically for Platinum members, Titanium members. Check this out. Okay. We have, let me find it. Here it is. Right. Just pull this up. It's a Prospect Cover Letter 1. There's actually 6 of these. It's ID 1341. I'm going to show that here. Let's see if I can. Okay, here it is right here. So this is a simple cover letter that's involved. You got the Market Watch newsletter that Craig's talking about, but we also have other materials that we want to use in our follow-up process, okay, electronically and direct mail, since it's a seller prospect, okay? And in the cover letter, I'll scroll down to the bottom here, lists very specific attachments, and these are allow us to pre-sell the customer on doing business with us. Okay, so I would line up my outside sales agents and make a big deal to them about the work, the energy, the effort, the time, the money that goes into follow-up. So when they got the appointment, they knew that a lot of work, time and money in people's involvement, hours, had led up to that moment that they were going on the appointment. So the importance of getting the customer, was not overstated. Okay. So you guys like that? So there's 6 of these cover letters. You can see it. They're pretty straightforward and simple. But it's the stuff that goes with it that makes it really powerful. Okay. And for those of you who are sort of new to that, let me give you an idea of where those materials are, Craig. And I want you to give a little, if you don't mind. You spent a considerable amount of time and resources to bring this to us, okay, with the help of a copywriter. Like you funded like copywriting to be able to produce exclusive materials, like you said, language that only we could use in the Craig Proctor system, okay? Like from Dan here, who's one of the foremost copywriters of our time. Like I know that was a considerable expense and investment on your part to remain exclusive and get that message out there. So I want to thank you for that. But
I'm still paying for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think you talked to him a couple of days ago. How's he doing?
He really sounded great.
Okay, good. So has everybody got that? So those attachments on those cover letters, Platinum members, you would find in that library. Okay, so that's all you got to do is just go back, pull those cover letters, because that's part of the follow-up system. Coaching members, you've probably heard Craig talk about the goal plan mailings. Okay. All right. So let's make sure that our prospects are getting great follow-up, not just in the phone call, but a regular, steady diet of why they should move in our direction. And what I found, Craig, when we involve our system like this, when we do this, we actually many times shorten the sales process. Okay. Shorten it up. So that the customer it speeds it along a little bit. With no follow-up, the process gets lengthy. And like you said many times, we lose them if we just apply only a phone call. So has everybody got that? All right, so let's go back here to our follow-up script. Okay, so I want to put those resources out there. I think everybody is very familiar with them. The point I want to make one more time, if you're a team member, okay, what you're witnessing right now is what's happening. This play is unfolding over time. Boom, you get the football. Don't fumble it, right? Likely to fumble if we don't know what's all been going on or take it for granted. Oh, if I don't get this one, if I lose this customer, Sarah's just going to hand me another one. But eventually, that plays out. Okay, excellent, Craig. Now let's book the appointment. So why this offer for homeowners to get an appointment, whether it's via Zoom or face-to-face? How did this come about?
How did those offers come about?
Yeah, how did you, why this offer?
Okay. I'm going.
Craig? I'm great.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you how the offer came about. It came about by communicating or articulating really bad offers for a number of years. Do you want me to show you how I came up with that? By doing it incorrectly hundreds of times and having people say no. Would you like to know what your house is worth? I know what my house is worth. Okay, goodbye. Would you like to know what your house, would you like a CMA? Dude, I don't even know what that means. Oh, it's a computerized market analysis. Yeah, no, I have a pretty good idea what my house is worth. See, if they reject your offer, we falsely believe that means they're not motivated. No, it just means you didn't offer them something they want.
Yep.
Would you like a free market evaluation? I don't know what that is. What my house is worth? Yeah, I know what my house is worth. If you have a lame offer, what happens is you get nowhere with everybody. So that's what happened to me. That's how the offers were created, trial and error, right? You just keep striking out. But at least eventually I start trying different approaches, right? I'm going to try different language. So how many of you can relate to that? You see, here's the thing we really need to understand is we got to listen, not just talk. So I would say something and I would observe how what I just said was being received by the prospect. And a lot of the words that came out of my mouth were not well received. I knew that. I could tell right away. And so that told my brain, well, don't keep doing that because Craig, every time you say that, it doesn't work very well. But how about if I say this over here? That seems to work better. Well, I think I'll do it that way. So we're not going to do it the other way anymore. We're going to do it this way every time until I come up with something better. And then I would toy around with the language and I would come up with something that even worked better. Okay, well, let's just do it this way now. So that's how it happened over years and years and years of trial and tribulation, replacing what I was doing with words that work better. Now, when did I stop doing that? Answer, when I couldn't make it any better. I kept changing the language, changing the offers, tweaking them, perfecting them until I couldn't make it any better. What that means is what you're seeing now is the final product. After years and years and years and years of tweaking and testing it, I got to the point where I couldn't replace what you see there with anything that worked better. And I'm always looking for something better, but I couldn't make it any better. So if I can't make it there are lots of changes I made that worked worse. Well, I'm not going to stick with stuff that works worse than this. I'm going to stick with the combination of words in the offer that works the best. So this was the winner. What you're seeing here is the result of years and years and years of stuff that didn't work as well to get to this final product. That's how it came about. And then it was just in my head, as I was saying, so I had to get it on paper. So my inside sales agents, it's like, just read this. Just read it. And then read it and read it and read it. But then eventually you know it, you internalize it, so you don't have to read it anymore.
All right. So now that we're so everybody's clear on that, when we book an appointment with the seller, okay, whether it's for an online meeting or face to face, once the appointment is booked, we don't want to just rush off the phone. There's some fact finding that we want to engage in. So I want to talk about the fact finding side of this, Craig, getting a little more data and information so that we can do a good job when we do our meeting with them. Okay. So I'm going to just give everybody one resource here. I'm going to go back to this library. Okay. Has everybody got that? That's the follow-up systems library. You guys can see that. Just write this down real fast. And Andrea's, as I do this, Andrea's following me. She's taking this and sending it out to everybody so you know where the materials are. I call it an appointment qualifying script. We want to qualify the appointment. Just because we booked an appointment with the seller right now doesn't mean like I want to run right out to their house, right, Craig? How many times have you gotten to their home and they say, hey, thanks for coming over, Craig. Yeah, I want to get an idea of what my home is worth because I just got my tax bill. I got my tax assessment in the mail, and I think it's too high. Yeah. So I want to challenge that.
Yep. So that would happen in my marketplace in August. In August is where all the tax assessments were mailed out, and yeah, I mean the first year I didn't get it right. So there's a flurry of people saying they want an evaluation on their home. And now I'm going from house to house to house, and I'm hearing people say, well, you know, I'm not really thinking of selling, but I got this tax evaluation, and I don't really agree with that number. I think my house is worth more, or it's worth less than that. So yes, you want to make sure that the appointments are highly qualified because time is your most valuable asset. Mm-hmm. You can always get more money, but you can't get more time.
Yeah, if you're an outside sales agent, I'm with you. I would have an inside salesperson set me an appointment. I get out there to their house, and it's like, what's going on here? The decision makers aren't all here. They only have 15 minutes for me. Right. They're not really selling right now. It's like longer than 6 months. Like, what happened here? So once you set the appointment, we just want to kind of verify some information, qualify the appointment. So I pulled up that form so that we would get it right. So this is the form. We're on the phone with the customer still. Book the appointment. Okay, looking forward to seeing you Saturday at 10 so that I can do the best possible job for you when we get together over our Zoom meeting. Let me just ask you a few questions. And we want to ask some questions. There's a couple of questions, though, that I want to zero in on here on this, Craig, and that is decision makers and if they're interviewing other real estate agents. Okay. And when we want to talk about the importance of this, so this is inside sales agent activity. If you're a solopreneur right now and you're the one booking all the appointments for yourself, okay, or if you're an outside sales agent, you want to know what your team is saying over the phone to get to that point. Okay, here's some big deals in that scripting before we hang up the phone with the seller. Okay, are all decision makers going to be there? Okay, Craig, I'm sure you probably got on a few appointments where you got there and it's, the wifey's there and you're like, are you selling this home? Oh, no, my husband, but he told me to do all the work and then he would decide what to do. And I'm like, well, this probably ain't going to work all that great because I'm the agent with the highest commission. All right, no joke. When I showed up to their homes, my commission rates were higher than any of my competitors by a long ways. Okay. And typically the price that I'm sharing with them, my suggestion is probably lower than my competitors. So without decision makers there, I get shopped based on commission and price versus benefits. Did I get that right, Craig?
Right on.
Yeah. And then let's talk about going last or going first. Let's say they're interviewing other real estate professionals. This is why I like right now. These Zoom meetings, I can assure you that if you're here today, you already have an advantage over your competitors. Number one, you're online watching something. You're used to coming to the coaching and the training events that we do every week, which are all done by GoToWebinar and Zoom. So you're already a pro at this. You just have to get good at our side of it, which is what you see me doing, pausing the screen, pulling up materials, sharing things with people, and then navigating to another frame during the presentation. That's what we got to get good at. But you're already halfway there. All the other, your competitors, dude, trust me, they're not able to do listing appointments right now with strangers because they're not skilled in this process of presenting online. Okay, so I like that. Now, let's talk about the interviewing process real fast. Why is it a big deal, Craig, that we try to position ourselves to go last if they're interviewing other real estate agents?
Well, first of all, I believe that my presentation is better than the other agents. But if they're interviewing 3 agents and I'm the third one, I don't have to be any better than the other 2. By the time they meet with me, if my presentation is equal or better than the other 2, they're probably just going to list with me. Yeah. And I can close for the listing because they've got nobody else to interview. Of course, what can go wrong with being last in is if they list with one of the other 2 agents before I have an opportunity to meet with them. So I have special language that I use that's been pretty effective. And I would simply ask them, are you going to be speaking with other agents? And if they say yes, I'd say, well, I would like to be the last agent you meet with so I can show you how much extra I do to get your home sold. When are you going to be meeting with the other agents? And they tell me. Now, if they won't agree to that, I want to be first in. Okay, so if I can't be last, I want to be first. But most sellers would say, okay, that's fair. The reason I can get to be last is the other agents haven't tried to be last. Okay, I'm making an effort to be last. So I would like to be the last realtor you meet with so I can show you how much extra I do to get your home sold. Mm-hmm. Does that sound, and I do a fair amount of work in preparation for our meeting. So all I ask in return is your promise, your commitment that you won't list with one of the other real estate agents before you and I have a chance to meet with each other. Does that sound fair? So I'm getting them to promise me that they're not going to list with one of the other agents. Now, is that promise always kept? It's not always kept, but it works most of the time. The benefit of being in last is huge. And if at the end of my presentation, I still haven't got them convinced, I can pull out the cancellation agreement and I can say this. Now, you've interviewed 3 agents, and I assume that you're interviewing agents because you don't want to make a mistake. Well, I can't be one of these agents that just comes into your house and sounds good today to get your listing. I have to do a good job every day. And I pull out the cancellation guarantee. And I said, this is a very important document because it guarantees that I have to do a good job every day. Because otherwise, it's an unconditional cancellation guarantee. You can cancel your listing with me and you could list with one of the other agents. However, if you were to list with one of the other 2 agents that you met with, did they offer you a full 100% no strings attached cancellation guarantee? And the chances are no. So we know they're interviewing because they don't want to make a mistake. I know I've got a good presentation. I'm the last in. So there's places I can go. There's things that I can do if they won't sign up. But if we really just think of the simplest argument for doing this is if they're interviewing 3, don't you think they're tired of talking to agents by the time if you're the last one there? You don't even have to be any better. If your presentation is just as good as the other 2, they're probably just going to say, let's list with Craig. He's in the house right now. Yep. So that was my strategy.
Man, that's it, man. Of course, that was my strategy because I'm a good copier. If there's anything I'm good at in my life, Craig, it's that I can copy. All right. So now, before we end the phone call, you want to make sure you go all in to give the prospect a really good picture of what's going to happen next. So if we're going to be doing the meeting by Zoom, you got to walk them through that specifically. This is how it's going to work. This is what's going to happen. Okay. And make sure that you reiterate the benefit. Remember, they said yes to meeting with you, either online or in person. They said yes. Okay, well, before you hang up the call, remind them of what they said yes to by just reiterating the benefit. Okay. What's the benefit of the meeting? You're going to get a really good idea what you can expect to sell your home for, tips on what to do, and more importantly, what not to do to get the most amount of money when you get ready to sell it, and a breakdown of all the costs you'll have so you'll know how much you have left in your pocket at closing. And again, this is a free service. You're not obligated to sell your home. Okay. Everybody got it? So that's the boom. Okay. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10. Okay. Now, if we're going to send them a Zoom link, we're setting up a Zoom meeting. All right. You want to make sure that you have in your Zoom materials, when they get the Zoom link, you can insert the benefit, what's going to happen, how it works, the instructional video that we talked about yesterday, so that they will understand the process of this online meeting. Okay. And then what's happening, see, is you're increasing your show up rates because they have a clearer picture of exactly what's going to happen. And it's not less threatening or non-threatening. It's easy. But if I assume that they know to click the link, be in front of their web camera, they may have to download some software. If I assume all that, okay, what's likely to happen? They don't even show up for the meeting, and I'm chasing them now. All right. So the more clear they are on how easy this is and what the benefits are, the more likely they're going to be there when your camera goes on. They're right there waiting on you. Or like I said, if it's a face-to-face meeting. So I love these. We've been using technology, Craig, to verify appointments, reiterate benefits, where it was email, taking them to instructional videos. Okay, so they got a really good idea of what we do and how we do things and how they benefit. Been doing this for many years. I think this is why a lot of Craig Proctor system members are doing really well right now. Okay.
Doing really well in all markets all the time.
Yeah.
That's the key, is with the proper systems in place, you don't, your business doesn't go up and down like a toilet seat.
Yep. All right. So look at this. Now that we've got the appointment, all right, we booked the appointment. We're going to be meeting with them either online or face-to-face. That face-to-face thing's coming. Looks like it's probably going to be here sooner rather than later now, based on what's happening out there. But hey, if it works online, you might want to continue to do that. I know that we do this anyway with like Tracy in Tennessee, Craig, Tracy King. A lot of his sellers, I think he's got 150 listings, something like that, Tracy. And a good bit of those guys, they live out of state. So he's been doing online meetings, using Zoom or GoToWebinar for a long time. But when you hang up the phone, you're going to go to your CRM, you're going to find the customer, the prospect, and you're going to click and you're going to launch an appointment plan. So everybody gets it right. Nothing falls through the cracks. So here's one of those scans again, Craig, from many, many, many years ago. A campaign, an activity plan right out of agent office that told everybody on the team what to do and when to do it, so we didn't mess this thing up. Okay. So if you're looking at the plan, if you can read it, the first thing says, give the appointment to the best agent. Okay. That was the first thing on there. Then it would say, confirm with the customer the day before. Okay. You guys see that? You got to decide though, who's going to be doing these things. Is a confirmation even necessary? Okay. All right. These are things that we got to make decisions on. We got to make sure we got all the data right on the contact card. Okay. Who's the ISA? Who's the OSA? What's the lead source? Where did it come from? Okay. All right. Have they gotten our instructions on what's going to happen when we get together? That's the appointment confirmation, email or text. Okay. Then my favorite, Craig, is assume that after the appointment happens, there's a story versus a signed agreement. So if I make that assumption, I've already got it built in.
Give us some examples of some stories.
Okay, so let's say I'm talking to Kelly's on my team. He comes back and I'm like, hey man, how'd you go with the Proctors there? And he's like, I met with them. I was there for like 2 hours. And I'm like, okay, so what'd you list it at? Well, I didn't get the paperwork signed. they said that they needed to think about it. I'm like, well, what do they need to think about? It's like, well, they want to interview other agents. I said, well, that's different than thinking about it. Well, the reason they want to interview other agents is the price that I gave them. They didn't really. So you can see the story just keeps going.
Right,
and it
right.
changes. It's like,
or when I got there, I determined they didn't want to sell, and then you see the listing on the hot sheets 48 hours later.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I think one of my favorites. There was a past client that had called into our office. I'd sold 2 of their former houses. I sent out one of my agents. Some of my best ones were not available, so I sent out a newer agent. It was the only agent, team member available, and she came back with this story as to why she didn't have the listing. And do you want to know what the reason as to why she didn't get the listing?
Why?
She typed in the notes. Yeah, it was a great listing presentation, but they didn't like Craig.
Didn't like Craig. It was a referral.
I'd sold the last 2 of their homes and they called in. It was a come list me.
Yeah.
She didn't get the listing. And her reason in her mind, what she typed into our CRM is great listing presentation, beautiful house, nice people, absolutely going to sell. But the reason she didn't get the listing, they didn't like Craig.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, well, look, it is a team effort if you have a team. Okay. So here's how it works. Outside sales agent goes on appointment. They don't get the signed paperwork at the time. So I take a shot. Okay. I follow up with the prospect as quickly as possible after that appointment and say, hey, I want to thank you for meeting with my partner, Kelly, on getting your home sold. Really appreciate that. I just wanted to follow up and see what we need to do to get your business. And then the seller would give me their story, which is, well, we told Kelly that we were absolutely in 100%. We just wanted to read over the paperwork before we signed it. You see what I'm saying? So now Kelly's story is verified. But they may say, well, Todd, everything was great, but the commission, you guys want like 7.5% here commission, and we just feel like that's a little high, so we're just not sure. Okay, well, what do you think it should be? Well, if it was 6%, we would probably jump all over this deal. Okay, now I'm running the math in my head. Does this make sense? Is this something I want to do? Do I offer a performance guarantee? But if I don't do this, all of that goes away. And then what happens is the outside sales agent has tremendous responsibility placed on their shoulders. The business rests and lives and dies on their shoulders. It's not fair to them. So we got to work together to improve our process here. So those follow-up autopsy calls, as we would call them, very important. That's why they're there. Now, let's talk about pre-selling. So Craig, what was it? It's almost 16 years ago now when you called me and you said, hey, man, wouldn't it be great if we could, all these leads that we're generating, we could just send the lead that was something so awesome. They would get it, look at it, call and say, hey, come list my home.
We want the fish to jump in the boat.
Yeah. So that's when you came up with the concept or the idea of this shock and awe system for pre-selling customers. Okay.
Yep. So the mindset was, we have these prospects that we know are going to sell. Like, how many of you right now have sellers in your database that they're going to sell? You don't know exactly when, but you got a pretty good idea. And you don't know for sure that they're going to list their home with you, but they're going to sell because they've told you why. Okay. And maybe they've even told you where. We call these golden prospects. Would you agree that some sellers in your database are better than others? And if you know the seller is for sure going to move, and you kind of know why they're going to move, and you might even know where they're going to move, could you spend a bit more time, money, and energy on these very best seller prospects? So my mindset was, what could we send to these prospects, these sellers that I know are great prospects, that would be far over and above what any of our competitors would send? How do we do something that's so great that none of our competitors could match it? right? Because our competitors, they're not going to, my mindset, my competitors, they're not going to go to the level I'm going to go to. I'm going to take this to the nth level. They're going to look at what I'm doing and they're just going to wither away and go, I'm not going to do that. I want my follow-up. I want my marketing to be so awesome that even though I got a lot of competition, it's like they can't compete. I want to create a situation where my competitors, they just won't compete. They can't do it. So what are we going to do? I said, Todd, what are we going to call this? We're going to call this the bomb. We are going to bombard our sellers with such valuable, helpful marketing information, not junk, not stuff they don't want, not be a hindrance, but actually send them such strong marketing. Here's the key, that on the strength of the marketing, we change the perception of the prospect. We change the way the seller thinks about us.
Yep.
At a minimum, this is how successful this is going to be. At a minimum, it's going to make it easier for us to get their listing. At its best case, we're going to get come list me's. That this bomb is going to go out. We're going to launch this bomb activity plan, and it's going to be so good that some of the sellers are going to call us and they're going to say, "Come and get me. I am ready to list." But at a minimum, it's going to be good enough that the people we do have to follow up with, it loosens the top.
Oh, yeah.
It makes it easier for us to convert the sellers. And bottom line, it eliminates the chance of this seller listing with one of our weaker competitors.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, this thing was so good, you launched an entire Craig Proctor system program on it called Platinum.
Yep, that's how we launched Platinum. If you wanted to get access to the bomb materials, you had to be in the Platinum level. And really, here's how this worked. So I worked with Dan Kennedy. Some of you know who Dan Kennedy. He is one of the world's most renowned copywriters. He's all the infomercials that you watch. He has designed many of the scripts, many of the famous infomercials. What's the
Proactive.
Proactive? Okay, he was involved with Proactive.
Gunther Renker.
Yeah, Gunther Renker. All this stuff that he is one of the grandfathers of direct response marketing. Now, I've been working with him for over 20 years. In fact, he works with 4 clients. I was on the phone with him yesterday. He worked with us to design this. Okay. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars with him working on this, and not to mention thousands of hours. And so we made this available to only Platinum level, and we worked with the Platinum level members, and that's how the Platinum program got started off, with exclusive material that was only available to our highest level members. So that's how all that got started. But I mean, that bomb was the bomb. It was, when we dropped that bomb on sellers, it was very effective.
I was talking to Nathan Clark. I was talking to Nathan Clark the other week, and he will not, when he books a seller appointment, he makes sure that there's about a 72-hour time frame in there, enough time for him to make sure that they get the bomb. He just won't do appointments without them receiving it. He believes it's integral into his high conversion rates that he has with sellers. Okay, turning every single seller prospect that's a stranger now into a come list me. So here's the challenge. If you're watching today and the most of your business is referrals coming from your sphere, or say past clients, once you decide to grow this business beyond that, and you start generating prospects coming in that are complete strangers, you know how this works. They are going to be interviewing other real estate agents. They're skeptical. They come with this healthy dose of skepticism. Okay, so this is where it goes. So it's not that you won't show up to the seller's home and not get the listing if you don't send the bomb, but what are the biggest challenges and issues you have when you do show up? Number 1, price. Number 2, your fee. Number 3, length of agreement. You guys got it? Okay. So wouldn't you like to ensure yourself that you get your optimum fee at a time frame that you can work within? Okay, you like that? And at a price point when you say, hey, Craig, I think it looks like your home's probably going to sell for around 400,000. We should just put it there. And they say, okay, whatever you say, Todd. Like, wouldn't you like those kinds of customers? That's what marketing, pre-selling, and these systems can do for you and your team. But you have to go all in. So our Titanium members know it. You're going to be interviewing a few more of those today. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
12 noon, which it is right now. So when you break for lunch, whenever that is, we have a lineup of Titanium members. I think those are going well. Type in the chat if you like those interviews and what your questions are that you may have. And we are going to do that again, where I'm going to interview our Titanium members, ask them a little bit about what's going on in the marketplace, how they're not only surviving, but thriving. And then we'll take questions from chat. But before, I'm just going to go grab myself a fresh coffee, and then I'll come back and
then we'll do that.
We can segue into that.
Yeah, we'll do that. So you do that when you get back here. We'll move right into that. In the meantime, let me set this up for you on what we're going to do here after the lunch break. So when I get back after the panel, we're going to move into the listing presentation. The listing presentation, those aren't really the right words. Those are industry terms. You guys agree? The right words really are benefits presentation, and my favorite words, it's an orientation. When you're meeting with a seller prospect, essentially what you're doing is you're orienting them to how you do things and how they're going to benefit from all that. You guys get it? So I like that. We're going to do that after the break. We're going to run right into it. So between now and then, let's set it up for us. Okay. All right. We're going to call it the ultimate seller benefits presentation. So everybody's pretty clear now on what's happened since we generated the lead until we've booked the appointment. All that work, energy, time, and effort, resources, manpower, and everything going into it, leading all the way up to the outside sales agent going on the appointment. All right. So when I looked at my outside sales agent and said, here's your appointment, big dog, they knew fully all that had gone into it and the responsibility that they were being handed. All right. So I love that position. So if you're an OSA, you're in a great place on these real estate sales teams. Okay. If you're just kind of getting started out here, you're even a better place because you get to see how it all works. And you start to map this thing out for you, which is why we have different levels: coaching, platinum. Okay. You're going to hear about that. So depending on where you are, you want to get involved in that. So, all right, let's take a look at it. So the ultimate seller benefits presentation. We'll do these things right here. Here comes the train. Good timing there. Gonna blow his horn right outside my door. All right, yeah, why not? All right, so write these 4 down. Make some notes here. Inside out knowledge, consistency, flexibility, and a paradigm. The paradigm is the biggie. What you think and how you think about it. If you don't believe your customers are going to pay you your optimum fee, okay, you're right. If you don't believe the customers are going to go along with you when you make your price suggestions, you're right. So we got to back up. You got to sell yourself. Craig said this a few times. Most important sell that we got to make us. Okay. So that's why your paradigm, how you think, what you're thinking about is a big deal. So here's what I want you guys to think. Most everybody watching has buyers in their database. And the longer you've been with the Craig Proctor system, okay, and the more you've shown up to all of our coaching and training, okay, the more in you are, I can assure you, the more buyers you have in your database. So when you show up to somebody's home, remember that you're the agent with the buyers, right, Carol? You're the agent with the buyers. So if they do business with somebody else, it's the same as them selling it themselves. No buyers, got to go find them. So when you show up with this mentality and this kind of thought process and this level of confidence, dude, I'm the agent with the buyers. You guys get it? Now that confidence comes across and it looks more like a sure thing for you. You guys good with that? All right, excellent. Okay, now the benefits presentation itself. We're going to take a look at this again after lunch break. I'm going to show it to you, show you where it is on the coaching site, and we're going to go all in on this thing. Even if it's your mom, even if it's your friend from high school, a referral, or a past client, highly recommend that you don't shortcut the process of a benefits presentation. Okay. Now, I know you may give an abbreviated presentation, but leaving it out altogether, that was not allowed on my team, even with referrals. Okay. Because why? What were we after? Did we just want the listing? No, we wanted a lifetime customer. And presentations lead to lifetime customers. Agreements lead to temporary customers. You guys got it? An agreement is temporary. The presentation is I'm putting in my head into their head. What is in my head? I want it to go into their head, and it sits in their brain. Now they know it, man. They can't get away from it. And that allows me to have a lifetime customer, referrals, repeat business, reviews. You guys got it? All right. So let's don't shortcut that process at all. You on board? All right. Excellent. Okay. So the training and the coaching on this. All right. I've had a lot of emails and text messages that just keep coming over. My phone's sitting right here, and I'm reading some of your chat messages along the way. Those of you that have my phone number. Hey, that's okay. You can continue to do that. And I'm responding to 2 or 3. But let me remind you, everything that we're talking about here in these 3 days is available at your fingertips on demand in the coaching site if you're a platinum level member. Okay, you guys got it? Coaching members, you've got your stuff. If you want more, if you need more, well, that's why we have these levels set up like that. So let me just plug that. Write this down, richagentsystem.com. That way you can get a platinum consult if you want it. richagentsystem.com. You can write that down if you're a coaching member, that we set that up for you. richagentsystem.com. You can go there and request it, and we'll connect up, and we'll talk more about your personal situation and that sort of thing. Okay, you guys good? All right. Awesome. So the training video. So everyone should have access to a training video on the benefits presentation. If you're a team leader and you're getting your team together during sales meetings every week, you want to take a piece of it out and you want to focus on that piece at that sales meeting. Okay. And over time, you just keep repeating that. Here's what I've discovered. Most people forget how to do their jobs over the weekend. You know what I mean? So I'm no different. That's why I use these tools. Okay. All right. You guys good with that? All right. Let's fast forward just a little bit. Selling. Okay. The real value in the benefits presentation that we have is there's no selling involved. You guys got it? No selling. Here's what I mean by that. It looks like this: problem, solution, benefit. Problem, solution, benefit. There's no having to talk a customer into doing business with you if your benefits presentation or your orientation, your listing presentation is set up that way. We're going to identify a problem. Hey, Mr. Seller, a common problem that homeowners have when they get ready to sell their home is, okay, our solution to this problem is, here's how you benefit from that solution. That's the formula that you give. And if you do this, there's no selling, man. There's no having to talk people into anything. There's no high pressure tactics here. Nobody likes that anyway. Okay. Everybody good with that? All right. So benefits sell. Features do not. Okay. Let me give you an example. We've got a buyer profiling system. Feature. We have a buyer profiling system that other real estate agents do not have. Advantage. Whereas, all right, we offer buyers information on homes when they become available, as often as they become available, and the buyers give us their contact information. Then when we list your home, we immediately take that information and feed it into our database of buyers in waiting, and we do this every day until we have a buyer. So in other words, it's like I've been looking for a buyer for your home before we ever even met. Benefit. You guys got it? Feature, advantage, benefit on every single consumer program that you put out there. Problem, solution, benefit, feature, advantages, benefits. If all you do is talk about the features, you're not going to get as many listings, or the price begins to come down. So we're always going to be stressing benefits, and that's what we're going to get into when we get back together after our little lunch break and panel here. Welcome back, Craig. You feeling good?
There's no lunch break.
Hey,
only Todd Walters gets lunch.
I get lunch, yeah, and you get one.
We got to keep Todd well fed.
Yeah, you can tell. All right, so is Andrea available? Do we have our peeps lined up here?
I don't know.
I sure am. I'm ready to let all of our awesome Titanium members in for my favorite portion of the lunch hour interview.
Hey, how are you, Andrea?
I'm super good. I'm super excited today. I've had lots of caffeine, so I'm ready.
Nice.
Did I get it right today with the screen? It only took 2 days for me to learn how to click 2 buttons and actually get this thing right.
Okay,
I'll let you bring
we're bringing the
everybody on,
best to the
Andrea.
best on.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and admit all of our awesome Titanium members into our room. Look at this awesome panel.
Oh my God, we've got a lot of awesomeness coming here. There's Kristen Stampini, Shelly, Rudy, Wally, Phil, Michael. Who have I missed? Allison, Harrison. Who am I missing? Well, you know what? We got to start with Kristen Stampini, right? So Kristen, let's get that microphone turned on. We can't hear you, Kristen. Is this something I'm doing wrong? Andrea, please help.
No, I'm on. I'm looking. So it's
Her mic's off. There it is.
There we go. Can you hear me? Hey,
Kristen,
how are you?
I miss you.
I miss you.
Her mic's off. There it is.
There we go. I miss you. I miss you. Hey,
Kristen,
how are you?
I miss you.
I miss you. There we go. I miss you. I miss you.
Okay, something's definitely messed up there.
Hold on. I miss you. There we go. How's that?
much
That was way better. That was kind of weird. I just heard you telling me how much you missed me over and over again. Hey girl, what's going on in Boca Raton? How are you making money during this crisis?
Yeah. So, we're figuring it out just like everybody else, right, Craig? We found with your education, I mean, seriously, I told all the coaching members that they needed to be doubling down with education because we're all learning it and figuring it all out. What we have personally figured out, number one, is ads. So we're doing a lot more ads, pay-per-click. We learned Instagram really well. So we're finding Instagram paid ads work awesome. So what we do is we run them separate of Facebook so we can measure them. Because if you just run them on Instagram from Facebook, which you're able to do, you can't measure it, right? So you need to.
Important. So you're running them separately so you can keep each one accountable. Now, what's getting you better leads? Our theme here is we need the sellers that absolutely need to sell. I'm sure panel, you can nod your head up and down. Have you had some sellers say, I think I'll just take my house off the market right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's the one we don't want.
Yeah. And if you prove them with the stats, so we've been posting and doing a lot of stats because our market isn't really currently, it's not really going down. I mean, it's like prices are staying stable and it's about 9.3% has gone down as far as sales, but that's nothing, right? I mean, so we're seeing it extremely stable. So sharing facts with sellers, sharing facts with buyers. Okay. So your ads just need to be running. I mean, we find the hot list ads are still running really well. And we still find about 20% that are wanting to sell in the next 3 to 6 months. So we're still finding a lot of people that still are ready to go. One of the things is obviously running, divorce reports, estate sales, people that need to move now, right? Distressed properties.
I do like the divorce report, the divorce strategy, because it's not like that couple's like, well, maybe it's not a good time to have a divorce. Maybe we should wait till this is over, right? Okay, so I do like that. Yes, very good.
Craig, I find so many opportunities right now because I started the business during the financial and mortgage crisis and saw opportunity. And that's when I came on with you or when I was coaching, is because of the short sales, right? That's where I started. I feel that that's going to definitely, we're already starting to see even NOD.
Kristen, if I Googled crisis real estate agent, there's a picture of you that comes up.
That's right. And
Yeah.
fortunately, I had the coaching of you because I was able to go through that. But at
Right.
one time, 85% of our business was short sales, right? So, and we were listing 20 because of your coaching and everything. And then I was coaching. We were listing 20 short sales a month. Okay.
So how does this compare now, this crisis, to the financial crisis? Like, at least you've been through a crisis. There's a lot of our members, they've been in real estate for less than 10 years. So all they know is good times, right? Like, oh, this is easy. You list a house and it sells right away.
So I started during, and that's why I say there's opportunity, because I started during that time. It was not a time to start real estate. People thought it was absolutely crazy. And it kind of was, right? Starting then. But I will tell you that I see that what's going to happen, obviously, if 35% possibly you have small businesses, different things that could happen in our economy are definitely going to cause distressed properties. Okay. So we see definitely a lot of opportunity with that again. So we're starting to market, to that. So we're seeing marketing. First of all, you can get a hold of a lot more people. We're making a lot more appointments, and it's just different marketing strategies. We're starting to market on different platforms. Like I said, Instagram is really working well. Education is what is huge right now. So educating your agents, we started our brokerage and started working with, because we have a Your Home Sold guaranteed brokerage. What we did is started working with the team leaders that are obviously your coaching clients, that we started working with them on the presentations and getting better and how to take and being in Florida here, we never did the presentations that will never go away now virtually, because all the people that are out of state, right, that are buying.
Right. Does everyone hear that? Kristen, being in Florida, selling, vacation properties to snowbirds, you were used to doing these presentations via webinar anyway. So you're like, okay, I'm already good at this.
Well, no, we actually weren't good at this.
Oh, you weren't good at it.
Never going to go away now, because now we're good at it.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is we weren't good at it, and now we are. I said that's never going to go.
So how were you doing it before then? If you had someone in Michigan,
they came down.
That's cheating.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So obviously waiting for them to come down if they're going to come down the next couple of weeks. But what about the guy that lives in Michigan that's not coming down for 4 months? No, you got to do the buyer agreement. So you're going to get really good at this.
Well, we are. We're getting. And the thing is what we've noticed the best is to live transfer. Okay. So one of my live transfer from, hey, having agents on standby pretty much, because they're at home anyways, right? A lot of them. And if you have teams, or if it's you taking them from, are you planning, or do you want daily updates of your homes, daily updates of homes in the script? And they say, yes. Okay. One of our team leaders, said, you know what, and we were doing the live transfers, but not like him. We were asking him, hey, do you have about 15 minutes right now? He basically went and said, okay, I just sent you a link in your email. Go ahead and click on that, and I'm going to show you some off-market properties and whatever else. And last week he got 6 out of 6.
So it's easy to make that transition to the actual appointment and listing contract. Okay, Kristen, I got to get through everybody here. I love your smiling face. Say hi to Mark. I'll come back to you if I can. We're going to have some questions.
Awesome.
All right. Who will I pick next? Let's go to Michael in Ventura, California. Michael, good day. Good morning. How are things out in California?
Great. Can you hear me, Craig?
How
are you surviving without playing hockey?
Yes, all hockey was canceled. So
mine too.
All hockey's canceled. I'm going kind of crazy in my house, Kristen. I wanted you to know that I'm just locked in the house here, Michael. But for me, I work from my house anyways, so it's kind of business as normal. My teenage son, he's 18. He's in his room playing video games all the time. He hasn't noticed anything different as well. So how about you? How are things going there?
Good. I liked your Austin Powers impersonation earlier today. I was going to challenge you to see who could do it worse, but I'll let you have this one.
So what's
hey.
changed for you? How are you handling that? You're in lockdown in California. How are you still selling houses? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, first I want to say thank you so much to you, to Todd, to everyone on the panel, everyone who's been participating in this. I know other organizations have been shutting down right now. They're not putting in the time and effort. I know there's a lot of people behind the scenes who are making all this happen. It's been seamless. It's been super inspiring. I really do appreciate everyone's time. So thank you for all the hard work you put into making this happen this last 3 days.
What have you done differently, Michael, with your lead generation to attract the people that really have to act?
Sure. Well, what we're doing is I see 4 opportunities right now. We're really leaning into our worthy cause, right? So out there, the mindset, you spent a lot of time talking about mindset the last couple of days. Our mindset has to be very strong right now. Where other people are talking about doom and gloom, we're finding opportunities. Where other people are saying you can't, we're talking about how can we. Sarah nailed it yesterday. It's not if we're going to be successful, it's how we're going to be successful, right? And we're really leaning into being there for the community. Other companies are shutting down and they're repelling business, which is attracting it to us because we're here for the community. And by leveraging our worthy cause, letting people know now more than ever, people need the help. We are attracting people who want to help. For example, we have a doctor who's moving into the area, right? Who's going to help at our local hospital. They have to move into the area. So our worthy cause is associated with the local hospitals, which is attracting people who are having to come to the area to buy homes. So that's been one way we're doing it. Another opportunity that's been interesting that came out of this is right before everything happened, I was thinking we might need more office space, right? But now everyone's working from home. So we're going to come back to this and have flex space, which is going to allow me to save money and invest it in other parts of the business.
Okay, so that's really interesting because, I said yesterday, there's a lot of companies that are coming to that epiphany, right? Like, hey, maybe we don't need all this space. So
yeah,
your team members are working at home and you're thinking as the owner, like, this is actually working out pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to have a schedule where it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. One person uses the desk. Tuesday, Thursday, someone uses the same desk. You can have two people working at the same space. So
right. So you could double your workforce without more space.
Exactly. And then the virtual. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you about the virtual tours.
Yeah, the virtual tours and the virtual appointments. The great thing about that, right, is like we talked about, less drive. Kristen, like you, I was blowing it with out of area people. Like I just was kind of, didn't really have a good system in place. I'll say that. Now that's always going to be different. We're going to be attracting those people, getting hired. Like you said, Craig, the people that are 4 months out still, we're going to get hired now, not wait until they get here because we were missing opportunities. I see that now. But a great thing about this is the virtual appointments are recorded, right? So I can use that as training and I can pop in there. I can shadow, my agents can shadow me. And that is invaluable, honestly, to see what's going on, to make sure the systems are going. It was kind of awkward to go to a listing appointment and bring 8 of my team members, right? Mm-hmm. You can do it, but it's a little bit awkward. Now they can all be on there with me and the other person has no idea that they're there.
Okay, write that down, everyone. Type it into chat, write it down. Make sure when you're using Zoom or whatever you're using, you're recording all of these, right? You as the rainmaker, you're the leader, okay? You show your team members how to do this and you record it, and now it's an asset. You can use it for training going forward.
Yeah, like you said, that person who came back and said they just didn't like Craig, right? You could watch it and see and say, that's not what I heard. I didn't hear that. Instead of getting stories back, now we can dissect those stories and we can learn from those.
Yeah, right. You're able to do an autopsy and find out, okay, what really went wrong. Great. Okay, Michael, we're going to come back to you. I got a lot to get through here on the panel. We will take questions from so everyone type into chat your questions. Andrea is going to monitor them, but I got to get through everybody here. And, I'm a talker, so I might have a challenge getting through, but since Allison's smiling at me right now, Allison, why don't you go next?
Okay, can everyone hear me?
We can. How you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. Lou and our team has taken an approach of changing up how we do business like everyone else has. We have trained our team on Zoom and how to do everything from a distance. But one of the things that was really important to us was okay, we can train ourselves, we can train our team, but we have to get that message out to the public. So may I share my screen, please?
You can. I have no idea how to do that, but Andrea, do you have the PowerPoint slides that Allison? Yes. See, Andrea is on the ball here.
Okay.
So I see nothing but black, but I assume she knows. I have them in my inbox, but I think
Here,
Andrea has
can you
them
see
here.
it now?
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Okay. So this first slide that you're looking at is a picture of our website. And one of the first things that we did was we made a video, and we call it Remote Real Estate. And it's about a 12-minute video. And it's very natural. It's me standing in one of our listings talking about how we went through the appointment, from the first phone call right through to selling the property and what we did. And because I believe it was done in one take, it's very natural, and I've made some errors and whatever through chatting through it, but it gives people a visual representation of, because even through the video, the gentleman that put it together for me even showed DocuSign, showed how you would initial it, gives the public a really good idea what the experience is going to be like during this, what the process is.
How you can sell a house and do it safely.
Yes, and it's been great. Now the next slide, the next slide here is we've even built a landing page around it where we've put the video in and we've put the Remote Realty Handbook, because this Realty Handbook was printed on 11 by 17. It's 14 pages, and it consists, these are the pages that is within this brochure. And what we've done is, because 85% of our business is repeat and referral, we thought we want that to keep going during this time, is that we've printed off and they're getting a mailing of this brochure. And I've made some of the pictures larger here is to show you that what's really important is the Zoom call. I had to teach myself how to do that. And I taught our team how to do that. And I figure if we're going to do these Zoom calls with clients, we've got to teach them how to do it. So I included these 2 pages in the brochure as well. And I also thought it was really important to put the pictures of the people that the client may see on the other end. Who are they going to expect? So I put pictures of the whole team there. Here are people that may be on the other end of the screen, when you have your appointment. The other thing that I included, and Kristen pointed out, was I also put reports, because I'm feeling that I know with living with Lou that there's sometimes that, and so I'm sure there's other people that are thinking divorce. So I put the divorce.
I'm sure she doesn't really mean that, Lou.
No, I don't. I'm just saying that I tried to put in this thing all the reports that may be going through people's minds, the downsizing, divorce, all that type of thing. And this is all online. So all they have to do is click and it goes right to that landing page. And in the printed one, it gives them the website to go to. Of course, I've also, here's me with a sensitive ball. I've also included our worthy cause to let people know that we do have a worthy cause and to refer us. I've also put in there keeping them updated. I don't know if you can see my arrow thing here, but I also put in that they can follow us on Facebook business pages for updates daily as to what's happening in our marketplace, how many new listings have come up, how many sales have come up, because I want everybody to know, hey, the market hasn't stopped and neither
things are still happening.
Yeah. I've also put tips in, stress tips, and all of this information in which I have gathered is all off the World Health Organization. It's not me coming up with this stuff. So it's all valid information. So this is a printed brochure that's going out. We're going to be marketing this online. It's first and foremost on our website when people go to our website. And lastly, our ISA, when she confirms an appointment, this is the email that goes out to the folks. And all the folks do is how to, we've put the instructions here.
Interesting.
How to do a Zoom call, what to expect. And then the brochure, because the brochure outlines, like I just highlighted to you, all kinds of information. And then the
video
whole tour where they can go to and listen to the story. So it's going to make, when this is sent to them after an appointment's confirmed, we're hoping that the show up rate gets better and better because we've given them information.
Very detailed. That's very good. How many of you like what Ellison and Lou have done? Type your thoughts into chat. The prospects get instructions on how to do the Zoom video. We've got a brochure and we've got a video on how you've made it safe to buy and sell so people understand. It's really just education.
Exactly. You know, if you educate your team, you have to educate the person that you're talking to as well, because this is completely different for them as well. They're used to us walking into their home. We even cover how do we show properties during this time. And we've always, with our landing pages and virtual tours, we've always done the walkthrough. We've done pictures from every angle. All of that was already in place for us, which, you know, we call it an online open house, and we've always done that. So we were, in that aspect, we were prepared, but it's the education of the public is what we really went after, to let them know, hey, everything's okay, things are selling, it's just a little bit different, trying to give them a comfort level.
Well, thanks so much for sharing. We got to move on. We are going to come back to all of our panelists with the Q&A. Thank you, Ellison and Lou. Let's next go to Rudy. Rudy Kasuma, the legend. He's with us. He's in the building. Good morning, Rudy.
Good morning, Craig. Good morning.
You know, we looked at your over 1,000 5-star reviews on Zillow. I don't know any other realtor that's hit 1,000. Congratulations.
And Craig, you know what's the good thing is about, if there's one thing, is the unique selling proposition, Craig, especially now, the USP, the most common, if there's one message I like to share with everybody watching this, is the unique selling proposition. Your home sold, guaranteed, or I'll buy it. Especially now, Craig, that USP, well, it's been like that. It's been really good, as you know. I've been with coaching since 2014, right? So my business before was I was closing about 20, 30 deals a year. So now we did about 500 to 600 a year, but then it's because of the USP. But now, because of this coronavirus, because I'm in LA, right? I'm in California. People don't want to do traditional open house. And I don't think it's legal even to do traditional open house. So now in the last couple of weeks, in the last 3 weeks, I think that USP, your home sold, guaranteed I'll buy it. We launched guaranteed cash offer on your home within 24 hours. And that, Craig, I changed my radio, my billboards, everywhere now is guaranteed cash offer on your home.
Well, look, that's really you're making the iBuyer offer now that the iBuyers are out of town.
Yes. There's a big, so in every crisis, there's always an opportunity, right? So in fact, the word crisis is made of the word danger and opportunity. So well, everybody else, and this is really good opportunities because most real estate agents are focusing on the danger. They're focusing on the death. I mean, but then there's a lot of opportunities. The opportunities here, think about it, Craig, 22 million people file unemployment, 5.25 people file an unemployment this week alone. So the people who either lost their job, there's a lot of people that have to sell their home. So they need people like you. This is why this OSA workshop is so critical, because what you are doing here, you are empowering real estate agents to be able to help homeowners that's in distress. Like the economy needs you, your country needs you.
Yes. You're serving your clients, you're serving your country. There is always opportunity in the best and worst of times. And Kristen Stampini and I talked about that. All right, well, we're gonna continue on so we can get through everybody here, Rudy, but we will come back to you again. For everybody watching this, type your questions, but who they're to. So you need to type in, I have a question for Rudy, I have a question for Michael, I have a question, type in the name of the person you have the question for, and we'll go to those. But let's next go to Shelly. Shelly, what's happening in your marketplace? Okay, we need the mic on, Shelly. There we go.
That would help.
Now, I like how you're sitting right outside your office there.
Yes, I'm actually right outside the base, as you can see right there.
Yes.
So we're in Fort Hood, Texas, guys. So our market's a little bit unique. Our typical buyer seller, they're transitioning every 2 to 3 years. Well, right now we're in a unique situation where they have paused all PCS moves. So that has been something new for us. So while we have buyers and sellers who are wanting—
By the way, Shelly, just to interrupt for a second, has that ever happened before?
No, not since I've been in real estate, where they paused just absolute from one day to another, just stopped all PCS moves.
So what are you doing to get through this? What things have you changed?
Well, because of the town that we're in, we're used to doing the virtual tours. We have a lot of soldiers who are coming in from overseas, Germany, Korea, those duty stations coming our way. So we were used to doing virtual tours for them. We have a lot of clients who bite sight on scene all the time. The unique situation, like we have a client right now who actually still closed. They're stuck in Germany. They had all their personal items shipped to the US. We have no idea where they're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
But they're stuck in Germany with no furniture, nothing, but they closed on their home. They just actually closed on it this week. But we've had some serious adjustments to make, Craig, on getting better and better at the virtual tours, the video tours for them. As before, what we used to do is actually go to the property and do it right then and there. Well, now we're being more proactive. We have our YouTube channel with all of our listings. All of them have the video tours, and we're just sending them to the buyers. Look, you don't have to be here. Here it is. We're guiding you through the home. So Corona has actually made us notice that we can get better and better at these items.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. You know, Rudy talked about in every crisis there's an opportunity.
Absolutely.
What do you think is the opportunity here? What do you think will come out of this is when you look back at it and go, well, you know what, we became really good at this or that?
Definitely getting better at doing this with our clients right here. Teaching our team that it's how to present to a client in this type of scenario instead of, hey, the client can't meet right now. Well, that's okay. They can't drive into our office, but guess what? If we can get better at this, we can still convert the clients. So we've seen that even though we're in coronavirus right now in this unique scenario, our business is still thriving. I mean, it's just going. We're booking appointments left and right. Buyers need to buy and sellers need to move.
That has not changed. Just like people need to eat. I mean, there's essential. We're an essential service.
Absolutely.
All right, Shelly. Thank you very much. That's Shelly Sellis from Fort Hood, Texas. Shelly, we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Let's go over to Oklahoma. Wally Kerr. What's happening in Oklahoma, Wally?
You know, from home, I normally call it mission control because I get a lot done at home and don't have as many interruptions. But today it's called Mission Corona. So that's what's going on in Oklahoma today.
Where are you located from Norman, Oklahoma? How far?
That's where I am. I'm actually
you are Norman. Okay, so I thought so because my son was watching something on the worst tornadoes ever, and you know, like the tornado central headquarters is in Norman. I thought that's where you live. So
yeah. So we're known for tornadoes and Boomer Sooner football. OU. This is my home office. So
well, hang on, and one more thing, Wally Kerr. That's the other thing. The Norman.
There we go.
Oklahoma.
That's right. And Wally Kerr. Yeah.
Wally
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, man.
Okay, so So Wally, you've been in real estate for a long time. Like the rest of us, we've never seen anything quite like this. I mean, you've seen a lot of stuff, right? When this started happening, you're probably thinking, I've seen a lot of things, but I haven't seen anything like this. What changes have you made? How did you, what were you thinking when this happened, and what changes you made to your business to keep things going?
Yeah, I think you just always have to look at opportunities. You just got to be a positive thinker and think about what can you do to take advantage of the opportunities. So what I did was I scribbled down just a few things that I haven't heard mentioned over the last 3 days. I've got a quick list so that I can share and let you move on. So we're taking advantage of people at home right now. See, I've been in the business such a long time that I've got an enormous number of past customers who already know the service that we provide. And everybody knows 5 or 6 people they're going to sell during a year's time. So whether it's listings or whether it's buyers, we're taking advantage of people being at home now, Craig. There's no soccer in the evenings. People aren't going to movies. They're not going to church, not going to sporting events, and they're not dining out. So it gives us a great opportunity to actually connect with those people. In the past, I was always trying to catch past customers, say at drive time between 5 and 5:45. But they're home so much now that you can call in the evenings. They're happy to hear from you. All you have to do is call up and say, how are you guys doing? Isn't this a crazy time? And shut up. And they'll just talk. Gives us an opportunity to ask for referrals, and it gives us an opportunity to promote our worthy cause in doing so. So I think that's been one of the greatest opportunities for me and my team right now.
Yeah, and what you just said would not happen if things were like normal, because we're crazy running around doing these things. So you've got this downtime, and you're realizing. Does everyone get this? Wally is realizing something very simple but profound, which is his biggest asset is the goodwill he has with his clients and his past clients. So he's spending his time doing something he can, and that's the lesson I think we all want to learn is, okay, there's a lot of we focus immediately on all the things we can't do, but here's a great example of Wally saying, but here is a list of things I can do, and I can do these very, very well. And I know you do you do a ton of training with your team, and you all do. And I want to say this to all the team members. You are so lucky to be part of the teams of these leaders in front of you, because as being a team leader, let me say this to everybody. If you're on a team, and you're looking at your team leader and you think this is easy, I'm going to tell you it is not. The sacrifices that the team leaders make, the behind the scenes stuff that you do not see, that you may not appreciate. I have worked with these people for a long, long time. They have made a personal sacrifice financially, their time in education. They go to the end of the earth to make this business environment that all our outside sales agents and inside sales agents, we get to benefit from. So sometimes, I would see this in my outside sales agents and my inside sales agents. They would think, well, this is pretty easy. It's not easy being the leader, believe me. You guys do a great, great job, and you've made a wonderful environment for your team so they can go in and they can do the parts of this that they're really, really good at. And what happens is everybody thrives. And that's what a team is all about. The benefits of the team help everybody. And I know you've built a very strong team in your office there, and you've worked very, very hard at getting the best people and giving them the best tools and the best training, Wally. So I want to commend you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. So our agents average 30 to 35 deals each per year. And I've got producers that do 50, 60, 70. So we've got a really, really awesome team. One of the things we've been working on a lot is relational selling. So this is one of the things we've talked about in recent Platt seminars. And I think Todd would love to hear this is, most of the sales, 80% of your sales occur on the 5th to 12th follow-up call. It's such a great opportunity right now to catch people at home, just like catching our past customers in our sphere of influence. You really have to build real estate into being relational selling instead of just selling a commodity or transactional selling where you're just trying to run out and just sell one home. It is so hard to pick up a Zillow lead. And I've told my team, and they really understand this, they are really, really awesome. And that is, you pick up a Zillow lead and you literally, if they buy the first home they look at, you're sitting with a stranger at closing 30 days later. You never really had a chance to build that relationship with them. So we're really taking the opportunity now that people are home and will answer the telephone to go in and catch them and work on these relationships that sometimes take 90 days or even 6 months or 12 months before they buy. Because by the time they come to town, they're more likely to sign a buyer broker agreement happily. And now you're working with somebody that really trusts.
That's an interesting way to look at it. So, the follow-up, the weeks and months of follow-up are giving you an opportunity to build a strong relationship, where the slam dunk lead out of Zillow that buys right away, you really don't have that opportunity.
Yeah, and these are the people that will refer you in the future because they do trust you and because you worked with them and you gave them so much care. It sounds a little daunting. Let's face it, we'd all like to have the low-hanging fruit. And some of that's going to come along, but part of this business is nurturing and working us with prospects and making it relational selling. And I think that if we focus on that, there'll be many happy returns in the future, as far as getting referrals.
So Wally, here's a question. What makes Wally Kerr, what makes you tick? Because, there's a lot of agents in your market, in all your marketplaces, and their reaction to this crisis was very different than our leaders. Okay. Their reaction is, I give up. How many agents do you know, panel, in your marketplace? You see, you can tell, you look at them, they've given up. That's a reaction that at least half of the agents, in my opinion, half of the agents has given up. And the other half, or maybe it's less than half, they're like, I got to figure this out. You have figured this out your entire career. You've been through recessions, you've been through good times, you've been through bad times. Oil plays an important part in your marketplace as well, right?
Yeah, it does. And it's down. But you know what? I joined you 13 years ago. I'm still with you. Try to make every single conference. There's a reason I haven't left this program, because we're just so innovative here and we share and we're doing the things, and these panels are great. So it's been a great relationship, and I'll be with you for as long as I'm in real estate, Craig, and appreciate everything you've done, that you do for all of us, the opportunities you give us, the sharing. I'll let you move on to somebody else so I don't talk too much.
All right. Thanks so much, Wally. Okay. Let's go to Steve and Jessica. How you doing, Steve and Jessica?
We're doing great.
We're doing great. Thanks, Craig.
Great. Tell everybody a little bit about who you are, where you're from.
We are a husband-wife team. We own a brokerage in Tumwater, Washington. Tumwater, we're really close to Olympia, which is the capital of Washington. So majority of our market is government workers. So we are actually really lucky because our unemployment is really low here. So we have taken this time to, while a lot of our competition is throwing their hands up and saying we can't and no, and we're not allowed to show, we took this time to.
Isn't it amazing how many realtors are talking about what they can't do?
I love it.
I can't do that. I can't do this.
Yeah.
And they will actually argue, I'm not allowed. And they actually believe they're not allowed to do way more than they're even not allowed, which is okay.
Oh,
absolutely.
We have broker owners that are whistleblowing us saying, you can't be doing that. You can't be out showing properties. You better take that video down from Facebook of you, doing demonstrations on putting on gloves and sanitizer, just because, the competition. We love that.
Right. So in other words, they don't want to work. So they made the decision not going to work. So they're upset that you're going to work. Now, Washington State had kind of the first outbreak of this. So, like this happened like to you first, right? Like Washington State was the epicenter of when this first started. So, what were you thinking right away, and how did you adapt?
Well, we took the words can't, and we started saying, what can we do? And not only have we haven't let up on any of our pay-per-clicks or our ads, but we dove into our existing database. We made every person on our team, including all of our staff, an ISA. And it was everybody's job to call our existing clients and call maybe leads that we never got in touch with and just say, we're here for you. Is there anything we can do to help you?
Love it. Everyone's on the phone. That's the plan. That's the
Everybody's on
plan.
the phone.
Everyone's on the phone. I love that response.
And we're putting the R back in contact, so that we can get some contracts. And so we're calling the database, we're calling the elderly. Hey, can we go to the grocery store for you? Is there anything that we can do? Because it's serious. They got to be on lockdown. We're coming out of the curve now, but that was just how the approach was: get in front of everybody. We've got 30,000 people in our database, so there's enough people for everybody in the office to call.
Yeah.
Right. You don't need any new leads at that point. Just call the people we have. Right.
Right.
Another thing we did was we have a lot of neighborhoods. We develop, we represent a developer. So we did deliveries like flower pots to the entire neighborhood. That's something we're allowed to do. We're allowed to be outside. We have gloves on. And we wanted to bring light and cheer to the doom and gloom. Our team made hand sanitizer, and we delivered that to our past clients. We're just trying to be creative on how we stay in front of people. And another thing that we've tried to do, or we've kind of tested with our marketing, is we use a lot of the Proctor system, like the 27 seller tips and the 5,000 buyer guarantee. We just renamed it the
COVID-19 27 seller tips. And so what we did is we tracked it, and we tracked the results. And as soon as we added COVID to any of our videos, it went through the roof. People started filling out, leaving their name, leaving their phone number. And so those leads, they were raising their hand. And so that's what we've been doing every day. Jessica and I do a video.
So smart. Everything becomes just add COVID to it, because that's what people are thinking about. Okay.
Right.
We've just renamed our marketing. And we even have a COVID seller stimulus package. It's something that we already
changed
offer.
out all of our A boards at the office, because we've got a great storefront with a lot of traffic. So our A boards out front for people when they are driving by, contact for the COVID stimulus package. And
we're amazed at how steady we've been able to be, because again, people want to talk to somebody who's positive and wants to help and knows what they're doing. We know what our restrictions are in the market as realtors, and we know what we're capable of doing, and we're happy to do that for our customers.
Well, thank you so much for sharing here, guys. We'll come back to when we get to our questions. Next, let's go to Harrison Wolfington. Harrison, how you doing today?
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Tell everybody where you're from, a little bit about yourself.
So I'm Harrison Wolfington, and I have two partners, Nate Laughlin and Mike Laughlin. We're a team of 6 salespeople with 5 great support staff, and we're out of Central Maine.
Central Maine. Okay, so you're kind of close to Nathan Clark.
Yeah.
He's left a few houses for you to sell over in that area?
Right. Yeah, he hasn't come up that far north yet. Thankfully.
Now, Stephen King, does he live in Maine?
Yeah, in Bangor, a little bit further north.
Okay, so I have a second house in Florida, and he lives down the street from me.
Oh yeah.
So if I see him, I'll say hi to him for you.
Yeah, yeah.
So what did you think when all this went down? Like, what changes did you make? How are you managing?
So we work a lot of different lead types, and we do still have quite a bit of leads coming in. So our focus really was, or our goal was just to stay focused, and we can still go out and show properties. We can still list properties. Our state is in stay-at-home order, but we're considered essential.
Okay.
And I did some.
Now, are you okay? Even though you can go out and show property, are you finding the buyers less reluctant, or the sellers are like, I don't want anyone in my house, or how are you handling that?
So I don't think so. I mean, our marketplace is still pretty hot. I looked at the stats yesterday, and sales from March 2019 to March 2020, they're up 42% in our county. So
really, you've been less affected by this. I'm not going to say.
It seems like it so far. I mean, it seems like it. We don't have the crazy COVID spike that they see in other places. Right. So the buyers, it's a very strong. We only have 2.7 months of inventory, so pretty strong.
Okay, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time asking you what you're doing differently, because your answer is really nothing. Like we're rock and rolling. So let me ask you this: you've been on this training here for the last couple of days. Share with everybody some of your takeaways. What did you like about this? What was a big ha-ha for you?
I mean, overall, just to be able to come to the program and the trainings and see all these different things that everybody else is doing, to not just limp along through what's going on, but to try to excel and grab some more market share has been extremely helpful for me. I've got pages and pages of notes. I mean, I was taking down notes just during this lunch break, you know, the adding COVID-19 to advertising, relational selling versus selling a commodity. It's just, there's too much, you know, I could go on and on.
Well, thank you very much for being part of the Titanium Group. I really appreciate it, Harrison. We're going to move now to Jillian. How you doing, Jillian?
Thank you.
I'm doing good, Craig. Thank you. How are you?
Good. So what's going on in Florida?
A lot of the same for us. I mean, we've been selling property virtually from day one because a lot of our clients are overseas or Canada. So this isn't new to us, really. We've been doing this before. And unlike Kristen, we didn't wait for people to come into town. We did buyer profiles and VIP buyers, etc., when we got in contact with them, because a lot of people still bought prior to even seeing a house. The big change for us really is the fact that, of course, we're so close to Disney that nobody at this very moment in time is wanting to buy a home with an income property. So we've changed our focus strongly to the selling market and working with using the exchange rate as a leverage to encourage people to sell their home and also solve a problem for them. You know, because
okay, so people that are domiciled in another country and they've got a second home in Florida.
Correct.
You're saying the U.S. dollar is very strong right now. This might be a good time to sell.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're working figures out for them for what they actually paid for the home when they purchased it, what the exchange rate was then, and actually, even if they're selling the house for a little less, how much money they're still going to make on it
in their currency.
Correct.
Good. That's smart.
Or the fact that they can take that money and still leave it in the USA and invest it into, a cash flow property somewhere else.
Hey, I saw that. I saw the picture of Paul in your little mail house there. Tell us about your mailing. I mean, he looked like he was working hard.
Absolutely. We've sent out over 3,500 mails this week.
Nice.
So, but we focus on mailing to absentee owners, absentee people that live in Canada, people that live in Europe, people that live in the UK. We focus on that because the majority of agents don't do that. And we, as I say, we solve problems for them in the sense of that something that they're seeing as a panic because that property is now not generating money for them. We're changing it into a positive is to look how much equity you've got in this property if we sell it now for you.
Let me ask you this. Do you think so, being Canadian and having a house in Florida, so like right now, I'm not even allowed to go to Florida, right? Mm-hmm. So unless it's essential travel, the US-Canadian border is closed. Correct. So I could FedEx you something or we could do a package that commercial will go through. But do you think when this is over or because of this, that all these clients that you have that have vacation homes in Florida, do you think they're going to be less reluctant to sell? And maybe they're thinking, well, maybe we won't be using this house as much, or maybe we don't want to risk it or whatever. And that's a reason why they also might be thinking of selling it in addition to the exchange rate.
Yeah, I mean, there might be. I mean, obviously people will, they're in panic mode at the moment. That's all you can say really is that this home is sat in Florida and it's not generating the income it should have done, especially over Easter. Because of course Disney and everything's closed. But I think that will go away. I mean, we had this same issue, Craig, with the recession, and it's just convincing people that this is not done. I mean, the mouse that lives down the road from us is not going to go away. He's going to open his doors again soon, and everything will come back to normal again, I'm sure.
I will say hi to Paul. Thank you very much for being with us here today.
No problem. Will do.
Okay, this is a wonderful panel. I love seeing you guys. Let's see. Hey, let's go to Vinny next. Vinny, what's up, my man?
Hey, hey, Craig, how are you?
Great. I've got those pictures of you and I at the Blue Jays game.
Oh yeah, that was
a lot of fun.
Thanks for hosting this. This has been amazing. Team's been loving it, so thank you so much.
Hey, share with everyone a little bit about you, where you're from.
So I'm in Maryland. We cover quite a bit of the state. We originally started just covering Baltimore Metro, but we've really grown over the years. We've got a team of 16 people, both sales and administrative support, and been with Craig since '06. So been around quite a while, and business has just grown over the years. So, but business has been good. I mean, the market's still moving along here.
What did you do in transactions last year?
We did, I believe, around 170, about 1.56 million.
Nice. And '06, when you and I met, what were you doing then?
Oh gosh, probably about maybe about $100,000 in GCI, somewhere in that range. Okay. I don't remember the number of transactions.
All right, so we've had a good journey together.
Yes, very good.
All right, so I'm not aware of how bad or not bad COVID-19 is in Maryland. What's going on there?
So it's definitely had an impact in the sense of the people that don't have to move are not moving. The people that don't have to buy are not buying. But there's still a lot of people out there that have been planning this for years or months. They're retiring, or they have life events that are happening, and they're still out there. That's
your target right there. That's
your
target.
Absolutely, yeah. So I mean, we're still getting multiple offers. We had one property that just went under contract for $27,000 over list price. And the market is still moving along pretty good for the motivated buyers and sellers.
All right. So are you doing your presentations via Zoom, or what? How have you changed your presentation? Are you still going out and showing people? Is it business as normal?
It depends on the client. So we have we've implemented some new programs. We have what we're calling our Clean Home program, and this is for buyers and sellers that are still wanting to go look at properties, or sellers that are okay with having people come through their property. But we have a series of protocols.
Okay, so how do you make me feel safe if I'm a buyer or seller? I'd prefer to go look at the property, but how do I feel safe?
So if you are okay with actually physically going in the property, our agents have protocols where they wear gloves. We wipe down the lockbox before we access the key. We give them instructions on social distancing. If the sellers are there, we're instructing the sellers to not have any contact with our clients. We're also instructing our clients not to touch anything in the house. We are providing them with gloves as well in the event that they do happen to touch something. Our agents are opening doors, turning on light switches, so they're the primary person that is touching everything in the house. When we leave, we're wiping lockbox down, disposing of the gloves securely, and just making sure that there's as little contact as possible.
Okay. Now, do you recommend the sellers vacate during the showing, or does that not matter?
So if it's our seller, yes, if they're living in the property, we are.
Maybe the sellers want to vacate. Maybe they don't want to be there during the showing. Okay, now Okay, so I want to list my house. Do I want you over to my house, or can we do this virtually? And if you're going to come to my house, like if I'm concerned about this, how do you alleviate my concerns? How are we going to do this without me being afraid I'm going to get something?
Sure. And again, it all goes back to the client and what their wishes are. We're letting everybody know that we have everything from us being able to physically go to the property and practice safe social distancing and having gloves on, and to actually doing everything virtually. So where we can meet with them, we've trained our staff on how to meet with our clients virtually. So and do contracts and basically do the entire presentation virtually. So we're letting our clients know that whatever your level of concern is, we have a program to be able to allow you to achieve your goals by still keeping you safe.
Okay, we're talking about the clients here. Let's switch to your team members. Do you have team members, outside sales agents that are saying, Vinny, you know what? I don't really feel comfortable going out with buyers. I don't feel comfortable going to the seller's house. How do we make our team members feel safe? How do we handle that?
So for us, it's training and teaching them safe practices. So we have a buyer agent protocol, a seller agent protocol that we've sent out to all of our agents for them to sign off on. That we're instructing them how to safely communicate with our clients. All of our agents seem to be fine. We have one agent that is that's undergoing some chemotherapy, so she's at high risk, so she's not actually physically meeting with anybody. But everybody else has been okay with meeting with our clients.
Vinny, what's the opportunity here?
So, I mean, for us, the opportunity is being that voice in the community, letting everybody know that, hey, we have solutions. The world is not ending. While a lot of agents and companies are telling their clients, hey, don't sell your house now, we're saying, hey, this is a great time to sell your house. And that is the message that we're delivering for the people that need to sell, that want to sell. We have programs available. I think the other opportunity for us is having access to people that are not really sure what to do in the marketplace, that have real estate experience. We're saying, hey, we're hiring, come over to us. And we're getting opportunities to interview people that I don't think we'd have had those opportunities without COVID-19.
Right. Your operation's very attractive to other agents that may not have considered you before.
Right. Yeah. And they're excited. So they come in and they're like, oh my gosh, this is not what's happening at our brokerage.
Right.
Like, people are freaking out. You guys have systems, you've got things in place.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be here.
Yeah, well, it's in times like this that people want leaders. The clients want leadership. The agents want leadership, and you guys are providing it. All right, thanks, Vinny, so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're going to go to Phil, who is brand new in the Titanium program. Drum roll for Phil. Phil, welcome.
Thank you. Don't pick on the new kid.
No, I saved the best to last, man. Tell us a little bit about you, Phil, and where you're from, just so everybody knows a little bit about you.
Yeah, we are in Jacksonville, Florida. We got a small team of 10 folks, and we're kind of the base hit business. We're average sale being $275,000, and we helped 120 folks last year buy, sell, or invest in real estate. We got involved in the Craig Proctor system about 18 months ago, and started in coaching, and then went to Platinum, and then really decided to jump into Titanium. We're super excited about it. What I found is that all my friends at the conferences were folks that were in Titanium, the people that invested in us, in our team, and we became friends, went to dinner with them, and they invested in us, and we're hoping to be able to give back as well. And a real shout out to you and Todd for what you've built here. This is really the Craig Proctor System Peer Advisory Group. It's a group of folks who really care about each other and want to help each other regardless of where they're at in the country. And so this has really been something special for us.
Well said. We love the people we attract. We do certain things to attract people, just like all of you as real estate agents are doing specific marketing to jump prospects through hoops. And our goal is we want to work with the best buyers and sellers. And so, the people that we have attracted through this system is what make this so great. I mean, you guys, it takes on a life of its own. The sharing that you do, you've become best friends. This is just bigger and better than anything that Todd and I ever could have imagined, and it's because of you folks. You guys are the icing on the cake that make it so much fun. And then to be able to do something you love, and surround yourself with friends and great people that are all like-minded and helping each other. It's very cool. So I want to thank you, Phil, for being a Titanium member. tell us a little bit about what's going on in Jacksonville. I think Florida was a little bit late to the party on sort of the stay-at-home stuff. How has this affected your biz?
Well, you know, the National Association of Realtors did a study, and they said the first week of March or thereabouts, they said, you know, they surveyed folks and said, hey, are you still planning on making a real estate related move? And 90% of the people said yes. And then 2 weeks later, that number got cut in half. And so for us, it really didn't happen until Governor DeSantis, you know, kind of shut us down and said, or didn't really shut us down, we're still essential, but said, hey, you know, stay at home. And so we felt a fairly good impact on our leading indicators, the appointments that we're running. And so I had a conversation with Todd, and that led to another conversation with Tim Evans regarding message to market. Your message to market is, we talked about what was working, what wasn't, and the message to market was wrong. And so going to Rudy's point, he said, you know, specifically, we need to be a cash offer because the iBuyers are out of our market, out of the market. And so that's what we're in the process of implementing, both with the radio ads that we're doing, as well as the social media that we're really just getting launched. And you know, the omnipresence is where we need to be. I think Jessica and Steve crushed it when they talked about that. Being, you've got everything COVID. I love that idea of everything is COVID-19. And that's the way we got to get the right message out to the audience that is panicked and fear is frozen right now.
Well said. Are you doing a lot of virtual listing and buyer presentations?
Yes. Yeah. Most every single place. We don't have a whole lot of places we can meet with them. So
have you mastered it?
We're getting better at it. Every time we get on Zoom, we find a new button that.
So did you? Okay, so were you doing the presentations and then teaching your outside sales agents how to, like, were you leading by example?
Yes, yeah. So myself and our lead listing agent we've been doing some of this before COVID-19, but we've really perfected the process and. Using a lot of the tools that we've gotten from the Proctor systems. Yeah.
Okay. Last question. We have a lot of people typing in, you know, what is the Titanium program? Do you have to have a specific income to join Titanium? Why did you decide to move from the coaching program to Platinum to Titanium all within 18 months? Why did you decide to do that?
It's just about value. You know, there's so much that you can do, you know, with over 3,000 files in the Craig Proctor system. It's focus and is finding the value that really fits our need. You know, we're a sphere-based business. 70% of our business is from our past sphere. So, you know, really diving into the referral marketing system and getting the omnipresence going so that we can get our presence online. I had like zero presence online before Craig Proctor & Associates. And we still were doing over 100 houses a year. So plussing what we were doing. And so it's really, I think Titanium is about two things. One is being hyper-focused with having Todd as my coach. And then the second piece is the peer advisory group. These folks that you see here and every day at noon this week is having a group of folks that are a small group that is very well connected so that we can identify, hey, I'm struggling with this. What are you guys doing with this challenge that's going on right now?
Yeah, these guys are the Warren Buffetts of the real estate industry. You know, if I'm investing, I can sit, you know, next to the guy that lost money last year in the stock market, or I can sit, if I have my choice, I can hang around with people that are making a lot of money doing the thing I want to do. That's the table I want to sit at. Well, I want to welcome you, Phil, to Titanium. And we're going to take some questions now. We also have Mr. Todd Walters back from lunch. Todd, what'd you have for lunch today?
I had, you know what, some green beans and a little.
I don't think he was expecting that. He's like, I had,
yeah.
he had green beans. Okay, well, that's eating healthy.
Yeah,
so
veggies.
All right. Well, I'm going to go to my lunch break here in a minute, but we've got some questions for our panel. So we're going to let Andrea. Andrea has been monitoring the questions, the awesome Andrea. So let's take some questions and tell us who the question is for, please, Andrea.
Well, one of the most popular questions we had, it was for various members of our panel, was the divorce ads. Everybody wants to start running those divorce ads. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll break it down to these 3 questions about the divorce ads. Where are you running them? How are you following up? Because that could be tricky, calling a household who might be getting a divorce. And are you using different mediums? Where are you getting these messages from?
Okay, whoever wants to take that, raise your hand. And by the way, I was reading that in China, the divorce rate skyrocketed after this this COVID-19 stuff. I don't know, maybe that tells you something. People, too much time together, I don't know. But who would like to handle, the question was, where are you running these divorce ads, right? Where was that the question? Where are you running them?
That's right. What medium are they using to run the divorce ads? And then secondly, how are y'all handling the follow-up?
Well, the follow-up would be the same as always. The only difference with the follow-up, I'm going to say this. You know how I train you to say, hi, this is Craig Proctor with RE/MAX. And, you know, the reason I'm calling is I received your request for whatever. With the divorce campaign, you got to be really careful because I do not want to be telling the other spouse that didn't order that report that their other spouse requested a divorce report. So, you know, most cases I would be specific, right? Most cases I would say, you know, oh, hi, Susan, this is Craig Proctor with ABC Realty. And the reason I'm calling is because I received a request for specific thing. But since I'm not sure, especially if, you know, if Susan ordered it and I call Susan and a man's voice answered, I'm just going to say, this is Craig with ABC Realty, and Susan had requested some real estate information. Okay, just be careful with that because I don't want to be telling the other spouse that, you know, the divorce report's been requested. So that's how I would call or follow up. That's how I'd follow up. But where the answer to where to advertise it would be everywhere that works. Am I right, guys? So if it works on Instagram, you run it on Instagram. If it works on Facebook, you run it on Facebook. If it runs in your newsletter, you use it everywhere. So anyone want to add to that?
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right, Craig. So it's everywhere. You test it everywhere, just like you talk about all the time. Flyers, right? When you put different homes and then you put different classified or, you know, different ads, Instagram, Facebook, Google. It's all the same thing that you did, Craig. It's just testing it across
direct mail. Yeah. Okay, let's take the next question.
This next question is for Rudy, and I'm not sure how detailed he's going to be able to be because it's quite a lengthy question. They want you to explain your cash offer within 24 hours.
Well, that's just the guaranteed sale program. But Rudy, anything you want to add to that?
Yes, guys, it's been on the coaching side for the past 3 decades. So if you go to the coaching side, click on the button that says advertising or something, and then under USP ads, it's right there. The certificate is right there. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. It's been there. It's nothing new. It's been there. So that's one. The second one for the people for the platinum members that's in my office here, we develop a relationship with over 250 investors. Then you can do that yourself too, right? So wherever you are, you look for, there's a lot of investors, including you, your past, the families, your clients that you helped in the past, for example, your own family members. Like Greg was talking about yesterday, people are losing money on the stock markets. So this is a good opportunity for people to get into deals, right? So this is how you build your own database of investors, including your own. So now you run the ads that says guaranteed cash offer on your home, no open house, no showings, nothing. So when the owner calls us, we'll just give an offer on the home. So it could be from yourself. So it's a many derivative, right? The basic one is what's been on the coaching side since the beginning of time.
Move your head just to the side, Rudy.
Which side?
Move, yeah, right. I just want to see what it says behind you.
You want me to move?
Just yeah, what's it say? It says your home sold, guaranteed realty. Well, hang on a second. I go down to Shelley. What do I see in the bottom corner there? Your home sold, guaranteed realty.
Oh.
I go over to Jillian. What do I see behind her? Your home sold. Mike, your home sold, guaranteed. What's behind Todd? Your home sold. Yes, this is called having a unique selling proposition. Kristen, where's yours? Kristen, I need your
selling proposition.
You need to have a unique selling proposition. When you understand the power of setting yourself apart, the power of offering what it is that buyers and sellers really want, we use it a lot, and we call our company that because when you Google Rudy, it doesn't say Rudy the Remax agent. It says Rudy, your home sold, guaranteed realty, and that's what sellers want. Okay, let's take another question.
Well, this is actually the final question we got today, and it's for Kristen. We have a lot of people wanting to know what is on the checkoff list behind you. Speaking of backgrounds.
Can't hear you.
So that is just our virtual assistant stuff. So I'm doing a lot of podcasts and stuff with, education, which has been awesome. So I'm having, just like what Craig does behind him, the virtual assistant stuff behind us. So
we could do an entire session on podcasts.
Yeah. So we've been killing it with podcasts, and it's all around COVID. And so I've got doctors, attorneys, CPA, lender, unbelievable feedback, education.
Hey, everyone, let's hear it for our panel. If you enjoyed this, let us know. We're going to continue on with Todd Walters. We got an amazing Friday afternoon. I know it's still morning on the West Coast, but Friday afternoon here on the East Coast. So I'm going to go grab some lunch. I'm going to turn it over to Todd. Panelists, thank you so much for being you and for being here and sharing with everyone. Let's let them know how much we appreciate it, everybody. Thank you.
Amazing people right there now. Amazing peeps. Hey, I want to thank all of you guys. It was great hearing from you. I've been in the background listening. So you guys are just on it. And I love the fact that you guys are sharing so much of what's working, how it's working with your peeps and your team. That's killer. All right, let's get it on. This might help some of you guys are asking what Craig was referring to. Okay, so you can kind of see the levels of this Craig Proctor system. This is the ladder. This is it, man. So this is these are everyone that we have on today. Okay, on this meeting, and Craig even invited some folks that were coming to one of the super conferences who couldn't make it there. So, but that's it right there. That's what you're looking at. Okay, so we've been hearing from primarily over the last 3 days on our panel these folks right here. Here's what's awesome about these guys is we all started, including Todd Walters, started right here, Craig Proctor Coaching. Okay, we all started there. Okay, and we've just kind of grown up here in this system. That's where it's at. Platinum would represent our largest group of members. Okay, so if you're interested in checking that out, you're welcome to do that. richagentsystem.com is how you want to do that. Rich. I like that word, by the way, richagentsystem.com. Something we all want. So I love showing this, especially to team members, outside sales agents, inside sales agents, administrative people, so that they get it. They get that what they've connected themselves to is someone who believes in investment into the business. Okay, the value of coaching, the value of training, and the value of exclusivity. Remember now, this system that we're using is very, very exclusive. Like you're not gonna leave here and go find this elsewhere. Pioneers in the industry. Talked about, how about this? The first real estate brokerage with a unique selling proposition built into the brokerage name. It only makes sense. So you guys get it. But anyway, I wanted to share that with you since I had that brochure handy. Before we get rolling on the listing presentation, this book here that Craig and I collaborated with a lot of those Titanium members that you guys are listening to. This book I got in my hand there, you guys can see me. We make the case in that book that you really either should be on a super profitable sales team or have your own. Okay, does everybody get it? Now, here's what I mean by that. Most of these Titanium members have a real estate sales team. Okay, and the reason we share that and say that is that the solo practitioner, okay, the person operating all by themselves. Let me give you an example. Let's say I had somebody on my team and they came to me one day and they said, Todd, it's been really great working with you, but I want to go and do my own thing. And I'm like, okay, do you want to grow your own real estate sales team business? No, I just want to go be an agent. I'm like, you sure you want to do that? Okay. And I'll have a hard conversation with them about it. Okay. I don't want to keep anyone from achieving their hopes and dreams. I want to empower people to do that. Okay. And, but I'm telling you that it's very, very hard being a solopreneur. It's so hard because you got to compete with people like me. You got to compete with people like you've seen here. All right. And here's what you're going to find out about peeps that you've been watching over the last 3 days. They're not into competing. You guys got it? They're not into competing whatsoever. They're into dominating. And the reason is because they believe they're the best at helping people to get their home sold for the most amount of money within their time frame with the least amount of hassle. You guys got it? So when you have that kind of belief lid, you go all in to achieve that. But when you're a solopreneur, a solo practitioner, I certainly understand it because I've been there. It's hard. It's hard to be all things to all people. And when you try to be all things to all people, you dilute your effectiveness and you become less sold on your ability to go all in to help people. That's why we wrote the book. Okay. So another big shout out to all of you outside sales agents and inside salespeople where your team leader said, get on this training. You're going to get a full transparent view of what's happening with this system that we're glued to, that we're working on implementing. And it's going to take all of us. I heard Sarah talking about this. Hey, I want to give credit to my team. It takes all of us to achieve the thing that we most want to achieve. Everybody get it? No one person can help people to the level that they most want to be helped. Trust me, and you'll know this from doing it as a solo person. You always leave a little something on the table. Okay, like, yeah, I wasn't able to get to that because, I'm glad my customer didn't notice that kind of thing. All right, so I want to encourage you, since you're here, continue to go up that ladder, go all in. If you're a Craig Proctor system member, if you're a team member, go all in with that team. Find out how you can best help more people. It takes all of us. All right, you guys like it? All right, beautiful. All right, let's get back to the presentation now that we're settled back in. It's on the East Coast. It's pushing 1:30. We're going to wrap this thing up today at 5. All right, and I want to try to get into the sales and the servicing side of this. Okay, so we're going to get moving on it. You guys ready? All right. So to set up our benefits presentation. Okay, to set this up, let's take a look at a few tips. You guys ready to rock? Let's do it. Okay. Then we'll move to the actual benefits presentation and get through that. Can everybody see okay? Can you see me okay, Kelly? Looks like I'm broadcasting. All right, here we go. So we've got a little PowerPoint here that I want to share with you guys. Okay. We're going to call this 10 tips to be highly effective with your presentations. Okay. As a matter of fact, let me just, I'm going to scroll through them here really fast. Did you get it? Did you guys get that? All right. I'm going to drill down one-on-one, one at a time. All right. So number 1, establish eye contact with all parties. Okay. So when you're going on your presentations or you're doing these over Zoom, establish eye contact. That's hard to do over a Zoom meeting because you're looking at a little bitty tiny circle. Everybody got it? Have you noticed that a lot of times you catch people looking at their screen and they're not looking at the camera? Like, for example, right now, I'm looking at the camera, which means I'm looking into your eyes. But as soon as I do this, I'm looking down at my monitor, which is a good distance below the camera eye. Okay, so think that through, because when you're in your meeting, okay, here's a tactic that I would use. Let's say I'm talking to you right now and I've got your eye contact, and then I would draw attention to what I wanted to look at and have you look at it too. If you'll look on the slide here, you see that? Now everybody looks at it. Now I've got a chance to move my eyes around a little bit. Again, this is sales skills, okay, that we all want to be aware of. So you guys got it? Make eye contact. But this ain't this ain't a stare down contest. Okay, you guys got it? All right. It's not a stare down contest. And we don't want to, hey, let's say that you're talking to husband and wifey there. Okay, guys, I know she's, kind of cute there. It ain't a stare contest. He's not going to like that. Ladies, when you're on your appointments, I know he's sort of good looking there, but wifey doesn't like you involved in that stare contest. You got it? Make sure you divide eye contact among all the parties. Okay. All righty. Number 2, go in slow and read your audience. So here's what I think you should do. When you get to the listing appointment or prior to your Zoom call, I want you to send them a DISC personality test. So you walk into their house, you give them the DISC test, and you say, okay, Mr. and Miss Seller, please take this DISC test right now. I'm going to go look around at your home. And then when I get back, I'm going to know exactly how to sell you. Okay. I'm just kidding. I see some people are writing that down. Oh, that's a great idea. No, I'm just joking. You've got to be that. You got to be that knowledgeable at it that they don't need to take the test for you to know their personal concept. That's how good you are. As soon as they start talking, you ask a few questions and they engage with you. You know their personal concept. Okay, you guys got it. So you want to read your audience, man. Reading them incorrectly is brutal. Okay. So how good are you at recognizing D's and I's? D's, all right, I got to speed up the pace a little bit. Got to get straight to the point. I's, I got to maintain a fast pace, but got to chat it up some. S's and C's, details. Got it? S's, I got to win them over as a friend. C's, they're going to be skeptical. So risk reversal is a big deal. And what happens if, you guys got it? What happens if we don't follow through on our promises that we make? Beautiful. Number 3, use your prospects' names. So, you're talking to folks, you're delivering your benefits presentation. When you throw their name out there, right, Nathan? All of a sudden they sort of look at you, kind of snap to attention. It's a great technique to use when you see people falling asleep, sort of mentally getting off somewhere. Okay. All right. Number 4, buyers in waiting paradigm. What you're thinking about, how you think about, what you're sold on is absolutely going to come across, because selling is a transference of feeling. Write that down. That's good. Selling is a transfer of feeling. People will pick up on your convictions and if you're sold on something, okay, or not, 100%. Okay, so when you walk into folks' house, if you got no buyers in your database, if you're like, okay, I'm going to list our home in MLS and hope it sells, they're going to pick up on those kinds of things, man. And your fee is going to get commoditized. So you want to walk in with confidence. I'm the agent with the buyers. Okay. And if you're a Craig Proctor System Platinum level member or Titanium, you guys have buyers. Coaching guys, this is what we're looking for. I want you to generate a flow of customers and prospects. And when you do that, now we've got something to talk about that we can move on, as Phil said. All right, number 5, get your prospects to say key points for you. You want to involve them in the conversation. Here's a good dialogue. As a matter of fact, we're going to use some of this dialogue when we run through the benefits presentation. Jennifer, human nature tells us that most people prefer to get information in a non-threatening way. Most of us will avoid asking questions if you think you're going to get cornered into a long sales pitch by someone, right? Personally, say I'm looking for a car. I'm probably going to go to the car dealership when they're closed, like on a Sunday or later in the day. That way I can look around. I'm not going to be harassed by any sales guy coming out and pouncing on me, wanting me to get my credit card out. Do you ever feel that same way? And of course, Jennifer says, yeah. All right, well, what do you think would happen, Jennifer, if buyers had the ability to call in and get information on your home 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, detailed information now And if they got a home to sell, details on how they can trade that thing in. They can do all of that without having to talk to a real estate agent. What do you think would happen? Would you be more or less inclined to call for that information? You guys got it? So I'm involving her in the conversation now by making this about her own personal experiences in life. Okay, beautiful. Let's look at number 6. Ask them questions they cannot give you a brush off answer for. Okay, you guys got it? Hey, what do you guys think about the price here? All right. Have you ever been to an open house and how did it go? Okay, ask them questions that they're not going to brush you off on. You know, like the example we used over the last couple of days. You walk into the store, sales clerk comes running up to you. Can I help you? And of course, our natural response is called an RDR, reactionary defense response, comes right out. No, thank you. I'm just looking. Yeah, that's not very good sales skills, guys. That means lack of training. So now you're you outside sales agents, ISAs, here's how it worked for me. I don't know how it works at your team, but if you were on my team and we have a training meeting and I've done all this prep work and you don't show up, you're in trouble, like big time trouble. All right. We got to train every day. That's how it works. If you're not there on time, you probably couldn't get in. The door was locked. You're over there trying to get in. Todd, it's only 9:05. I'm like, yeah, dude, your customers deserve better. You're going to have to wait this one out. I'll deal with you later. So that kind of accountability, you might say, okay, is needed here, right? In order to learn these things, right? So you guys got it? Number 7, how do you look? How are you presenting yourself? Okay. Now, the guy that you see right now is 52-year-old Todd, right? 22-year-old Todd didn't look exactly the same, got more wrinkles now. My hair's darker. I'm a little more, got a little more around the middle, but what I'm wearing, you can go back in time and look at it. This is what I've worn. This is my uniform. Okay. And here's why. I'm not telling you got to wear a suit. I wouldn't do that. But I will tell you, you get one chance to make a good first impression. One. Okay. So I don't want to muck that one up. Right. So when I'm working, I'm not going to take chances. I don't know who's going to walk in the door that day or something like that. So the best advice I got for you is this. Just look in the mirror and ask yourself if it looks like you're taking the meeting seriously. Okay. Do you look well polished and professional? Do your looks display a feeling that you're taking this meeting very seriously? Okay. There's been days where I've gotten to the office, Kelly, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot to shave. Right. And gone all the way back home. Get my little electric razor and on the way back to you guys have done that before. I mean, that's because I'm nervous. Like I don't know what people are going to think by that. Okay. Number 8, never call down your competition by name. That's a no. No gossipy. We're not going to gossip and we're not going to call down our competition by name. Those are people just like we are. Okay. I bet they're really great husbands and wives. I bet they're great moms and dads, and they got family, they got moms, they got brothers and sisters. You guys got it? Okay. And they're working hard trying to help people as well. So we're not going to call down our competition by name. That was a no-no. That was like immediate grounds for termination on my team when I caught somebody trash talking a competitor. Didn't like that. Okay. And you don't want to get baited into this thing. Hey, Todd, for this is coming from a seller. Hey, Todd, what do you think about Kelly Newsom, the neighborhood expert? You know, we see that Kelly sells all the homes in the neighborhood. What do you think about Kelly? All right. What are you going to say? You say, well, I'm not really sure exactly what Kelly does, but I'm sure he's obviously doing a good job. Okay. But this is what we do, how we do it, and more importantly, why we do it this way. You guys got it? That's it. That's all you got to do is to move away from that. Now, statistics can speak for themselves. I could do this. I could say, well, let's look at some market data. So I can bring out the MLS stats. I can let the MLS do the talking. Say, well, let's see. Here's my statistics: sales price, list price ratio, average days on the market, according to the Board of Realtors. Okay. Let's see if we can find Kelly here. Here's Kelly. And you can just compare. All right. You guys got it? So, but I am not going to say, Kelly, oh my God, he's a rotten person. Not going to do that. Okay. Number 9. Always, always, always focus on your prospects' needs as the basis of all discussion. This ain't about us. It's about others. At some point along the path here, everyone, you discover that your business ain't about you. At some point you discover this. And if you don't discover it, you end up out of the business doing something else. So let me make sure we're all on the same page with this. The business is for them. It's for them. It's about them. Okay. And as soon as it's not about them, as soon as the focus turns on us, we can't be trusted to help them. Okay. So we want to focus in the beginning, and you're going to see this in the benefits presentation. We want to focus on their needs, and they're going to tell us, and we're going to show them how we get them that. They've got a problem. We're going to show them how we solve that. Okay. You guys got it? Number 10, train every day. Train every day. I give you an example. There's not hardly a day that goes by I don't get something from Craig Proctor that he's reading. Hey, check this out. Look at this. Hey, I just saw that. I came across that. So he's looking for ways to become a better Craig. Okay. So he instilled that in me. My father was a work guy. Like, he worked a lot. So I saw that. So I got that work ethic from him. Okay. And you come to my house, like you'll see next to my nightstand, there's lots of books there. I'm usually reading 3, 4, 5 books at a time. Okay. Why? I'm a mentor. Platinum members, coaching guys get into platinum because they want more. They want more from the system. They want more materials done for them. They want more help, and they want to be around more successful people. That's why that ascension is made. So I take that very seriously. I have to be a mentor that my customers won't outpace, because as soon as the customers outpace me, I'm no longer a good mentor to them. You guys got it? So you want to take the job of leadership very seriously. Could you imagine? Oh, I saw this article a couple of days ago. Shaquille O'Neal. You guys know Shaq? So Shaq says that Michael Jordan was absolutely the greatest basketball player of all time. No offense, LeBron. Okay? He's probably right. And if you know anything about Michael's history, no one outworked that guy. He just didn't out-train him. Okay? He was obsessed with that. He was obsessed with the training because he knew that when he got into the game situation, people are going to be counting on him to do a great job. So are you training every day? One of the things that we do for platinum members, for example, is every day I push out a video to you guys, right? You guys are getting it. Every day you get these videos, 7 minutes to 7-figure incomes, and the ad of the day. It comes every day to your inbox, your text, and is posted on the Platinum Facebook page every day. Okay, so I want you to think through it. That's 365 times 2 short little videos a year, for that reason, to keep you focused on what's most important. Okay, and that is growing. You guys got it? All right, let's keep rolling. Now, all of us have been tested under Marston's 4-factor theory. We're either high D's or high I's. There's a few S's and C's out there for sure. So how can we best present to someone outside of our personality grouping? We talked about this toward the end of day 1 in this workshop. I want to encourage you to go back to the Platinum Disc Training Library. I want everybody going back there. If you're a team leader, my expectation is that you're coaching and training your team members frequently in this area. Okay. And if you're a solo agent right now, in this process, you want to get really, really, really good and skilled in this area. Don't just be familiar with it. You want to study it. Okay. So we got it? Because these are the questions you got to ask yourself. How friendly and outgoing should I be? Okay. Am I going to be met with welcome Or am I going to be met with skepticism? Okay. How much time should I spend on details here? Okay. How much time? Get right to the point or get into all the facts and figures? How fast should I approach this thing? What about a summary? You guys got it? Man, you read a person incorrectly, it's going to have a major impact, not necessarily on you getting the business, but you getting your optimum fee at the correct price range. This is when you start to see things go sideways for you. And it all comes back to, yeah, I just didn't take the right approach with that particular person. I know I've done it. Talking with experience here, tremendous levels of failure. Let's say that I've sold 8,000 homes or so, okay? And it's around that number, all right? You guys do realize that's just the successful deals. Can you imagine how many appointments were set that didn't happen? How many appointments that were set that did happen, but we got there, they didn't sign? The homes that we did list that didn't sell, all the calls that were made, you know, where people hung up, I don't want to talk to you, no. All of those things, that's the success that you see, but all that back behind there were learning opportunities, as Craig said earlier, to get this right, okay? Bottom line is, look, we just don't want to be talking at our prospects. We want to be talking with them. So we got to make sure the conversation feels right, okay? You guys good there? All right, now, we're not going to spend much time on a CMA, okay? But I'm going to give you a couple of tips when you're pulling together your market evaluation. A couple of tips, ready? Tip number one, know the owners of the homes, your comps. Go to the tax records and know who owned it, their names. Okay, here's 1065 Gunter Court. It was owned by the Walters family. Okay, you guys got it? In other words, know who owned the thing. And if you can go a step further and know what they did for a living, oh, it's even more beautiful. Okay, that's a little tougher on a CMA deal, but you might be able to gather some intelligence like that. Using the names of the owners versus it being a home, it being a house, night and day, man. That's somebody's home. So when I'm referring to somebody's home as a house, this house, 1065 Gunter Court, sold for $700,000. Okay. Well, the customer that I'm trying to convert is not a house. It's a person, people, a family. Right? They're attached to this thing emotionally at some level. You guys got it? So huge mistake by commoditizing the comparables. I get what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the right price range on this, right? But that is a big tip I can offer you right there. Okay. Humanize it just a little bit more. Okay. And that's going to go a long way to your conversion. Okay. Now, another big factor are success rates. Do you know how to calculate success rates? So what I discovered is going on appointments is that most of the homeowners that I'm meeting with believe their home is going to sell. Okay. A lot of them believe it's just going to sell. I just need to get on the market. The agent really doesn't even matter that much, especially in seller markets. So I got to show them the facts, man. I don't care how fast the market is. There's a certain number of homes that do not sell. They get canceled, withdrawn, or expired. Canceled, withdrawn, and expired. So that number compared to the homes that are or did sell. All right, so you run the math on it. You guys can see the math on your screen, and you end up with a success rate. Okay? And you want to use that in your marketing evaluations. If anything, it's going to paint the real story. Not every home sells. The agent matters. How about this? Sales price to list price ratio. Since not every home sells for the exact asking price, some sell for more, some sell for less, does the agent matter? Yes. You guys got it. So the statistics, in addition to the human element of whose home it was, you put that stuff together, now you're positioning yourself as the best choice for them. Okay, but the CMA ain't a presentation, but anytime you present anything, you're always selling. Got it? And selling is a transfer of feeling. How am I making them feel right now? All right, cool. This is awesome, man. All right, now let's get to the benefits presentation. As we walk in the door, we're going to make a point of shaking the client's hands and greeting them by name. Craig, Catherine, nice to meet you. Thank you for letting me come over here today. Okay. Are you folks ready to get your home sold? Now, if there is a sign in the front yard, FIS for sale by owner, some other competitor sign, I probably already know the answer to that question. But this question is a normal question because I just want to know I want to know if it's even a qualified prospect. Okay. So that I can best help them. All right. Hey, are you folks ready to get your home sold? Well, Todd, I don't know. It depends on what you say about how much we can get. I don't know, Todd. We keep going back and forth. We can't make up our mind on where we want to go. We really love this house. Or you betcha. I've already had this thing under contract 3 times. Every deal's fell apart. You guys see that? All right. Very important that question be known up front. Do not assume anything. If you want to know something, don't assume it. Just ask. You guys good? All right. Now what? So what's better for you folks? Kitchen table, dining room table. All right. In this case, Zoom meeting. What's better for you guys? Okay. To do this today or tomorrow using an online meeting program. Have you ever used Zoom before? We've already covered all that ground. Okay. But the same things still apply. Okay. You want them to be comfortable in a place where there's less distractions, and you want to frame this before the meeting takes place, right? You wouldn't allow a face-to-face meeting or an in-home meeting to take place at the living room. Okay. You wouldn't do that. Okay. So on your online Zoom meetings, you got to have the same parameters established on how you want this thing to go down. Okay. Otherwise, I can assure you, they'll just tell you how it works. They'll be in their car, riding around, holding their cell phone while they're running to the Starbucks to get some coffee, talking to you. All right. Yeah, some of you guys know exactly what I'm saying. You've had that happen before. It's like, I thought they would be in their home, in front of their computer, looking at me. What do you mean you thought? Don't think. Line it up that way. Are you guys good? All right, nice. Now, what are some of the preliminary questions that I want to ask them before we get into the meat of the benefits presentation? All right, well, I've got a script. Okay. All right, how long have you guys lived here? Okay, that's going to let me know some data, right? That's a good fact-finding question. All right, how much, what's another one? Let's see. Oh, where are you guys planning on moving to? Or if you already have that information, reiterate it. Hey, last time we spoke, you said you were planning on moving to Florida, specifically down around the Orlando area. You guys got it? Verify the information, okay? So when do you have to be there by? And if they've already told you, you told me that you needed to be in Orlando living there by July. Okay, you guys got it? All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a look around at the home first? Now, let's pause here, okay? Because I would go to someone's home, put my stuff down at the kitchen table and say, why don't we do this? I'll sit here, you guys sit there, but before we sit down, let's take a look around at the home first. I would do the same thing on my Zoom meetings. I would have the seller walk around the home and show me what they got. Okay, I would do that. Couple of reasons. Number one, it allows me to build some rapport. All right, while they're doing it. Number two, allows me to ask a few more questions so I can discover their personal concept. DISC, you guys got it? Build some rapport, personal concept. And the second one is, I'm genuinely interested in their home. Is this something I can help them with or not? What's the condition of this place? Now, pause there for a minute. If you're doing a Zoom meeting this weekend for a listing presentation and you don't prepare the person for this ahead of time, they're not going to want to show you the home. They're going to be like, oh my God, I didn't clean up my closet. Todd, so I don't really want you seeing my house like this. So now what's going to happen? You're going to 2-step, 3-step this thing. You're opening the door for competitors to come in. Okay. So you want to dial up your C personality and get all these details right before the meeting takes place. Awesome. You guys are right. This is all good stuff. Yeah. All right. You're making notes quick. Okay. Because I'm moving fast here. Right. So what do you guys do for a living? So I want you to think this through. They're walking through the home. They've got their phone up. They're filming. Okay. All right. They're filming. We're talking. We're doing FaceTime. Okay. We've got the computer up on Zoom. Now we've got the phone going on FaceTime. I guess that's a good way to do it. Eh? That's the way I would do it. They're showing me around. Back up, move forward. What's that? How's that look? Tell me about this. Tell me about that. Okay. I got it. I got it. All right. And while that's happened, I said, well, what do you guys do for a living? And they tell me, and I'm like, okay, that's great. I'm making notes, man. While they're walking around, I'm making notes. And this is the laundry room, and this is this, and this is that, you know? And then I'm like, speaking of that, how old is your home? Okay. Speaking of that, now that you mention that, have there ever been any structural problems? Water accumulation in the dampness or crawl space? Okay. So in other words, you guys see this, well scripted out. Okay. All of these questions are open-ended, designed to get them to weigh in, provide data and information to me so I learn about their present situation. I learn about them personally. I learn about their motivation, and I learn about the thing that they want me to help them solve. Okay. Hey, have you guys spent a lot of money on upgrades of your home? Okay, you guys got it? All right, so you making notes here? Good. Now, again, this is happening most likely with FaceTime. This weekend is probably happening with FaceTime, right? They're walking around, they're filming, they're talking. Okay, it's going to be this way for a little bit. All right, I don't see any issue with that at all. Okay, now when it comes time for the meeting, okay, let's get back. Let's huddle back around the computer. You guys head back there. Thank you so much. I got it. So they're walking back to their computer. All right, I'm going to hang up the FaceTime phone. Click. I can see you on the Zoom meeting now over my my computer, and you're looking on with me. All right, click screen share. You guys got it? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm sharing my screen with you. Okay. Now, what's happening in the background? Are the kids running around? Are the dogs running around? Is Fox News on in the background talking about the latest update on the coronavirus? Okay. How are you going to handle that? Okay. Now, what about there's a couple of people involved in the decision-making process here. Okay. Are they going to be sitting next to each other? Or is one person right in front of the camera, say husband is dominating the camera space and wifey over here is sitting, you can't even see him. Okay. So what's going on with that? Like, you know, maybe you need to tell them to scoot back a little bit. Okay. But then again, they got to get close so they can see your PowerPoint slides. You got it? So if your slides or the data that you're showing has little micro type, so you got to see micro type, they're not going to be able to see this. So maybe you need to adjust your benefits presentation so that people can see it. All right. Everybody good there? Awesome. Here's where we are. We're ready to push go on screen share or get right to our benefits presentation. So what does that look like? All right. Question. Now that we've taken a look at their home, we're back, we're sitting down, we're ready to rock. Okay. Question. So now, are you folks ready to sell your home? Okay. So you can see, I kind of hit this question before, I'm hitting it again. All right. Why? Well, we've had some time to do some rapport. Maybe they've loosened up a little bit. Maybe they haven't. But now they're going to be a little more honest with me, maybe about the question. As they may say, well, you know, as we said a few minutes ago, but I want to ask that question again. I want to know where I'm standing right now. Where am I in the sales process? This is a trial close right out of the chute, baby. Okay. If they're like, yeah, we're ready to go, I don't need to spend 3 hours with these guys today. Okay. You guys got it? Unless you're a high I, it won't matter. They're ready to sign the paperwork, but you're like, hey, before we sign the paperwork, let me spend 2 hours with you going through my show. Let me show you what we got, right? High eyes, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's okay. Remember, it ain't about us. It's about them. All right. Abbreviated summary, like what's going on here, or I'm going to be here for a bit. Let me give you an example. The prospect says anything other than yes. Okay. You want to hit them up. So are you guys interviewing any other agents? Okay. Now we're here now. Whether we're last or first at the moment, it's a bit irrelevant, but we want to know where they are. If you think they're interviewing other agents, what does that tell you? Does that tell you they're motivated to sell their home or not? Does that tell you if they're going to list their house? Are they going to sell this house if they're interviewing multiple agents? Like, that's the kind of customer I want. A customer that's interviewing other real estate agents. So what it tells me, they want to sell the house. I don't have to second guess this thing. Okay, they're selling it, man. They're listing with somebody. May as well be me, right? Okay. All right, so that I can do the best possible job for you in your present situation, let me ask you a few questions. And we're going to hit them with 3 questions here. Okay, you guys got it? As a matter of fact, let's go pull up the listing presentation. You guys want to do that? And let's just pull that bad boy up and get moving on this right now. All right, so I'm going to pull it up, and then I'm going to show you. Did I pause my screen yet? I'm going to open it up here. I'm going to go to the listing presentation. Okay. Let me find that, and I'm going to show you guys where you can pull this thing up on the coaching site, and we'll get on the same page with it. Okay. All right, let's do it. All right, here we go. Buyer listing presentations. Here we go. I've got mine. I'm going to pull it up, and then I'm going to take you to the coaching site and show you where it's at. Okay. All right. So let me unpause my screen. There we go. See that? So we're going to be going through some of this as best we can. Craig will be back in a little bit. He's going to want to weigh in on some of this as well, make these points. All right. Now let's go to the coaching site, and I'm going to show you where the materials are. Okay. Pulled up my email instead. That's embarrassing. But good thing I paused my screen. All right, here we are. CraigProctorCoaching.com, library, file library. Click. So now I'm in the file library. I'm going to come down here down the right-hand side of the screen, and I'm going to click on Platinum. Where's it at? Listing. You guys will see it here. Let me find it. Here it is. Check it out. We got listing appointment library. We have listing sales systems library. We were operating in the follow-up systems library because we were before the appointment. Now we're actually at the appointment. So the listing presentation you're getting ready to see is in this file library. Okay. Then after we get the listing, what do we got to do? And sell this thing. That's that library, sales systems library. Okay. You guys got it? All right. Awesome. Okay. So now let's get back to, whoops. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the show. All right, pause that. We'll get back to the PowerPoint. All righty. See how I'm navigating right now? Screen share, opening screen, pausing screen. You guys see that? This is what you're in for on Zoom meetings. So if you ain't practiced this, or if you start freaking out, you know what I mean? You don't see me freaking out, right? Like for whatever reason, I can't get into the coaching site there. Like, why can't I get into the coaching site? I don't know why. All right. I've got a little finger thing. I just touch my computer. I log in. I've never had a problem, but now it ain't letting me log in for a second. I can fix that while we're even talking, and you guys won't even know it because it ain't my first rodeo having a technical problem of something like that. So if you're not practiced in this area, you're going to freak out. I don't know why this is happening. I can't figure it out. I just had this working yesterday. You know, we're going to look kind of foolish, right? So have this thing down in these Zoom meetings. All right. You get one chance to make a good first impression. All right. So let's get to, let me show you. There you go. Boom. All right. Here we are. Yeah, man. I mean, things happen. This is live. Let's go back to this. Okay. Here we go. Whew. This is the platinum level, fully customized version of our benefits presentation. You guys got it? It's got the kitchen sink in it. It's got everything. We do this at our conferences sometimes. You guys get that? Okay. It's got graphics. It's got video embedded in it. It's got everything. Okay. But my starting point for the sellers is this. Is my starting point, man. For me, we have this on a piece of paper and we're writing it down. It's the first page of our listing agreements at our company. Okay. First page of listing agreement. So why are you moving? Or how about this? A few minutes ago, when we were looking around at your house, or when you were showing me your home on FaceTime, you told me the reason you were moving is. All right, so I'm going to write this down. So as soon as you start to write that down, here's what happens. Oh, well, that's not entirely the whole story, Todd. Okay, what is it? We're actually getting a divorce. It's like, whoa, that's a different story than where we want a bigger house or we want a smaller house. Okay, here's what I've discovered. When you ask the question initially, sometimes they're not all in on you. Okay, but when you start writing it down and documenting history, they tend to be a little more open and honest. Plus, the answers to these questions are going to show me or tell me exactly what I need to do during the benefits presentations. I don't need to be talking about anything else. Everything I'm talking about is designed to get them what they want. Agreed? Okay. So these three questions here allow us to drill down, document the customer's problem, what they most want, focus on their needs, and we're going to zero in on that. Plus, I call it the first mile. So let's say you got a core value in your business of going the extra mile. Okay. I know some of you guys have that. You want to go the extra mile. Well, you can't go the extra mile if you don't know what the first mile is. All right. So document the first mile if that's you. Are you guys good? Why are you guys moving? This is a great house you got here. This is a really good home. I like this house. Seems plenty big enough to me. Why are you guys moving? You guys got it? Now, here's what other agents are doing. Oh, yeah, you should definitely move. Now's the greatest time in the world to move. I would absolutely be selling this house and moving. All right? Not me. I'm sitting down asking hard questions. That's a great backyard you got. You sure you want to leave that backyard? That's a really great floor plan that you have here. Perfect for entertaining. Are you sure you want to give that up? You guys got it? And you may be thinking like, why are you doing that, Todd? Are you trying to talk them out of moving? No, I'm trying to let them know I like their house. You guys got it? Todd really likes our home. Yeah. Todd's for us. I like Todd. Okay. It's all real though. Like I want to know why they're moving. I'm sure that, it's that important, guys. All right. Next, what's most important to you in getting your home sold? What do you feel like has to happen for you to get that? All right. This is a biggie for me. It may be price, timing, hassles. We want a certain kind of buyer for this house. You ever had that one? Okay. Right. We don't want this. We do want that. Write all that down. What do you feel like has to happen for you to have gotten that? All right. So take some time to discuss that, document that for your team. So if you're on one of our titanium members or platinum members, real estate sales teams, all right. And I show up to their office. If I'm going to Sarah's office there, you already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump on Sarah's computer and I'm going to see if the notes, okay, are in the CRM about every single customer that you're taking. You already know. We're going to go shopping in there. Okay. Got it? Perfect. Now, a couple of suggestions in your benefits presentation. I would suggest being able to click a button and fast forward anywhere you want to in your benefits presentation. Okay, so set up some hyperlinks there. So you can click and just fast forward. I want to fast forward to reverse offer system. I want to fast forward to the guaranteed sell program. Okay, whatever you want to fast forward to, have you some buttons in there to be able to do that. Okay, perfecto. All right, next. This is something that some of our members do. Okay, and it's a video. Let's say you're, Rudy Kasuma, and you've got 50 real estate agents on your sales team, outside sales agents you're giving appointments to. Okay, Rudy may want to have a message so that when his his outside sales agent starts the benefits presentation, the agent would say, "Hey, let me hear." Rudy has a message here he'd like to share. I'm Rudy's partner, Todd. I've already said that when I showed it to the house. So let me share it with you. Click and boom, it plays, man. Okay. Did you get that? Hey, I actually have this on. Is this a Samsung? Oh, this is it right here. All right. So anyway, so you guys can do all that. I wasn't prepared to play you guys a video. I'm not going to do that. You guys have seen it. I don't want to. We don't have time for that anyway. But I will do this in case I have another video. I got some testimonial videos I may want to play for you guys. So you guys got it? So I don't know if that's for you or not, but when you start to grow your real estate sales team business, that might be something that you want to employ. Okay. Team leader message, we call it. All right. So let's get through all that. Now this is where we are. They've told me this is why I'm moving. This is what's most important to us in getting the home sold. And this is what we believe needs to happen for that to be accomplished, or to for us to get what we want. Okay. And I'm like, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that information with me. That's going to help me do a really good job in helping you in your present situation. You see, our mission is to get you those things. You got it? Our mission is to get you done, to do that for you, to take care of all that for you. You follow me? That's your mission, is their heart's desire. And they just gave it to you. Okay? Everybody with it? That's your mission, to get them what they most want, need. Okay? So, everybody follow me? So you can reiterate that, because if you don't, it becomes a little bit more general. But overall, it is your mission. You do want to sell the home at their price. Okay? You do want to sell the home within their time frame. And you do want to do all this with the least amount of hassle. Okay? And then you just start communicating with your customer. Okay? You're going to, now here's how we do this. We do this, Mr. and Ms. Homeowner, okay, with our unique team system, our exclusive consumer programs, our leading edge technology, and our specialized knowledge. So to explain, how it all works for you, let me tell you how I'd like to proceed. Okay. The first thing I'd like to do is explain our home selling system to you, and how the process that we use to sell homes is completely different than the way other agents sell real estate. Next, I'm going to spend some time talking about our exclusive consumer programs that we've developed as a direct result of working with thousands of home sellers. Okay. I want to explain to you what these are and how you benefit. Okay. Once I've given you a good understanding of what our general sense, then I would like to spend some time talking specifically about your home sale. Okay. The value, what you can expect to sell it for, so you can establish a competitive asking price. Okay. So do you have any questions on how I'd like to proceed? Okay. You got it? One more time. Not do you have any questions? Of course they do. What's your commission? How long is your listing agreement? What are you going to buy my home for? You got all kinds of questions. So that's why we're telling them why we're doing this and how we want to proceed. So do you have any questions on how I'd like to proceed? And you can see that we put together just a little graphic. I'm going to draw them right into our benefit presentation here. They're going to say, no, sounds great, Todd. I'm like, awesome. Well, there's a warning and shocking fact. According to industry research, 69% or more of homeowners, they don't want to go back to the same agent again. Okay. There's a lot of reasons for this, but number one, poor communications. In contrast, our most recent client survey shows that virtually 9 out of 10 of all of our customers keep coming back over and over and over again to do business with us. Okay. So as a matter of fact, don't take my word for it. Let's hear from your neighbor. Right. And this is where I would come right here, dude. And I would absolutely be playing, if I want to, a little video testimonial.
Had our house on the market for 3 months with another agent. Very little activity. We kept looking through real estate magazines and saw a lot of Todd Walters ads that really caught our eye. One thing that really caught our eye was he guaranteed that he could see.
All right, so you got it. So do you have videotape testimonials of every consumer program and from every customer? So let's pause there for a moment. This is a great project for rainmakers. Okay, make a list of all of your different types of customers: expired listings, for sale by owners, reloads, non-owner occupants. I heard Jillian said this, marketing to a lot of non-owner occupants. So what my expectation is, she's got video testimonials from people that don't live in their home, in that area, marketplace. You got it? So categorize all of your sellers. Love it. Then the consumer programs. So when we laid out our consumer programs, let's say we have 6 basic consumer programs, hypothetically. Okay. All right. Guaranteed sale program, talking house, talking ads, tour of homes. You guys got it? So you lay out your consumer programs. And what I would love to have is a video testimonial from every type of seller for each one of those consumer programs. So let's say I've got 5 different types of sellers. I got 6 different consumer programs. How many video testimonials would I have in my arsenal now? And once you have the video testimonials, you're good. You don't need to keep getting them all the time. You can, but we formed the basis now for great demonstration. You guys like that? Thank you there, Dennis. Oh, another point as the train's rolling by. All right. Who are these folks? Like, I know that's Karen and Sam and Brent and Brooke here. All right. I know that's Dennis, but who are they? So that's the other thing you want to do. So I would do this. Like, I would say, hey, let's hear from, I tell you what, don't take my word for it. Let's hear from Dennis Attaway. He's the athletic director at North Cobb High School. You guys got it? So now I've humanized this a little bit more. It's not just a person or a home seller, but a real person that has a real job and influence over others. Doctors, lawyers. I did the governor's chief of staff one time. Nose tackle for the Atlanta Falcons. And a whole list of people like that. Like, who are these peeps? Okay. You guys good? Are you doing this with your video testimonials? Okay, write this down then. Go to Platinum Testimonial Systems Library. All right, you'll see lots of examples in that library. Platinum guys, Platinum Testimonial Systems Library. Let me know if I'm going too fast. But we're man. This day's scooting by here. All right, so you guys got it? Let's go back there one more time. Okay. Hey, don't take my word for it. Let's hear what one of your former neighbors had to say about that. Okay. Boom. Now we're on. Okay. Now, let me share with you what most agents do. We call it the ABCs of real estate. A, B, C, D, E, F. But in the end, when things aren't working out or not selling, they don't really know what to do. They kind of run out of things to do. Okay. So you want to fully explain that to people. And, this makes a perfect point. And then you want to talk about operations. This is what most agents do. This is how they operate, right? They're trying to be all things to all people. Most real estate agents are really juggling all the balls themselves, trying to be all things to all people, right? They're racing around at the end of the day. They don't have a lot of time to spend with communicating with their customers. That's probably why the surveys come back so low, where most people complain about communications. Okay. Well, here's what we've done to overcome that. Okay. We take a different approach. We call it the team approach. It's the preferred way of serving clients in most fields of businesses. As a matter of fact, I wrote the book on it. Okay. As a matter of fact, I wrote the book on it. Okay. Along with my mentor, Craig Proctor. Death of the Traditional Real Estate Agent, Rise of the Super Profitable Sales Team. Okay. You see that plug, man? Third party endorsement, baby. Now I got Craig saying, hey, Todd, you want to pay attention to him. If you were on my team, like, we're bragging about this, man. Okay. So what do you have that might prove your claims as an authority in this area? Now, think that one through. Do you think this creates a little bit of an unfair advantage for me over and above the other agents that they were having to compete against? Oh, dude, I could remember, most of our platinum guys and titanium guys aren't into competing. They want to dominate. Okay. So how can you go about doing that? Okay, well, we're doing it right now. Lots of third-party endorsement and demonstration. So here's how it works. You get a whole team of professionals working for you versus a single agent. As a matter of fact, each team member has a specific role to play in getting your home sold. All right, pause button. This is where you can have some video interviews, if you want, of some of your great people. All right, like Carol Royce may have her son, Tim, who kind of runs things. All right. And their marketing person. Okay. I forget your marketing person's name, Tim. She's pretty sharp though. I would definitely have her on camera talking. Customer service manager. Okay. Office manager. You guys got it? One of your agents, like you can have some video, 30-second, 60-second video snippet. Hey, this is my role. Okay. Do you guys have that? Now, the point that we want to make with this team system, though, is that because we do business this way, I can spend more time with you in getting your home sold. Very important. You do not want to cast this thing as, I got this great team. If you have one, if you don't have one, you're going to aspire to this, right? We'll talk about if you don't have a real estate sales team in just a moment, because you do. Okay. It might look a little bit different. All right. But you don't want people to feel like they're going to get lost in the shuffle, that they're just a number. We don't want to do that, man. We got to let them know, because there's the benefit. Because we do business this way, I can invest more time in getting your home sold. You guys like that? It's good, man. All right. And if you need to, boom, you can play a little video testimonial from someone who goes on and talks about the team.
And we thought as long as our home was listed on multiple lists.
All right. So again, testimonial from a customer telling the story of, hey, from this person to this person, it was awesome. We got 2 offers. We sold our home for X, lickety split. And that's what Ms. Bowers says. Okay. You guys like that? Right. I could play all these. Now, let's say you don't have, this going on. Okay. That's a historical picture that you guys are looking at right there. That was a #1 real estate sales team in the residential resale marketplace for a long time in Metro Atlanta. Okay. That was an exact duplicate of the Craig Proctor system. Okay. Whatever was happening in Newmarket, we're doing it down in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, yesterday, Kelly, some agents were texting from Canada. Hey, can you tell us how this works in Canada? Right? Or it was, and some of the people even said this won't work in Canada. And I'm looking at it, I'm trying to contain myself. I'm like, I don't know if they really understand that, like a Canadian guy told me how to do it. So you guys got it? All right. Now, let's say you don't have a real estate sales team. You really do. You got your broker. Okay. You got your mortgage guy. You got your title person. You have your home inspector guy, right? So in other words, you have a circle of influence or professionals that you lean on, contractors and such. So you can actually absolutely position them early on in your business. Not a bad idea at all. Having some leverage or sphere of professionals, vendors like that, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Does that help? Okay, good. All right, but here's how we're summarizing it. Hey, when you hire us, you get, in this case, I don't know what that was, 250 years of combined real estate experience, sales experience, helping people, over 8,000 home sales in this area. Okay. All right, so you guys good? So we did problem, we did solution, and we did benefit. All right, you guys got it? Now we're going to move a little further into the benefits presentation. Now, again, I'm stopping, I'm pausing, I'm having ad-lib conversations with you guys, doing a little coaching along the way on words you want to use, things you want to put emphasis on, things to stay away from. All right, so when I'm doing that, that makes this thing long and makes this thing end up being about an hour long. Okay, versus it's about a 20-minute from slide to slide. If I wanted to run through this thing fully without ad-libbing, 25-minute, 30-minute max benefits presentation. So if you guys are spending 3 hours on this, I don't know what you're doing. Okay, it's a high I in you. All right, next. Another reason people like doing business with us, we've discovered, is because of our Go Serve Big mission. Here's what I mean by that. We're committed to investing in the needs of our community. Through our Go Serve Big mission, we donate a portion of our income from real estate sales to very worthy causes, like Children's Healthcare, Must Ministries, Eagle Ranch, and others. Here's why we do that. Okay, and you want to tell your why. A lot of people don't know these are nonprofits, so they depend on sponsorships and donations from companies like ours to provide their leading edge care. So we're very happy to be aligned with them. Okay, so yeah, we donate a portion of our income to these very worthy causes. Okay. Oh, here's one of my favorites. Dr. Ike Reichert is CEO of Must Ministries. He serves on our board here at our real estate company. So he has a lot of influence us in telling us how we can go about helping communities even more, or the community even more. Okay. And name dropping that guy, because where the marketplace I'm in, a lot of folks know who he is. Okay. So you can see sort of what we've done here is we've sort of positioned our unique selling proposition, okay, and our cause that we're involved in. We've sort of brought these together as a unique selling proposition in our, in our business here. Did I ask for referrals there? No. I just said, hey, another reason people like doing business with is why. I didn't spend too much time on it. I just dropped it in there, positioned that as a unique selling proposition. Okay, and that's just going back to research and study. If people want to know what we're involved in, we're going to tell them. We're not going to keep it a secret. Okay, and what I've discovered is it's magnetic. So we love bragging about our business's involvement with the local charities and community. Okay, and I know many of you enjoy doing the same. All right, got it? All right, now let's move on. Okay, so let me share with you what happens from the time we hit the trigger on this, we pull the trigger on it. Okay, all right, what happens from listing to sale? Some of you guys don't like the trigger analogy. What's going on there? All right, well, down here where I am in the South, I think if you don't have a trigger in the house, you're like in the minority. Like few and far. You guys got it? So you got to use your own judgment on the language that you use. Okay. So if I was in Canada, I may not be saying, when we pulled the trigger. Okay. The Canadians are like, did he just say trigger? Or California, right? Unless you're in Southern California. All right. So you guys get it. So let me share with you what happens from listing to sell. Number one, we're going to do this. Number two, we're going to do that. Number three, we're going to do this. And in number four, it all comes together to do this. You guys got it? You can read. I'm just sharing with you what happens from listing. In other words, now we're vision casting. You guys got it? We're vision casting. We're focused on the outcome that they want. Okay, with these slides. There it is, pull the trigger. When we pull the trigger on selling your home, essentially there are 16 key systems that activate to get your home sold faster and for top dollar. All right, so let me pause there for a moment. This is what we've done. We've talked about our mission. We've talked about our plan. Now we're into the system. You guys got it? Here's our mission. Here's our plan. Boom. Now we're into the system. In case you got lost. Problem, solution, benefit. All right. So when we pull the trigger, 16 key systems activate. Now, if I was to go through the intricacies of every single system with you today, Mr. Home Seller, Miss Home Seller, on all of these things, we'd probably be here for a while. But there are a few that I want to zero in on so that you better understand how we're able to create more demand for your home. Okay. All right. For example, our one-of-a-kind buyer profile system. This is what we call our exclusive database of buyers in waiting. Okay. See, there's a common problem. Real estate agents are famous for picking out a few homes for buyers, showing them even fewer, trying to sell them once. So buyers, are a little nervous about that. They're scared that an agent's going to limit their selection. Okay, so this is why they keep at it. But let me share with you how it works here. Let's say a buyer calls on a home that we have for sale. Okay, they've seen it out there in the marketplace, so they call. We pick up the phone. We answer their questions, and they're sort of eliminating that particular home. Didn't have the number of bedrooms or some characteristic about it. Because as you know, when a buyer calls on a home, they typically do not buy the home they call on. They have to go through a few to find that perfect one, right? Okay. So what if we did this? Hey, buyer, would you be interested in getting access to homes that match your home buying criteria as soon as they become available? Right. Home hits the marketplace, matches what you're looking for. We have a system that can send it right to your inbox instantly. Okay. Would that be helpful? And what do you think a buyer says? Right. The buyer says yes. They say they want this. Okay. Then they voluntarily give us all of their contact information. Okay. As a matter of fact, let me share with you what some buyers had to say.
For our first home.
Right. Let me share with you what some buyers had to say about that. And I just play my little benefits presentation. I mean, my video testimonial. I got some formatting things going on right here. Let me fix that. I'm gonna do that. Watch this. Watch how quick this is, man. This is called on-the-fly formatting just for you folks. Okay. Boom. Okay, here we are. All right, now pause. What do you think comes out now? What do you think gets pulled out or gets referenced or attention drawn to right now? Type into the chat if you know what happens right now. You got it. Demonstration of we are the agent with the buyers. So let me point it out to you. When I pulled out my stuff at their home, this is harder to do on a Zoom meeting, okay, but here's what I got. I got my database of buyers in waiting that I've brought along with me. I printed out, and I keep it printed out, some portion of the buyers in our database looking for a home for sale. That's like a ream of paper that goes with me for demonstration. And I tell them, it's laying next to my laptop, okay, when we're doing live presentations face-to-face. We'll talk about doing this over Zoom here in a moment. All right, and it's been there the whole time. And I've been moving it around. Like I've had my hand on it, massaging the thing. Okay, flipping through the paper. And then finally I'm like, as a matter of fact, I brought along with me some printouts here of buyers in our database looking for a home in the area. I only printed out the first 500 because I've got over 5,000 in my database looking for a home in the area here. And I brought this along for demonstration that we're the agent with buyers, okay? It's almost like I've been looking for a buyer for your home before we ever even met. So this buyer profile system, when we take on your home information, we're gonna feed it right to these buyers every day of every week until this thing is gone. And you're getting exactly what you want, okay? And this is this is how you benefit. Benefit, benefit, benefit. You guys see how that works? Okay, so let's think this through. I got a client, past client, telling the story for me. These folks right here.
We were so excited to start looking for our first home after we got married, but we quickly realized it was quite an overwhelming process.
We searched ads and magazines and drove everywhere looking for this new home, but everything that we found that we thought we wanted was already sold.
Familiar story, right? Guess who came to the rescue? Our buyer profile system. They were able to beat out other buyers to the best homes. Okay. So problem, solution, benefit, and even demonstrated that we're the agent with the buyers. Okay. I do not recommend solely resting on screenshots of things. So here's what probably is a great benefit of Zoom. You can actually in real time take your prospects that you're doing your presentation with. I know some of you guys are already doing it. Take your prospects to your CRM and show them, do a click search and show them the buyers that you have in your database looking for a home in the area. Okay. In the past, agents would have to have used their hotspot or something like that to be able to do that or get on the customer's Wi-Fi connection. You guys like that? Dude, that's awesome. Pause your window, pull up your CRM, show them the buyers in your database looking for a home in the area. Now, of course, you've already tried this and you got it worked out, right? Okay, awesome. Did you write that down, Kelly?
I've got it.
All right, good. Dude, that's $1 million strategy right there. That strategy right there will make you $1 million in commissions. All righty. Yeah, sort of like you already got. Okay, guys, good with that? Let's move on to another consumer program. All right, let me share with you our 24-hour talking ads. Okay, problem. Identify the problem. Getting information on homes is a lot of hassle. Either I'm chasing the agent down or the agent's hounding me. Okay, solution. Our 24-hour talking ads. Okay, so here's how it works. When we list your home, we're going to assign it a 4-digit ID number. And that's going to follow it along wherever it goes. So wherever we're promoting it, wherever we're advertising, wherever we're sharing information with buyers, they're going to have the opportunity, if they want, to call in, get detailed information about your home 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without having to talk to a real estate agent. Okay. And as a matter of fact, this is what it sounds like. Okay.
Hi, this is Todd Walters with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and thanks for taking a minute to listen in. We will gladly send you a property information.
Okay, now if you're sharp, you can do what Rick Brash used to do. He would go ahead and have some description of the property already preloaded into his hotline, so that when he played it, it wasn't general, it was specific to their home. This lovely and spacious home at 1065 Gunner Court, pretty slick, man. Pretty slick demonstration. Okay. So are you using the hotline technology? Okay. It's a great way to generate even more leads. People would prefer to talk, to get information many times without having to talk to a real estate agent, as you know. Okay. So you guys got that? Okay. So there's our solution to that. As a matter of fact, I've got more ad examples and more video testimonials if I want to play them. Okay. Like this one from Nina here. Okay.
I was relocating from Orlando and I was looking for a home. And what I found here in Georgia is that you call them homes and they're all already pending. They have a pending contract to it, or they're sold, or it's not what you're looking for. And agents really drive you to the homes they want you to buy, not the ones you're really looking for.
Oh, dude, all I need to do is just play that video and just be quiet. You know what I mean? Now, look, overuse of the video testimonial strategy can really lengthen this up. But remember, in the beginning now, guys, they told us what their needs were, what was most important to them. So I don't need to show them everything specifically, but some of these consumer programs, ooh, it's going to be for them. They're going to zero in on that like white on rice. Okay, you got it? Okay, let's move to the next one. Talking house. Okay. See, a problem is that buyers are driving around the neighborhoods looking for homes. All right. And they're doing this a lot nowadays, you know, because they can't really, they can't go inside of them as much as they could. So they're really getting an outside feel of the home. You see that? I'm using present circumstance, because of COVID-19, people aren't able to go inside as many houses. So they're spending a little more time on the outside. Okay. All right. They're driving around. They're writing down for sale sign or phone numbers of agents from for sale signs. They're pulling flyers if there's any of them out there. Right. So doing all that, they end up with a lot of information. And sometimes, many times, they don't have a clear picture of it. Nothing really stands out. But what if I could be here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, outside your house? The buyers are driving by. I wave them down. They slow down. Right? They roll down their window, and I share with them all the great benefits that your home has to offer. I tell them about this and about that and about this and about that. Now, I'm not able to mention this and that, those benefits in the home if I haven't seen it. You guys got it? So that's why, again, it's important to have that tour go on before you make your benefits presentation. You already know what you're going to be talking about when the benefits presentation comes along. And I want to use some aspects in their home, like the backyard, right? Hey, buyer, you can't see the backyard from the street here, but oh my God, your kids can play football back there, right? Bring all the kids in the neighborhood over. That's what happens here almost every Saturday. Okay. College football is going on in this backyard at this home. Okay. He's got that benefit, man. Benefit. And people now have word pictures going on in their mind. So I'm saying this to the seller. I said, unfortunately, that's pretty tough for me to be here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, standing in my suit out there by the street doing this. So this is what we've done. Okay. We use House Talk or Talking House technology to do this. Okay. So they pull up in front of the home. Okay. They see the sign.
Hi, this is Todd Welp.
Okay. They see the sign. They put in the information, and right over their device, they can hear and see all the great details about the house. You guys got it? Now, this is different. Don't get confused. This is different than an ad. This is in front of the effing house, man. This is all going on. So they're in front of their home, looking at their cell phone. They can see and hear whatever it is we want them to know, see, and hear. Okay? Beautiful, man. Okay, now, if you're not using House Talk, that either means you're not in Platinum, or you haven't bothered to take advantage of it. This is really inexpensive. I think it's like $50 a month. Shai will even give it to you for free to try it out for a month or two. Okay. But this video right here really does the work for us in explaining the benefits for the homeowner on this talking house or house talk.
Here's Dave. Hey. And here's Susan. Hello. Susan and Dave are searching for a new home and are driving around the neighborhood, checking out what's for sale. They see houses they like and want to get more information, but are reluctant to.
All right, so that 2-minute video does problem solution benefit using house talk. Now, why do I have video embedded in my benefits presentation? For obvious reasons. The video sometimes can do a better job than me, okay, on problem solution benefit. But again, use your own judgment on this. That's why I said this is the fully customized version, okay? And of course, you know what I have? A video testimonial of someone talking about looking outside their window at all the cars lined up like it's a freaking drive-in. Seriously, that's what this guy says. Where's it at? Right here. Yeah, all the cars lined up out there like it's a drive-in, watching and listening to all the
We
details
decided it was
about
time
their
for
house.
us to move to a bigger home, and we knew exactly who to contact, Todd Walters and Associates.
Dan came to our home and sat down and explained the programs that Todd Walters has, including the Talking House. Talking House is a radio.
All right, you guys see that? Beautiful, man. So the customer's doing the job of selling. Hey, one word here. All of these video testimonials that I've shown you, I personally never met any of these folks. These were all clients of my real estate sales team, and you'll hear them name drop some other agents. In this case, they said Dan. Okay, Dan was one of my outside sales agents on my team. And you can see that these are very happy people to the point of even being on video, telling the story that we want them to tell. And I never met them. That's how good the system is. All right. So when you see me on stage and I get kind of animated here, it's because I personally have experienced how good this thing is and seen it in the lives of others, especially our clients. Okay. You like that? All right, cool. And of course, you guys, many of you guys. All right. All right. Next consumer program. What do we got? Everyday open house. Okay. Everyday open house, man. Beautiful. I love that program. Okay. There it is. Open house every day. Okay. So what's this thing all about? Well, problem. Buyers are driving around, looking at houses. They write down a lot of information. Again, they got that cluttered picture. Our solution to this problem is to let them know that they can take a look at your home. All right. It's easy access to it. In other words, we're going to make it fun and we're going to make it easy for the customer to take a look at your house. Now, if right now you saw at the lunch break, you saw Allison talking about her everyday open house system. It's virtual. Just call for times. Boom, you book a time, you show the house virtually. Okay. So again, that's all that is. People just call, hey, I want to see the house. Okay. Well, in other words, the key box allows us. Let me tell you a little story on this. You guys will laugh at me on where this came from. Okay. So I get a call one day from a homeowner who's not happy with me. His home is not selling. And he says, Todd, I think I'm going to fire you and go with somebody else. And I'm like, that hurts. Okay, so why? What's going on? And the guy's like, well, you know, my home's not selling, as you know, and I really need to sell this thing, Todd. And the other agent I've been talking to, they tell me they're going to do an open house every Sunday until it sells. Okay, so I'm thinking to myself, right, I'm probably not going to do an open house every Sunday until it sells. But their home's already open. I don't get it. So then I start talking to the guy. I'm like, I really don't understand. I just don't get it. So why would you take such a step backwards when it comes to getting your home out into the marketplace? That I don't understand. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you see on the information there that we're telling people that they can see your home from 9 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night. Do you see that? And he's looking at his MLS printout or something. And he's like, yeah, I see that. And I'm like, yeah, we call that the everyday open house. In other words, it's open every day. We're advertising to the public that they can see it every day. Why would you cancel with me someone who does this every day, 7 days a week, and then go list your home with another real estate agent who only does it for 3 hours a week, only on one day. That doesn't make sense to me. So now he's like really got doubt going on in his mind. And of course, I close for the obvious opportunity. Look, based on what you're saying and the call you're making, if you had an offer on your home right now, you probably wouldn't be calling me to cancel the listing and do something. So really what I'm hearing you say is that you just want to get this thing sold now. Is that right? And the seller's like, yeah, that's all I want. And of course, you know what happens. We get a price reduction and we sell the house. Okay. The issue is that I shouldn't be getting that call. I should have already been proactive with the seller ahead of time and done that, right? But it led to a really great marketing concept. Hey man, if a home's got a key box on the thing, let's just tell people it's open every day. And that's what that is, okay? So we call it the Everyday Open House, as you know. So you're welcome there. Plots? All right, got it? So problem, solution, benefit. I didn't really cover the benefits. Here's how you benefit from this system, okay? But we let them know, look, it's available. People can see it anywhere between 9 o'clock and 8 o'clock. They just tell us, hey, I want to see it on this time. We make sure that they're qualified to buy it real fast with about 3 questions. Boom, we call you, hey, is it okay? And you're like, yeah, okay. Now, how are we going to do this now with Zoom and other things, right? It even becomes easier. Okay, it's open every day. Everybody got it? Virtual open house every day. Virtual open house every day. Some peeps have already wrote that down and you got that one rolling. Good job, everyone. You can see how the Titanium members, they're a little bit faster to implement on these and execute on these ideas. We want everybody to be like that. Okay. Hey, it does pay. It does pay to hang out with big thinkers and fast implementers, doesn't it? Okay, you guys like that? All right. All right, let's look at a couple of more bullet points and then we'll kind of land the plane on the benefits presentation, okay? Online, okay? Online systems. And I think you want to use this word systems, okay? Very, very important, online systems, okay? If you do not have the URL registered, whatever your name is, in this case, Carol, has thebuyers.com, I recommend you do that, okay? If for no other reason, but for demonstration. Kelly has thebuyers.com. You got that registered, Kelly?
I do.
So Kelly here over off camera, he's got that URL all set there. I think just about every Platinum member that I know of has already registered that. So if you're sort of new around here, write that down, okay? So let's look at the problems though with online marketing so we can get our language right here, okay? Problems. Most agents, marketing consists of trying to sell the home in the ad. Okay, I love this. Okay, oh, let me go back. Sorry about that. They're trying to sell the home in the ad, which is something you can do. Like you don't need me for that. You can just run the ad and sell the house, right? So you see what's happening right here, right now? This is good, man. Okay, stay with me on this. Most real estate agents' marketing consists of trying to sell the home in the ad. And that's something that you can do. You don't need a real estate agent for that, okay? Versus marketing that compels the buyer to actually contact us for more information, okay? This is because real estate agents don't know, and they're not trained in, and there is no training in direct response marketing. But it is how most small businesses actually get business, okay? Plus, the internet. It's crowded. It's like where everything is. So it's hard to stand out. I'll give you a quick example. You guys were talking about selling your home for around $700,000. Awesome. Okay. Here's the headline. Awesome Alpharetta home, $700,000 or trade. That one word creates more demand for your home as an example. That's a good headline. Okay. So that's our solution. As a matter of fact, this gentleman here wrote the book on online marketing, Real Estate Rainmaker Guide to Online Marketing. In the book, he featured me. And this is what he said about me in the book. Okay, so that's right. When he wrote the book, he found me, he saw marketing everywhere. And I interviewed the guy in the book and I just said, yeah, this is how we do things online. I learned this from a guy in Canada. His name's Craig. Okay, number one RE/MAX agent in the world. I'm just copying him, and here's how it looks. There's two different ways to go about it. We fly right into the radar screen of people, and we fly underneath the radar screen. This is what into the radar screen looks like. It's just branded marketing. Okay, so that everyone knows it's clearly coming from an agent. But when we take this other approach, this less branded approach, now we're flying under the radar screen. Okay, so all I'm trying to do here, guys, okay, is look like an authority. All of you are authorities on the matter of online marketing, over and above what other real estate agents are doing. And people believe that if you are not online, if they can't find you, see you, what Google says about you, it's like the truth. Okay. So you want to be able to manage all of this properly. I love this image. Many of you have seen this image before from our social media marketing summits. Okay. And I just look at it and say, yeah, this is a diagram of our web marketing blitz. And when they look at it, they're like, some expletives fall out of their mouth sometimes. Holy moly. Right? I don't even try to explain it. I don't need to. Okay. All right. There's our Facebook marketing blueprint. Okay. Which you can see is just one little spoke on that wheel there, our Facebook marketing blueprint. Okay. Here's what all this means to you. Here's what it means. No one's going to be able to go to the internet and not see your home. Even on other real estate agents or competitors' websites. We've got deals with them so that your home is featured there as well. Even on other commercial sites. Okay. Your home's there. Okay, you guys got it? Then we talk about the less branded marketing systems. Okay. I showed them some ads. I let them hear from one of my past customers on it. Okay. Who's this right here? Let's see who this is.
As a real estate investor, I've bought and sold many properties.
You got that? I use a professional home buyer to detail how we got him. He's a professional home buyer. And he called us to find a house through some of our marketing that doesn't really even talk about us. All right. So do you guys have in your benefits presentation examples of some less branded type marketing? Your hot list ads would be a good example. I would absolutely free report ads. Feature some of those in your benefits presentation as well. Good. All right. Check that box. All right. A couple more, and then we're going to land the plane on this. Okay. Exclusive citywide buyer agents network. Okay. So Kelly, I would on occasion get a call from a seller, and they would say, hey, Todd, you know what? When we met, you told me that you had all these buyers. Okay. And so far, out of everyone that's come and looked at my house, it's just been other real estate agents from all these other companies. You or your peeps or your team, I haven't seen any of those guys. In other words, why am I getting that complaint? Firstly, you know what that means? The guy wants to sell and his home ain't sold. So now he's going fishing looking for things, right? So two things here. Number one, anytime you get a call like that, that's an opportunity to solve somebody's problem. And you want to jump in and do that. All right. That's an immediate price change or some change to get this thing sold. So we want to welcome those calls, not get upset about them. All right. Secondly, Citywide Buyer Agents Network is what the MLS is. So when other agents are showing buyers your properties, you guys got it? That's the Citywide Buyer Agents Network. So if you tell the consumer, or excuse me, the prospect ahead of time, all right, what's going to happen? Okay, our Citywide Buyer, we're going to be telling other agents about your home. We're going to broadcast that not just to buyers, but to buyers who have representatives, okay, their own agent. We want them to know about it as well. And they like doing business with us. You guys got it? So now I framed it as these agents like coming and showing our listing. So when they show up and doing it, the customer is like, oh, that's Todd's, that's Craig's, that's yours, Citywide Buyer Agents Network. In action, okay? Because it is. It's designed to work that way, okay? Now, If you ever get, listen close. If you ever get an email from a buyer's agent that says, it was amazing working with you. I love this. Everything went great. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So you can see Allison sent me one that she got, and I copied and pasted in here to show you guys today. That's gold. You want to prove your claims. Proof of claims is buyer's agents love working with us. Let me show you why. Okay. Most buyer's agents liked working with my team because we did a great job of communication, and we let the buyer's agents negotiate their fee a lot of times, which led to them making more money versus me discounting it. Okay. When Craig gets on here, we'll have a little discussion about commissions and fees. Seems to be a big hit for everyone, especially yesterday. The doubt among many of you that you can increase the amount of money you make per transaction, staggering. If you've been in the Craig Proctor system for a bit, congratulations, you're already making more money per sale, as you should be. Your customers want more value. Are you guys good? All right. Good stuff, right? Okay. Now, if we're not talking about each other being in the Craig Proctor system, it's a mistake. Okay? It's a mistake. All right? Let's say some of you went to college and you got a master's degree in whatever subject that you got a master's degree in. You went to Harvard and you got a degree in psychology from Harvard or something like that. I already know you guys are bragging about that because that's something that a lot of people don't do or accomplish. All right. It's the same here. A Craig Proctor system degree. I've been teaching Craig Proctor system degrees to people as a professor of platinum for 15 years now. Okay. You guys get it? All those titanium members, they got their Craig Proctor system degree. Okay. You want to brag about that. The Platinum Closed Group Facebook page alone, if I went there right now, the number of referrals that get exchanged every month among Platinum members, it's amazing. So if you're not telling that story, you're missing out on a pretty big opportunity here. I call it our International Platinum Relocation and Referral Network. Okay. That is a big advantage and benefit. How about this? Many of you are a coach. Okay. Some of you are coaches. All right. Are you telling people that you actually help other real estate agents grow their businesses? That you've been hired as a system coach by Craig Proctor to do this? Okay. Look, it's right here. I'm bragging about it. Me, TW. This guy picked me out of all these other peeps out there to help him. All right. Now, that positions me as an authority on this area of marketing and sales. Okay. So if you're a coach, you want to talk about that. If you're in the program, you want to talk about that. You can see how these words can easily be changed around a little bit. Okay. Love it, man. So why is this such a big, it's a system versus a color or logos. You guys got it? When I was at RE/MAX, I couldn't say this. Oh, I'm in RE/MAX. Okay, what does that mean? Well, there's a lot of other RE/MAX guys. Okay, and how do I benefit from that? See what I'm saying? I'm selling the colors and logo. Nothing gets RE/MAX. Love that organization. It's the system, okay, that attracts all of the agents. Okay, you guys got it? All right, awesome. This is beautiful, isn't it? All right, next, consumer benefit. Again, this was the kitchen sink version. I'm covering it all. Reverse offer. Now, if the market slows down, team leaders, you can hide any of these slides that you want to at any given time. For example, we didn't talk a lot about reverse offers when the average days on the market was like 5 days, 7 days, 14 days. But as soon as that thing got up around 60 days, average days on the market, we pulled out the reverse offer system. Okay. There's waiting, there's hoping, and then there's doing. Okay. I like maybe doing, maybe action. Okay. So let me share with you our team's exclusive reverse offer system, Mr. Seller. Here's the problem. Common problem is, and our solution is. Okay. Again, problem, solution. Problem, sellers and agents hope that someone makes an offer. Our solution, if they're not making the offer, why can't we make them one? Here's how it works. And here's how you benefit. Okay? Problem, solution, benefit. All right. Now, the last consumer program I have plugged in here is a guaranteed sale program. And we worked on this on the first day. So we'll dive in just a little bit here, and then we're going to land the plane on this benefits presentation. Okay? Here's how it works. Mr. Seller, Miss Seller, what do you know about our guaranteed sale program? Oh, Todd, that's why we called you. That's why we called you. We got this postcard mail. We saw this online. We read about that. I'm like, awesome. Okay. So our guaranteed sale program is really the solution to this problem that we call the real estate catch-22. The real estate catch-22 is when someone owns a home and they want to go buy another house. What do? Because if they put their home on the market and it sells really fast before they have another home picked out, that means they're homeless. Okay. If they find another house, pick that thing out, buy it, and they still haven't sold their home, they're stuck owning two homes. So again, the real estate catch-22 is the fear of getting stuck owning two homes or none at all. So our solution to this dilemma is our guaranteed sale program. Okay, so let's say that you were selling your home yourself, right? And you've got on all your signs. Now listen what's happening right now. Listen what just happened. I'm taking away the thought of them selling their home themselves. Okay, so listen really close. Let's say you were wanting to sell your home yourself. Okay, and you put up, on all of your ads, on all of your signs, okay, all over the internet where you were marketing and advertising that your home was for sale. And you told all the buyers out there, hey, buyers, come on over here and buy my home. And if you have a home to sell, I will buy your home so you can buy mine. What do you think would happen if you were to do that? Right, you would get more buyers. But you don't have to do that. That's what we do with our guaranteed sale program, right? It is true that the majority of buyers would prefer to sell their existing home before buying their next house. So if you're doing this on your own or listing with another agent, the only buyers that could be attracted are what? The ones that don't have a home to sell or already have it sold. And that's a small piece of the pie. Okay. So yeah, we can attract 100% of all the buyers out there with our guaranteed sale program doing it that way. We will guarantee the sale of a buyer's home if they're moving up and buying your house. If their home doesn't sell, we can step in and buy the thing. As a matter of fact, let's listen to some of your neighbors or former neighbors that have had experiences with this consumer program. And then of course I play one of our video testimonials. I'll let the customer do the talking.
Decided we needed to move into a bigger home because when the home we were in was not quite this size of this home. And we did have two children. Of course, we have the little doggy here too. Trying to move.
All right, so you got it. So he tells a story. You see how they're framing it? We had a problem. We had a desire, we had a need, and then we had a problem. Then we found a solution. Todd, his guaranteed sale program. And here's how we benefited. Every one of those video testimonials were done that way, okay? And the customers were eager to do it. Yep, those are real, honest to goodness clients of my real estate sales team, which is pretty much an exact duplicate of Craig Proctor's real estate sales team business. And if you can copy, you can succeed here. Okay, it's just a plan that gets laid out and you go implement that thing and we help you implement it. And my encouragement is for everybody to go all in on that. Okay, don't nibble around the edges. It's easier to go all in. Nibbling around the edges, it's harder. Okay, so benefits. Here's how you benefit. Do you have any questions about how our guaranteed sale program works? Can you see how you benefit from that, Mr. Seller? Yeah, so Todd, what will you buy my home for? Todd, this is great. So what will you buy my home for? Okay. What do you say? Well, which one of our listings were you interested in buying? And they're like, oh, I gotta buy one of your listings. Say, well, sure. Like, how would it benefit you if I told all the buyers out there, hey, buyers, just go buy anybody's home. Just go pick one out. And if your home doesn't sell, I'll buy it. How would that help you? And they're like, well, it probably wouldn't. I'm like, right. So we want to tell them that they got to come and buy your home. That allows us to guarantee the home very close to market value. Okay. Otherwise, it's investor money and that sort of thing, and you're not getting top dollar. Does that make sense? Can you see how you benefit? Yes. Boom. Got it? And then we just take it a step further and we say, and we don't stop there. When a buyer buys your home, we're going to tell them the same thing. If they're not happy with it, we'll buy it back. Okay. So you can rest assured that the customer buying your home, they're not going to call and harass you. They're going to be calling us if they're not happy. Okay. Now, let me pause there. Here's what I found. Just about everyone selling their home, there's something in the house that they're a little nervous about, that they're not telling the whole story on. They got some mice in the attic. They had a little water leak down there somewhere. You guys get it? All right. It's common. It's common for people to have issues with their homes, and they're just not they're not broadcasting that. Well, you know, we had our roof leaking, you know, our shower leak destroyed the floor, you know, and they don't make an overproduction of those kinds of things. But they're nervous about this stuff. I'm not concerned about that. Neither are you. Every home is essentially the same. It's a physical structure, outdoors, okay, in the weather for years. You know, like it would be foolish for us not to think that ain't something that's happened there. So the guarantee, the buyer satisfaction guarantee brought up in the benefits presentation for sellers does have some merit here. It gives the seller peace of mind and acts as another benefit. All right, so then you just summarize, okay, and then you close, okay. Now, if you need to, you've got your statistical USPs, your specialized knowledge, okay. So you always want to be testing where you are in the program or in the benefits presentation, okay. And there's nothing wrong with using statistics here. As a matter of fact, there's everything right about it. You know, like where do buyers come from, okay. Let's look at the stats. You know, here's what's going on in the area. Sales price to list price ratio, days on market, success rates, inventory levels. Okay. Here's our statistics compared to those. Okay. And all this is right in the benefits presentation. One thing I will caution you about, some of you are just crushing it in terms of the number of homes that you sell. Like you sell 50 homes a year, and some of you guys are selling 50 homes a month or more, right? And that's far more than the average agent selling, you know, 5 or 7 or 10 or something like that. You're just crushing them. The fact that you sell a lot of homes is really good for you, but how does that benefit the homeowner? Well, right there. Because we sell more homes than the average area agent, there's more we can do for you. That's the benefit. So if you're going to brag about you being some super from the planet Krypton in terms of selling houses, all right, look at, you want to make sure that you always, you know, the benefit. Okay. We sell more homes than anyone. Okay. Well, that's good. Let me tell you what happened to me. Before Craig Proctor taught me the real benefit, I would do that. I would say, I'm number one. Dude, I sell more homes than anyone. When you pick me. All right. And I remember this little old lady. This little old lady came to me one time, and after the listing presentation was over, and she said, well, Todd, it looks like you're really busy and really successful. And I'm like, you betcha. And she goes, well, I don't guess you need my business then. That's what she said. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. Where did I screw up here? Number one, disc. Number two, benefit missing. So you see that? We don't want you to make these mistakes, guys. This is why we share them with you. Have you noticed that? Do we talk as much about the mistakes that we've made as the success that we've had? I do this. I learned that from Craig. He's very good at that, so that people fully understand it. We don't want you to do that. Okay. Good. All right. So then you just begin to summarize and close this. You got your statistics. Okay. I like to have a video on every single stat. Okay. Now, many of you are using Reality, Leon Dancona's company's program called realestatestatistics.com. Okay. I have the broker version of that, and that thing's a couple of grand a year. All right. But it will tell me anything and everything I want to know. If you're in coaching, okay, or in Platinum, you can probably get the what we call the coaching version. But you'll always hear me, no. You want everything. So just go get it from me. It's a small price to pay. If you're starting to sell some houses, go get that program. Just tell him you're with us, okay? And he'll make you the appropriate deal. That way you'll know all the time where you are in relation to all the other agents. For every single statistic you can probably imagine, you get the higher turnover streets. You got every piece of data you want on your competitors and other companies. It's brilliant. So these statistical USPs, okay, they do that. All right, number one, top dollar. All right, number two, we sell it faster. Okay, and number three, it's less hassle. All right, you guys got it? And then number four, it's a safe bet. Why is it a safe bet? Track record. Okay, so that's how you close. Okay, there are four big reasons for you to ask us to sell your home. Number one, we get you more money. Number two, we sell it faster. Number three, less hassle based on my team system. Number four, it's a safe bet. Okay, so there is a difference in you just selling your home and selling it right. Okay, so you get better results from our team approach. Okay, we create more demand with our consumer programs. We're the agent with the buyers. We're willing to even buy a buyer's home if we need to, so they can buy yours all the way through this, through the close, and you getting your money. Okay, so what happens next? All right, well, assuming we come to an agreement on price and our fee, are you okay with us handling the sale of your home? Okay, you guys got it? That's it, man. It's nothing more complicated than that. And I took an extra 30 minutes to drill down on and explain some of these consumer programs to you, because this is what I did with people on my team. I wanted to know everything we had in our arsenal. You guys got it? It's like the United States of America military. All right, we're prepared for any circumstance or foe that comes against us. We got everything. It's like Batman. My utility belt, I can pull anything out of this thing and take care of any situation that we need to. You want your salespeople to be that confident. You want to be that confident, especially if you're new around here. You want to have that kind of level of confidence. You guys got it? All right. Now, just a couple other points there, and then we'll move on. Okay, that was weird. All right. These other slides in the presentation, okay, are designed to do a few things. Number one, referrals. So after we get the listing, as soon as we get the paperwork signed, we want to take advantage of their positive frame of mind and ask for referrals. So you want to flip back to the cause that you're involved in, the worthy cause, and make that referral offer. This is so important to me. I embedded it into our actual listing agreements. This way agents don't forget to do it. Okay. Now, next, let's say that you're closing and they're like, well, Todd, we promised some other agents that we would interview them, and a promise is a promise. And, no matter what I'm doing here, I just can't get them back to agree. Okay. Well, you know what happens? You keep going. All right, here's how it worked for me. And, I built this into my schedule. I ain't leaving their home without the listing, post-dated or something. They're going to have to kind of move me out. So I just keep rolling. I'm like, I certainly understand that. I certainly understand. Remember a few minutes ago when I said that there were 4 big reasons to ask us to sell your home, right? Remember that? And one of them was it's a safe bet. Here's why it's a safe bet. We put everything in writing. Okay. So put everything in writing. As a matter of fact, we call it our 6 seller satisfaction guarantees. So with your permission, I want you to know about these. Okay. So then I run through the 6 seller satisfaction guarantees. All right. Number 1, communications guarantee. All right. Number 2, our honest promises guarantee. Okay. Number 3, reality-based selling price range guarantee. Okay. For every $5,000 we sell your home for below the agreed upon range, we're going to pay you $200 cash. All right. All right. Reality-based timetable. If we fail to get you an acceptable offer within 90 days of the list date, we'll pay you $100 for every week beyond that. Okay. Number 5, honest presentation of track record and experience. Okay. If anyone can demonstrate that what we've said is not true, all right, we'll donate $5,000 to the charity of their choice. Okay. And number 6, our qualified buyer's guarantee. If we ever show your home to a buyer who later tells us they can't afford it, we're going to pay you $500. Okay. You guys see that? So the 6 seller satisfaction guarantees will kind of help bridge the gap. on this. Okay. And you guys got it? So again, I'm moving into this. Why? Because they said no. When I said, hey, assuming we come to an agreement on price and our fee, are you okay with allowing us to handle the sale for you? Moving forward and getting this thing sold. And the customer comes back and says, well, I don't know. We need to interview some other agents. We promised them. All right. So, man, I'm going to continue on here. Okay. And I'm continuing on and I'm pressing a little bit more. Here's why. If I walk out of the home without an agreement, at least post-dated, the odds of me getting back in there to get it signed are below 50%. Okay, you guys got it? I don't like those odds, especially when they're interviewing other real estate agents. Okay, so I've got to continue to make a connection on that. All right, and that's how it works. Okay, so you guys like that? All right, now that'll typically do it. Now let's do this. Let's say that didn't even work. All right, they said, you know what, Todd, that's really good. And we like those guarantees. That's really cool. But you know what? We just can't break the promise. We told these agents we would interview them. And I just feel bad about calling them and breaking the promise. I'm like, okay, why don't we do this? All right, I brought along with me an agent selection guide. And other homeowners have found this extremely valuable when they go to interview other real estate agents. So if it's okay with you, I want to give it to you and it will help you in the interview process. Okay, let's take a quick peek at it and run through it real fast. And then we run through the agent selection guide. Okay, don't play blind archery. Okay, the 4 mistakes to avoid when you put your home on the market with a real estate professional. Okay, the frequent results of these mistakes are this. Okay, and you run through all 4 of those. Okay. Hey, when you're talking to these other agents, some of them, when you tell them that you're talking to me about selling your house, they may tell you something that's not true. So I want to deal with that if that's okay. Okay. And then you run through 6 things that people might say or 6 reasons why they may go with another agent over and above you. Okay. So this is all part of the agent selection guide. Most Platinum members, Craig, have access to this right now at their fingertips on the coaching site in that Dan Kennedy library. You heard Craig talk about Dan before lunch there. Okay, you guys got it when we were talking about the bomb. It's all right there for you. Now, after I've gone through the agent selection guide with them, okay, I try to close one more time. Do you still feel compelled to interview other agents, or are you okay with us moving forward and getting your home sold? Okay, you got to take one more shot at it. No, Todd, this is all good. Thank you for this. This will help us. Awesome. Here it is. Okay, when are you interviewing the other agents? They tell me. I'm like, awesome. Okay, so why don't we do this? I'll pop back over here then, or we'll pop back up on our Zoom meeting just after that. Okay, so you're interviewing them Sunday at 3. So how about Sunday at 5 o'clock? You good with that? Okay, awesome. Sunday at 5 o'clock. So I booked the appointment and that's it. So it becomes a 2-stepper. And hopefully I've done a good job here of educating them. And my leave behind materials, this agent selection guide, is going to be very powerful. And they're going to follow all those bits and pieces when interviewing agents. And I'll be back in there again to do this. So you guys got it? That's it. Now, some people are typing in the chat, Craig. They're saying, well, what about the CMA? Well, there's really no reason to get into pricing here.
Right. So a couple things. First of all, this is why I like to be in last, because we've talked a lot about they promised these other agents that they would speak to these other agents. And this is why earlier I talked about why I prefer, you guys can do it the way you want, but I prefer to be last, because there is no conversation about, oh, we still have to meet with this other agent that we promised. I'm the other agent that they made the promise to. Do you see how that works? Now, if I can't be last, of course, I want to be first, right? If they won't commit to me not listing with other agents with me being last, then I want to be first, because that tells me they're not going to commit to anybody. No committal. I want to be in front of, if they won't commit to me, as being in last. Think about this. I'm saying, I want to show you how much extra I'll do for you. I want to be the last one you meet with. And all I ask in return is for your commitment or your promise that you won't list your home, you won't sign up with one of the other agents before you and I have a chance to meet on Thursday. If I can't get their commitment, if I can't get them to promise me that, what does that mean? That means they're probably not going to keep their promise with the other agents they've got appointments to meet with. Does that make sense? So that means I want to be first, because if they won't promise that they'll wait for me, then they're not going to keep their promise to the other two agents. So I want to be first because these people don't want to promise anything. So if I'm first and I get through, first of all, if you're doing a really good job, outside sales agents, if you're doing a really good job with this, at the end of the presentation or before the end of the presentation, you're met with, where do I sign? Okay, if that's not happening for you, if more times out of not, you're met with resistance, okay, if they're fighting you, if you have to be an arm twister, it just tells me your presentation isn't strong enough. And you might be saying, well, Craig, I'm using your presentation. Okay, but how are you presenting it? And are you really using it the way we want you to use it? Because those of you that have really mastered this, here's what happens. At least 8 out of every 10 sellers you meet with, by the time you get to the end of it, or before you get to the end, the seller says, where do I sign? Like they're convinced. The presentation has to do a couple things. This is how good the listing presentation must be. First of all, the listing presentation has to be so good that even if they are speaking to other agents, they want to list with you over and above anyone else. That they wouldn't consider listing their home with an ordinary real estate agent. The listing presentation also has to be so good that you have created this expert status, okay? They see you as the expert, as the professional, and someone that they should listen to when it comes to the recommended asking price. Okay, that your presentation has communicated so much value that your fee is not an issue. As you've heard Todd say, the fee is only an issue in the absence of value. How is it that some real estate agents can consistently get a higher fee than other agents? It happens. You know what happens because they've got better presentation that creates and builds value. We want to get their commitment that they're going to list with us, as Todd mentioned a minute ago, before we get into pricing and before we get into our fee. In other words, if I can't get them to commit to me, what does it matter what my opinion on price is? What my commission rate doesn't matter because you haven't committed to listing with me. Does that make sense? So I'm going to go through that in detail because some of you might not get what I'm talking about here. If, by the way, I want to throw this out here as well. If at the end of it, they say, well, you know, gee, Todd, I've got this other agent that I committed to. I will say this, and I know some of you do this. I'll say, look, Todd, would you feel better if I called the other agent right now? I could just step out of the house here for a minute and I called the other agent and I let the other agent know that you've decided to list with me. Would you prefer if I did that for you? And sometimes they like that, right? Especially if they're a C or an S. It's like, oh man, you would do that? Because I really do want to list with you, but I kept this. If you could call them and let them know that I'm going to list with you, that would be great. How many of you have done that before? Type that into chat. Yes, I've called the other agent. Okay, sometimes they just don't want to call the other agent because they made this commitment, they made this promise, and they feel bad. So I'm going to be a hero and say, I can do that for you. If that's what's getting in the way of us moving forward, I can call the other agent and let them know, that you've decided to list with me. I'll do that for you. So we're going to do the benefits portion of the listing presentation first. You do all the benefits first, but before you get into your recommended asking price, and before you get into what your commission rate is, your fee, you want to get their commitment that you're the person for the job. So how do we say that? We go through the whole presentation, blah, 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 blah. And when you're done the benefits portion, before you get to pricing and your fee, you say this. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Home Seller, based on what we've discussed here today, would you like me to handle this for you? I'm looking him right in the eyes. Well, gee, Craig, you haven't told us what your commission is. But assuming we could agree on my fee, based on what we've discussed so far, would you like me to handle this for you? Now they don't know what to do, right? In other words, assuming we can agree on the fee, but just based on the benefit portion, the benefits, the things that I do for you, based on that, would you like me to handle this for you? Well, gee, Craig, you haven't talked to us about the list price yet. Well, assuming we could agree on the asking price, based on what we've discussed so far, would you like me to handle this? Why do I do it that way? Because if you do it the old way, the traditional way, which is you go through all your benefits, then you give them the asking price, then you quote them your real estate fee. And if at the end of it, they say no, you got a problem. You don't know what they're objecting to. You don't know what they're saying no to. Are they saying no to you or the benefit portion of your presentation? Are they saying no to your commission rate? They didn't like your commission rate. Are they saying no to the asking price? They didn't like your recommended asking price. You see, before you can handle an objection, you need to identify it. Does that make sense? I can't handle an objection if I don't know what the objection is. So the problem for some of you is at the end of it, the seller just says no. They might not just flat out and say no, but they're going to give you some kind of story. Hey, Todd, I just, my wife and I, we just want to think about it. Or we're going to meet another agent. Or, we'll call you tomorrow, Todd. No, the answer is no. Todd, I think you're being generous when you say when you leave the house. How many of you would say Todd's being generous when you leave the house without the listing? There's probably a greater than 50% chance that you ain't getting back in again. In other words, that the seller's done all the thinking they're going to do. Now, there's exceptions. In fact, if I'm presenting to a high C seller and they're not ready to list at the end of it, I'll make it my idea. I'll say, Todd, we've covered a lot of information today. Why don't you think about it tonight and go over all this information, and I'll give you a call in the morning. How does that sound? And Todd, is the high C seller, says, that sounds perfect because that's what he wants to do anyway. So why not make it my idea? Mm-hmm. But how many of you like that? The benefits first, get the verbal commitment, based on what we've discussed so far. Would you like me to handle this? Why are we so afraid to ask? And I'm looking at him right in the eyes. It'll tell you right away whether you're going to get this or you're wasting your time. What if I can tell as soon as I ask that question, I'm not getting this listing? How long am I going to hang out in this property for? I'm not going to fight with them about the asking price or defend my fee. It's like, this person's not going to list with me.
No.
So anyway, that's how I do it. How you guys do it is up to you. But benefits first. One thing we know doesn't work. I hope you don't start off with your commission rate. I'd like to start the presentation off, Todd, with telling you how much I charge you. And then I'm going to tell you a price that you probably don't want. As soon as you do that, if they don't like your commission rate, they don't like your recommended asking price, guess what happens? They stop listening to you. They don't hear a word of your benefits. That's why we can't do it that way.
I like it when you say, well, this is how I do it. But, if you want to, you can do it however you want to. Well, that's just, that would be dumb, in my opinion, because.
Hey, Todd, as you know, over the years, we can't make anybody do anything.
Yeah, but
right.
I'm hoping that people
understand it. I'm just saying, look, I sold 10,000 listings and Todd sold the same amount. So between us, 20,000 listings and his company's selling hundreds and hundreds of listings. That's how we did it.
Yeah,
And
so
it worked pretty well.
you should copy, but if you don't want to, I guess it's okay.
I mean, it's not like a pain.
I like that. Yeah.
Well, I would say
Copy,
this.
but
Look,
hey, if you want to,
if you're watching us, and if you're watching us and you're doing better than us, okay, if you've sold more than 10,000 homes, or if you get more than 80% of the sellers you meet with signing up to the listing with you, you're doing better than us, then yeah, keep doing it your way. But I'm talking to those of you that are watching this that are not listing hundreds of homes a year, and you're not closing 80% of the appointments. Okay, not 100%. Todd and I didn't get 100%, but we clearly got 8 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. I talked to an agent the other day. They told me, so I'm 100%. I'm like, how many homes did you list last year? Well, I did 5. I'm like, okay. And
one was my mother's.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, one was my mother's. I
Yeah.
sold my brother. Yeah. As soon as I hear an agent say, yeah, I get them all. I get 100%.
I'm 100%, man. You don't
need a great listing presentation for your mom. How many of you agree? You don't need an awesome listing presentation when it's your mom or your brother or your cousin. Because you know what? They don't even want to list with you, but they have to.
Yeah. All right. So once we do that, so we've agreed now. So we move to, like a net sheet. I love running through the numbers with people.
Mm-hmm.
And then we move through the agreement. Dealing with objections, though, typically come up when we're getting into price or timing or fee. That's sort of the common objections. The objection that we got more than anything else, Craig, wasn't really about our commission. It was about a time frame to start. Like I'm like ready to bring buyers over. Well, we got to do this and we got to do that and we got to do this. So we're not ready to go. Like today.
Yeah, post
date.
Right,
so yeah, just post date the agreement.
Yeah,
Right.
that's you don't want to have that as a reason not to sign the listing. Well,
Yes.
we need to paint the kitchen. Okay, well, why don't we do this? My preparation, I've got about 3 or 4 days of preparation, or a week or whatever. So why don't you paint the house? We'll take care of the paperwork here today. That'll give my office a chance to, get the photographer out here and get the key cut and make the feature sheet. And by the time we have all our administrative stuff ready to go, you've got your house ready to go, and we start the showings.
Amen, brother. It's good. All right. So in case you guys are just joining us today, we're working with sellers. And working with sellers means over all these years, we've documented every single seller objection that they could utter out of their mouth. Okay. Every one of them have been documented, and we've answered them. We don't want to move twice. You're the professional. What do you think? All right. I got a friend in the business. Will you do it for less money? The other agent will do it for X%. What's the transaction fee? We wouldn't sell our home at these prices. I don't like the prices you're giving me. We can try it at this price. They can always make an offer. Our home is nicer than all these. We want to think about it. We want to pray about it. We don't have to sell. I don't like the prices. We can always rent, and on and on. We need more money. We're not going to give our home away. All right. We always sleep on it.
I love that one, Todd. If I was going to give my home away, I wouldn't need a realtor.
Yeah. Well, giving it away would be zero. So no one's asking you to do that. All right. But you guys got it. So here's what I recommend doing. You can go to the coaching site, and in the Platinum Ultimate Sales Team Training Library, you can pull down the objections. I showed that to you guys 2 days ago. It's called the Objections Manual. All the objections are there. But here's what you don't want to do. We don't want to validate objections. We want the customer to do that. So when you're going through your agreement and you say something like, okay, our commission's 7%. And they're like, your commission is 7%? And the answer is yes. Right. So in other words, questions, complaints, stalls, objections. So you want to document, let's say you're an OSA on Nathan Clark's team right now. Okay. And you go out on an appointment and you meet an objection that you couldn't deal with. It's very important that you write it down quick. Write that down. Okay. If you are going to hear it one time, you're going to hear it again. Write it down. When you get back with Nathan, or your team leader, you guys want to brainstorm this thing, go find the role play it out, document this. So now we've got it. We're going to add it right to our little manual here. And this way, when it comes up again, we're prepared. So somebody get that? All right. But to me, the ultimate objection handler on anything when it comes to resistance is that cancellation guarantee. It was so easy to pull that out. Okay. Or price. How about this? Craig, you know, I do hear you that it looks like our home should be selling for around, you know, 400,000 here. But we really don't want to list it at 400. If we do that, they're just going to want to offer us less money. Can't we just go ahead and I'm just way more comfortable putting it on the market at 425. You know, I know it's probably going to sell for 400, but I want to list it at 425. Okay. So whenever we run out of things to say, we can pull off that performance guarantee. Well, why don't we do this? If we put it at 400 and, you know, we're not getting you 400, we can pay you the difference. So you can always use a performance guarantee to move the ball along if you run out of things to say. We talked about that the first day here in the workshop. Performance guarantees are great when you just forget how to deal with these objections, right? I like that, Craig. It's like I'm freaking bulletproof.
You are bulletproof.
Yeah, I know how to handle all the objections. I got performance guarantees. I got social proof. Dude,
but honestly, that's how you and I felt when we were out on presentations. We felt like we were bulletproof.
Oh, no question.
And I think, you know, there's a, how many of you have this certain thing in you where I didn't even mind being, I kind of like being in competition. And the reason I like being in competition is because I would usually win. How many of you are okay with competition as long as it doesn't harm you, right? As long as you win. So I don't know what that high, that adrenaline that I would get even after 25 years in real estate of leaving the seller's house and getting that listing signed and knowing you've got that listing at a great price, you've got a 6-month listing, you've got your full commission, you've got the $495 transaction fee, you know you beat out these other agents, you know that you've got this listing at a lower asking price than the other agents promised. You've got it at a higher commission rate than the other agents quoted. And you walk out of the house, you walk around the garage, and then Todd, you give it the fist pump. Right? It's like, I've got it. I love it. How many of you give it the fist pump? Right? You get the listing signed, you're good, and you know you're good, and you get it signed, and it's that competitive thing. You walk out of the house, it's like, yeah, I beat out 3 or 4 other agents, and I didn't cave in. Okay, I didn't wimp out. I didn't cut my commission rate. I didn't overprice the property. I didn't list it for 30 days when I know it's going to take 90 days. How many of you still have that adrenaline? Okay. And outside sales agents, you will get that. And it's a lot of fun. So I enjoyed it. I enjoy the psychology of sales. I find it challenging. It's kind of boring if every listing is just to come list me. I like them every once in a while, but, and some of you may think, well, that's how Craig's business was. His marketing was so good that all the sellers in his town, they just laid down. They just come on over and get me. That's not true. I got my fair share of lay downs and come list me's, but the vast majority of them, I was in hard battle. I was in competition with the top agents. And when it got to the point where my outside sales agents could beat the top agents, right? That was very satisfying. So I could take a brand new agent or an agent a couple of years in the business, train that agent, under my wing, train them. And within a couple of years, this newer agent working with me after a couple of years could take down any competitor in the marketplace. I'm talking about competitors that were 20, 30 years in the business, big marketing budgets. And, the competitors would say, well, you're not even getting Craig. They used to call my outside sales agents, they used to call them Craigettes. Oh, you're a Craigette. Well, the Craigettes were able to take down the mightiest of the agents in the area.
Next time I see Frank, I'm going to call him a Craigette.
Well, that's one of the challenges I had recruiting Frank, right? Frank's like, well, I didn't want the other agents to think I couldn't make it on my. Frank made way more money with me than he did independently. And outside sales agents, You need to understand this. You need to understand that you will make way more money with your team than out there as a solo agent. In all the years I did this, okay, all the years I did this, I had some people come and go, but I never had an outside sales agent that netted more money outside of the Craig Proctor team than they did when they were on the team. So this is when I was talking to Frank, he was a top agent in the area. I said to Frank, what are you making a year? He thought he was making 100, 120 a year. I said, now you've got expenses off that. What do you net? He said, I don't know, probably 80. I said, Frank, if you come and work with me, you'll net way more money with me. And you won't have the responsibility of all the advertising and the marketing. And you won't have to pay for generating the leads. You won't even have to call the leads. I'm going to give you appointments. All you have to do is go from appointment to appointment to appointment. And of course, the first year with me, I think he did really well. And he stayed with me for 15 years, just like Lindy. So outside sales agents, you got to understand a good deal when you got one. Okay. There's a lot of work building this team up, and being a part of the team, you benefit so much more than a solo agent that's trying to struggle along and do it themselves. So outside sales agents, here's what you have to set aside: the ego, right? Worried about what the other agents are going to think. Well, Frank's like, well, they're going to call me a Craigette. Frank, you're going to make twice as much money. Did you get into real estate because you care what the other agents think? Or did you get into real estate to make the absolute most net money in your bank account every year? Well, I want to make as much as I can. Don't worry about what the other agents think. Don't let ego dictate your bank account. Like, do what's best for you and your family. So not only was I able to get good agents, the key is I was able to keep them because we delivered a good product for them as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me share a couple of resources here, and then we're going to move on to taking care of the customers and getting their home sold. That's the two things that we want to deal with before we land the plane today. So here I am back in the #1 real estate business building resources site known to man in history, CraigProctorCoaching.com.
Okay? I got to say, I like how you say that.
Yep. So right here, Platinum Listing Appointment Library. Remember, I told you this breaks down into basically 3 parts. We looked at follow-up system earlier. Then we looked at the actual appointment, what goes on in the appointment. And then there's after the appointment, which is when it comes time to sales and servicing. Okay. So the listing appointment library that we set up here for Platinum members, I'm just going to click on that just so you got an idea. There are 28 files in this thing. Remember, there's over 80 file libraries, over 3,000 pieces of resources. And right here, that benefits presentation that I went through, that kitchen sink version was right here. Fully customized with video. I wanted you guys to see the video testimonials. That's why I use that version. If you're a coaching member, you've got the coaching site. But remember, presentations lead to lifetime customers. That's why we use them. Okay. So, all right, now we're going to get into sales and servicing. All right. So let's do that. Let's do that, Craig. And let's have some fun with this thing. When we right after we get the seller to sign our agreement, there's a few things that we want to do. We got to let them know what's going to happen next. Okay. So a lot of agents drop the ball here. They get the agreement signed, they run out, and then the seller's like, well, now what? Like, what happens now? So it becomes a guessing game. Don't do that. That messes up your 5-star review in this lifetime customer. So we want to let them know certainly what's going to happen next. And of course, we already talked about the referrals. Okay. We did that as soon as we're getting the agreement signed. All right. You guys good? All right. So we would give our sellers a little breakdown. It was a little sheet, and we just gave it to them. This is what happens next. This, and this, and this. Okay. That's how systemized it was. What you're looking at essentially is the new listing plan. So when the listing plan got launched, the CRM told everybody on the team what to do, when to do it. And it happened like clockwork all the time. If the courier was out on vacation and it's like, oh my God, how are we going to get to signing yard? We had backups for that. People were cross-trained in the business. When you're a solo practitioner, I get it. It's tough. It's tough to do all these things. and be all the places that you need to be all the time. So the best way to do that is by using your CRM and putting together your activity plans so things don't fall through the cracks. Does everybody get that? All right, so very important. So from the courier to the listing coordinator, office manager, outside sales agent, team leader, everyone knew exactly what to do and when to do it. So are your processes written down and in your CRM, and they're that good? Okay. So right now, if things are a little slow for you, you may be busier with customers because we're meeting with more online. Okay, I get that. But since you're not spending a lot of time on the road, you probably got a little more time to work on your business right now, which is why, Craig, I think we did good here with this workshop. It come at a perfect time. People are kind of at home. They're not on the road so much anymore. So it works out good. So, hey, work on your business in that area, processes. When I list a home, what all happens? You've got all the checklists here. Tells you exactly what to do and when to do it. Right out of Craig Proctor System Handbook. All right, everything you could think of. All right, and you'll be good for that. Then when you get busy back on the road again, you're less time in the office. You won't be complaining about, oh my God, I should have spent more time working on my business while I was in my house more. Okay, so everybody got it? All right, so yeah, so we had a little checklist for, okay, this is what I should be getting when someone turns in a listing in my office. Okay, so when my coordinator got it, they're looking at it and they're just making sure everything's in there. Check, check, check. So the listing agent, Craig, one of the big complaints I would get from my administrative guys is that the agents were a little loose with the paperwork.
A little.
Yeah, a little loose with the paper. Why can't they get it right? Why don't I have this? It's slowing up the process.
Because they're salespeople. That's why.
Yeah. Right. So checklists, for example, checklists and processes is how you bring everybody together. It's that simple.
Yeah.
All right.
And when I'm recruiting agents, we talked about how I recruited Frank. I talked to Frank about all the things that he didn't like doing. I said, when you're part of the Craig Proctor team as an outside sales agent, you're not running around getting keys cut. You're not making feature sheets, installing key boxes. You're not, worried about how to generate leads or write ads or pay for ads. I made a big list of all the unpleasant things about real estate that he no longer had to do. And one of them is paperwork. I said to Frank, you get the listing signed, you email that information into Cindy. She broker loads it, processes everything for you, orders up the sign, gets the key cut. The courier goes over, takes a picture of the house, delivers the feature sheets. You're just going from appointment to appointment, Frank.
I'm in. Where do I sign? When do I start?
Yeah, basically I said, Frank, you just get to do what you're good at all day long, meeting with buyers and sellers. I'm taking everything else off your plate.
Yeah, tremendous benefits. Hey, didn't we write a book about that?
We did. Show the book. Show everybody the book. We need to see it up close. Closer, closer, closer. There it is. Up a little higher. Got to see the whole book. That's it right there. Can everyone see that? You need closer? Zoom in a little bit more there, Todd. And down a bit, and there we go. Death of the traditional real estate agent. Rise of the Craig Proctor System team.
Got it.
And the premise of the book is either in the future, and the future is now, the premise of the book is either you're going to be part of a real estate team or you're going to run a real estate team, because there's only going to be real estate teams because it's the most efficient way to do it. So you either start a real estate team, you're the team leader, or you work on a real estate team. That's called normal. It's like it makes sense. It's the way other businesses run, right? Lawyers work with groups of lawyers, right? Lawyers have legal assistants. Doctors have other doctors and specialists. They work as teams. So it has been proven to be the most efficient way of doing this, not only for each member on the team, but let's not forget about the customer. This is what serves the customer the best. Who do you think can provide better service? A solo agent trying to juggle all the balls, or you and your entire team? No brainer. It's what's best for the client. So if we're concerned about what's best for the client, well, look at all the other industries outside of real estate. Do they work as teams? Professionals don't work alone, right? The pilot has a co-pilot. Okay, the pilot's not out filling the plane with gas. The pilot's not loading luggage on the plane. The pilot's not serving food at 30,000 feet. The pilot's flying the plane. The co-pilot's doing his thing. Everybody's working together as a team. It's called normal. And those of you that have played any team sports, you get it, right? How many of you played team sports and like, okay, this makes sense? Right? How many of you have been in a profession before you got into real estate? Maybe you were a school teacher. Okay, maybe you were a nurse. Maybe you were, whatever you did before this, there's a pretty good chance that your old career, you worked as part of a team. So I don't know, someone, I guess 100 years ago said agents are supposed to work by themselves, solo agent, 24/7, on call, working all the time, never a day off. Well,
here's my favorite.
How's that working out for most
here's my
agents?
favorite. We're realtors. Real estate is our life, so you can live yours.
Weren't those horrible commercials? National Association of Realtors, they played them up here in Canada as well.
Yeah.
Promoting the fact that when you call a real estate agent, that this is their life. You can call them 24/7. They exist for you at your convenience.
Yeah.
Horrible. That's our association. That's where your fees are going to promote the fact that real estate agents have no life. What did they say again? What was the commercial? Real estate is our life?
Yeah, we're realtors. Real estate is our life, so you can live yours.
Yeah. They should have said, we're realtors. We have no life. We have no life.
That's what it said. That was the commercial, literally.
I know.
Like, who does that? Who does that? Anyway, I guess that leaves a good business opportunity for us. All right, let's talk about selling the houses. Okay, so what most real estate agents do, as soon as they got a listing, they can't wait to run to put it in MLS so that Zillow and Redfin and Realtor.com and Realtor.ca can use the listing to generate leads and then sell those leads to your competitors.
All right, just stop there for a sec. How many of you have never thought about what Todd just said? Repeat that again, because it's so beautiful. And I don't think most agents understand how they're being taken advantage of.
All that work, all that money, all that time, getting a customer, getting their home listed, then running to put it into the MLS. So
running a sprint.
Like as fast as I can get it. I got to put it in the MLS today. Just like sheer panic. I got to get it in MLS. Like it's
yeah, but to what end? To what we are trained. We are, oh my God, we're trained to run little realtor, back to the office to broker load your MLS so it can be syndicated and everyone else now leverages off your hard work.
Oh yeah. Like I said, Zillow, Realtor.com, Realtor.ca, Redfin, those are the biggest offenders. We're going to take that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Todd, for that listing. We're going to take good care of it for you. We're going to advertise it. We're going to leverage it. We're going to put all this data there. We're going to generate all these leads, and then we're going to sell those leads to your competitors, unless you want to give us some money too, right? And that's how it works. I just don't think that's
it's a good deal. You know what? They must have all got together one night at a bar, right? They must have all got, and they created this scheme. They're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. You imagine they're all sitting there, Zillow, they're all sitting there at this great big table, and they're like conspiring, and they're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get all the agents in Canada, the United States, to go out there and work and blow their money and work really hard and get these listings. Then they're going to give all that information to us, and we're going to sell it back to them.
It's banking.
God.
It's a bank.
Yeah.
It's just like a bank.
It's a great scheme.
Yeah, it's just like a bank. You give the bank your money.
Yeah.
You pay them to hold your money, and then they use it to make money. It's the same thing.
And then if you want to borrow your money back, they charge you 5% or 10%
You got
or
it, man.
whatever.
You got it. It doesn't need to be that way. So I'm going to ask everybody a question. What if there were no MLS, or you were forbidden from using it? What would you do then? Let's say it's your own house. You got to sell this thing. Okay. What would you do? What's the first thing you would do when you got a listing, your own home? You can't use the MLS. What would you do? Okay.
I love that. Everyone write that down. Pretend there is no MLS. Imagine if there's no MLS. You know, Todd, I've heard you say things like this before. One of the things that you get on our members about is we don't want to call buyers or sellers anymore, right? So we just email them. And I've heard you say, well, pretend there's no email. Pretend there's no text messaging. Pretend there's no email. Back in the day, how would you have reached people? You would have picked up the telephone and had a human interaction called talking to people, which is way better. So not all technology has benefited us. Remember yesterday I said, we've even created a term for it. I reached out to them. Todd, I reached out to the buyer. No, you didn't. You sent them an email. Because if you talked to them, you would have said, I called the buyer. I reached out to them. So what happens now is we just send a bunch of emails to buyers, and we're hoping the buyer finds their own house. Hey, you know what? You do all the work. If you find one, give me a call.
Yep. So the first thing that you would do if there were no MLS is you would document the story. Now, most of you have been doing this. Okay. So like the remarks in the MLS should be the story. That's the story that you've been documenting, the advantages and the benefits, not the features. Remember, the MLS printout, the address, and all that are the features. The remarks that you guys have been doing for all these years, realistically, the thing that people cannot search by is the real reason people buy the homes, and that attracts them. The story, the headlines. Alpharetta, distress sale, $700,000 or trade. Just those words right there. No address. I didn't say home for sale in Alpharetta, 1065 Gunner Court, $700,000. You guys see what I did? Alpharetta, distress sale, $700,000 or trade. That is a magnet. That attracts people. That creates more demand, right? And that sells. So when we solely rely on the MLS here, you actually commoditize your seller's home. You bring the price down because you got to compete with everybody else, right? So you have to be aware of this. So the first step is I got to conjure up the story. I got to write the ads that will really sell this home and attract more prospects instead of just one. Okay. So we're not saying don't use the MLS. We're just saying, what if it didn't exist? What would you do? And you would be forced into marketing. We'd have to come up with ways to tell the story. If all we're going to do is, okay, I'm going to pretend the MLS doesn't exist and I'm going to go run an ad, and the ad's the same as it would be as if it was in an MLS. In this case, whatever that is, 1065 Gunter Court, home for sale in Alpharetta, $700,000, 5 bedrooms, 4.5 baths, full basement. You see what I'm doing? I'm just doing the same thing I would have done if it was an MLS. I'm selling features versus attracting a lot of prospects by using advantages and benefits. So, your team needs to get really good at this. So the way that we did it, we talked about this on the first day, is we just had a word list, a pick list. I said, we're going to use these words to conjure up the story or the images that we want people to get in their head about this home. Okay. And then we just use really killer headlines like the one that I just gave you, but that's it. So all of the agents on my team, Craig, they had a pick list. It was really hard to screw up describing the home when you have a pick list. It's called a system. Okay. So we would use words, and then we would add to the words list as time would go on. Like this is, you guys can see that's just a little bit of a starter. I pulled this out of a binder 20 years ago, Craig, 25 years ago, probably. Pulled it out of a binder that you sent me, scanned it, and it still sits here today. You can even see the hallmarks on the left come out of a binder. Pulled it out of some binder that you sent me. Can you see it?
Page 74.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Page 74.
Yeah. So everybody gets it. But that's the first. So that'll be step one. We need to sell this home. Okay, we're going to pretend there's no MLS. So we're going to write ads, not ad, but ads. We use headlines, emotional remarks. We're going to tell the story, and we're going to push that story out among several different media. Does everybody got it? So that's the first step in moving the homes. Now, Craig, I don't know if you know this, but back in the day, when the MLS was private, these are what you're seeing right now are things that I could get away with. Like I could put in the remarks, buy this home, I'll buy yours. Like we could do stuff like that. I could tell the other agents, look right here in private remarks, I'll buy your buyer's home. Right. Just give me a call. Okay.
The good old days.
Yeah, those were good old days. And then over time, though, see, the MLS didn't like that. They're telling me, no, you can't do that, Todd. That makes the home stand out. That creates an unfair advantage for you over and above all the other agents that don't have these programs.
They're trying to level the playing field. We don't want a guy like you selling 500 houses a year. We want gazillions of agents all selling 5 homes a year. Because we don't make any more money from you than the agent selling 5 homes a year. So we need to commoditize this. Like we can't be letting you do that.
Yep. Terms, but anything to make them stand out. So back in the day, see, we learned that we could use the remarks for that. And then when the MLS kind of went public and that whole thing blew up, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to take the same thing that we were doing and we just keep running these ads, in all of these other places now that we can do this.
Todd, when my dad started selling real estate in 1970, so we had our private MLS, in 1970, the commission had to be 7%. So if my dad was selling his brother's house and wanted to give him a bit of a deal, and if he submitted a listing at 6%, the MLS would send it back. No, I'm sorry, it has to be 7%. It could be more, but it couldn't be less. There was a minimum commission rate. According to the MLS. Yeah, my dad's like, no, like commission wasn't an issue. You had to have at least 7%, or they wouldn't process your listing.
Oh, those were the days.
That's back when the MLS represented the realtors.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a lot of agents have picked up on this, right? They're discovering that, hey, when I put my home in MLS, I get less leads and I hurt my seller. Now, the industry wouldn't tell you that. They'd say it's a crime not to put the home in MLS. So they're fining agents, like big fines. You better put that thing in there as soon as that ink is dry, or we're going to come after you for $8,000 or whatever it might be. So when that starts happening, something ain't right. Like they're discovering something. Okay. So these are just things that you guys got to deal with. But if you will run your business as if it doesn't exist, we're not saying don't use it. We're saying if it doesn't exist, you will do more and you will end up with more flow, more customers, more prospects. All right. And everybody needs to know this. But if you're selling your seller that, okay, we're going to put it in MLS and then we're going to do this and then we're going to do that. Well, the seller can do all those things. And we covered a lot of, as a matter of fact, I didn't mention the MLS one time in the benefits presentation. Do you guys remember that? It didn't come up. It's not even on a slide. Okay.
Yeah. Which is so different than most realtors. Their entire presentation is about themselves and the MLS. That's all they have to talk about.
Mm-hmm. All right. So number 2 would be like staging. I know we've got a lot of agents that are pretty good at setting these homes up, but there's nothing wrong with having the seller put some effort into the home appealing or looking good when people come over to look at it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? All right, but they won't know what to do if you don't tell them. It's in our offer. Hey, we're going to give you some tips on what to do, and more importantly, what not to do, so you get the most amount of money. So loved helping homeowners set up the home if they needed to. Most of them were fine the way they are, but some of them needed some extra help, man, to get this thing right. Some people don't cut their grass. They cut it once a month. It's just normal for them, So I need like a weed eater to get to the front door to go show the thing. When we go over there, you guys, the dogs, they love dogs. But
hey, Todd, what's the worst house you ever listed? Is there one that stands out where you're like, oh my God?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. I remember it had the dog house in the front yard and the big dog was chained to the dog house. And so that meant there was no grass. The guy had destroyed the front yard, the big dog. And and the chain was long enough so that if you came into the yard, you would have to stay on the perimeter of it. And then when you went in the home, it was like the dog lived in the house as well. Like it was really.
The dog house was cleaner than the real house.
Dude, it was a disaster. I remember.
How many of you have had a listing like that really stands out? You're like, oh my God, this thing's a disaster.
This is the perfect fixer-upper.
Yeah, it's a fixer-upper, exactly. There's always a silver lining. There's always something great we can say. So it's hard with some of these properties to find something good to say.
Investor special.
Investor special, fixer-upper. This home needs work.
Yeah. So, but I don't think it's fair either that the homeowner put on the shoulders of you, the real estate agent, to get them the most amount of money for their home when there's probably some work that they might need to do. So you got to collaborate with them on that. So being honest and open and having that discussion just makes sense. Okay. Now, how many of you guys are using the hologram? The hologram. How many of you guys are using? Type into the chat if you're using the Craig Proctor system hologram. Okay. Everybody knows how it works. Platinum members, right? You walk in the door and then the hologram comes on and the hologram says, welcome to our listing here at 1065 Gunner Court. And the hologram talks to them. How many of you guys? Just kidding, man. There's no hologram. You see, Greg's like,
I'm like, I don't even know about this, but it sounds cool.
Greg's like, yeah, wasn't it?
Hey, dude, hey, don't trust me. I bet you at some point in the future, we have a hologram walking people through the house. Welcome to the home. It's sort of happening now virtually, right? So when I was looking through the slides here, prepping for this, and I do that at times at the workshops, and some of the platinum members are laughing right now because they've been to the workshop a few times, and that always got the newbies, the people that had never been to the workshop before. They're showing up. And I'm like, raise your hand if you're using the hologram to help you sell your homes. When they walk in, the door opens, the hologram comes on, and a lot of platinum members would raise their hand. Oh, that thing's working awesome. That's working great. And the coaching guys are looking around like, holy shit, write that down, get the hologram. So we got a lot of guys laughing right now because it gets them every time, just like it got you. But realistically, when the prospect gets there, for example, if it's my listing, I'm not there. The buyer's agent is probably there with the buyer looking at the home. Now, this is happening right now virtually online. We have buyer's agents showing our listings, probably using your videos. Now, before today or before 4 weeks ago, we probably didn't think too much about this. Oh, let's get a virtual tour, throw some pictures together, make sure they look good, put them online. Right? Everybody's going to go into the home before they buy it, right? Well, now it's like, all of this stuff matters a lot more. Okay. So what you're showing and what you're not showing, all right, we got to think this through. So for me, for example, let's say it's a $700,000 home. Why is it a $700,000 house? Okay. Well, the reason it's a $700,000 home value-wise is because it has things in the home that you would find in a $500,000 house, and it has things that you would find in the $900,000 house. Everybody got it? That's why it's 700. Okay, so what do I want to do? What do I want to showcase here? Okay, do I want to showcase everything? The little blue bedroom, the little toilet paper holder. Do I want to showcase all that, or do I want to try to lean onto the things that highlight the benefits of the property? All right, so these are things that we need to decide. So all of this matters right now more than anything else. So as you're presenting the property, if it were me, I would lean into the things that make it the most valuable. That's why people buy. They don't buy homes because of the things that make it the least valuable. They just tolerate that. They put up with it. Oh, well, that's okay. We're not going to really use that anyway. But look at that view, man. Look at that. That's what I'm buying. You guys get it? But a lot of homes try to show everything equally, and that's not fair to your homeowner. So when you're setting this up virtually, keep that in mind. I call it the virtual sales agent or the hologram. All right, let's look at another one.
People are saying, what are you drinking up there?
Yeah. Reverse offers. Okay. Now this works when the marketplace is a little soft. Okay. I'm wondering how I can, let's say that I got an agent that wants to show one of my listings right now that and they want to do it virtually. I'm thinking that if I've gone overboard with video and pictures and everything and putting it out there, trying to sell the home that way, I may end up losing a lot of sales that I could get by trying to force the listing agent into contacting me for additional information. This is why I don't think it's a great idea to highlight everything, only the best attributes of a property. So when an agent calls me and starts asking questions, I'm like, hey, is your buyer, well, hold on. If they're asking questions, the buyer's somewhat interested. When someone doesn't ask questions, but they just provide feedback, not interested. So anytime you get questions from a buyer or buyer's agent, any question, hey, they're going to leave the refrigerator? How long's the home been on the market? Can we get a disclosure statement? Hey, what about this? Any questions, right? You guys get it? That reveals some level of interest. So we would zero in on those buyers for the reverse offer. If they weren't making an offer, if we found out that they're not making the offer and the market's a little soft, me and the seller, we're going to get together. We're going to put an offer together. We're going to send it over to the listing agent. And this would help make up some slack. We call it a slack adjuster. So and if we didn't do it, they're likely to move away, forget about the house, but we were able to pick up a few extra sales a month. Okay. How much would one extra sale right now help you? Okay. That's the way you want to look at it. We don't want to let all the fish get away if we can help it. The other option is what? Let me just hope. I hope and pray that they make an offer on this house. Okay. You don't need to do that. We can be more proactive. So that's sort of how the reverse offer system worked there. There's a dialogue box. Okay. Hey, thanks for previewing the property. The seller's taking the opportunity to make your buyer an offer. I've sent it over to you. Okay. Deadline for response. And the buyer's agent's like, what? What's going on now? I'm like, yeah, the seller wants your buyer to get this offer. And the buyer's agents many times would say, well, okay, then that's pretty cool. And it gave them something to do because they're striking out. They're taxi cab drivers. I'm doing their job. Okay. So everybody like that? Another thing you can do is you can get your sellers in on the work. Okay. So we made it a habit of every time we listed a home, we'd go to Vistaprint, Craig, and we'd print out the little business card flyers. Okay. Something like that. You can see. We put the seller's house on it, a little description, our USP. We send them to the seller, and we told them exactly what to do with them. Hey, make sure you give these out to everybody you know. When you run out, let me know. We'll send you some more. And now this is done on Facebook and Instagram, where you get your customer to share, your promo copy with their databases. Right? You'd be amazed at how many leads you get here from that source, and even referrals coming at you. How many of you guys are doing that? Yeah. So you take the business card idea, you just throw it online, and you make sure that your clients are sharing it. So there's a few strategies that you can use instead of just boom, let me pop it in MLS and hope this thing sells. Virtual open houses, Craig. I know we got some members that are doing a Sunday tour of homes, a virtual tour. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, yeah. Many of you can't do open houses right now, so we can do them virtually. But even when we can do traditional open houses, I don't know if they're the most efficient way to do it. So you guys know my story. I used to sit in these open houses for years, like most of you, bored out of my brains. And I got to thinking one day that the open houses that work the best are the open houses where a lot of people come at the same time. Because when the buyers come separately, if one buyer comes in at 1 o'clock and you sit there for 2 hours before the next buyer comes in, if you say to the second buyer, hey, if you like this, there's a buyer that was in earlier that kind of likes it, you look like, it sounds like a sales pitch, right? But I thought, how could I, genetically engineer that kind of competition? So you organize a bunch of houses, You call it something different. You don't call it a traditional open house. You call it a tour of homes. And this can be all done virtually, right? Where you could show house after house after house after house after house. So, you know, part of this was me setting myself apart, but the real truth is it worked not just better for me, it worked better for all the clients. The buyers got to see a whole bunch of houses. The sellers weren't kicked out of the house. Well, virtually, you can recreate all this. Maybe it works better virtually. How many homes can you show now? Just organize it as a tour. Call it something else. For many of you, you can't show properties anyway. So I believe that because we're now forced to do things that we can't do, we're forced not to do things, that some good will come out of this. How many of you, type in a chat, believe somehow, some way, because you're forced now, you're not allowed, you're not able to do the same old stuff you've been doing forever, that some good will come out of this? You're forced to innovate. You're forced to find different ways. And what if the different ways are better ways? Then you probably won't go back to a traditional open house if you found a better way. So yeah, everything that we can do for real, we can do virtually, and maybe better.
All right, so I got something to show you. I got some emails here. I just pulled up my email, and I got several of these today from some of our members. In this case, Nancy Kowalik. New interactive virtual open house. Right here. Let's see what we got. So we've got Sunday, April 19th from 1 to 2. She's selling terms. Look at that. Click here for the interactive virtual open house this Sunday. Interactive open house. Okay, I like that. Sunday from 1 to 2. All right, and she gives me a little information on that. So I got several of these emails. Now when I click on it, let's see what happens. All right, look at that. It's taking me to Zoom.
Well, looky here.
Oh, I can't do it because I'm already in one meeting. Do you want to leave and then join this one? Probably.
Yeah, that is a downside with Zoom. Are you able to open another window and do it, or is it just because Zoom's on your computer?
I don't know.
Kelly, do you know the answer to this?
I got my phone here. Let me do that. Click on it here.
Yeah, I know sometimes if I can't get my Zoom camera to open, it's because, oh, I've already got it open somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. But man, how cool is that? All right. So how many of you guys are doing that? How many of you guys like that idea? The virtual tour of homes. I'm opening it up right here on my phone. Yep, and that's what it is. It's basically the Zoom's meeting. So in other words, I can't do any, there's nothing I can see. It's just telling me when the meeting is, when the open house is. Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern time. That's what it says. Waiting for the host to start this meeting. So I got several of these today. I like that, Craig. That's a great idea, dude. Nancy's told me that she's done these now for the past 3 weekends. And she's averaging 50%. Half of the homes that she's holding open, she's sold virtually every weekend. She's doing,
awesome.
Doing 2 to 4 every weekend on this. Okay, has everybody got that? So here's what we'll do. We'll put some examples of these tours. I'll put these on the coaching site for everyone. Okay, in that tour of homes library that we were just looking at a second ago. Okay, where's it at? Right here. I'll make sure we do that. Because the same rules still apply, right? Even if it's virtually. Like we want all of the prospects that are on the tour. Like we want to know who they are, and we want to make them some additional offers because only one person can buy the house. Okay, so it's a lead generation system, among other things. So there's the tour of homes card. So now you can see this as being the form when people are registering for the tour, or at the very least, it's getting sent out to everyone while the tour is going on. So here are the offers that we're making. Okay, they can get daily updates of homes matching their home buying criteria, the market evaluation, to find out what their current home is worth. They can get the monthly newsletter, or they can say, look, I'm already getting bombarded every day with stuff from Todd. Okay. And the same rules still apply. Like, this is easily done online. I like that. Good job there, Nancy. Okay, so we're cooking with grease now, man. All right, let's talk about servicing a little bit, and then we should have some time for some Q&A, and we can land the plane on this workshop. You good?
Sounds good. How you guys hanging in?
I think everybody's doing pretty good.
It's comfortable. I got to say, it's comfortable. We're sitting here. We're having a great virtual 3-day meeting, Todd.
It has been good. Let's talk about customer service. How important is customer service? You had a full-time customer service manager. I know her.
I got to tell you, it got a lot better when it had nothing to do with me.
Yes, agreed. Like, I'm the worst customer service person.
Right. It wasn't because I had bad intentions. I had good intentions, but I was busy. I was going from listing to listing to listing, doing my thing. And I got to the point where I had to hire a customer service manager. She's still with me today, by the way, 25 years later. And so Tammy did an excellent job of calling every one of my sellers. As soon as I get a new listing, Tammy calls the seller, introduces herself to the seller, lets the seller know, hey, I'm Tammy. I'm Craig's customer service manager. I'm going to be calling you every single week to answer any of the questions that you have and to let you know how many showings we've had and what we're doing to market and advertise your home. In between the weekly calls from me, if you have any questions at all, here's my email address. Here's my personal phone number. You can call me. Now, the irony was, Todd, I had way better surveys because we surveyed every one of our buyers and sellers, but my surveys came back way better when the sellers never spoke to me than back in the old days when I tried to do everything by myself. You see, the idea here is we believe that the seller, only wants us, but the seller, what they want is they want great results. Now, that didn't mean the seller couldn't speak to me. The seller, if they needed to speak to me, could get to me. Tammy would make that connection. But Tammy was able to handle 95% of the issues. So she was not only doing that for me with my listings, but for all our outside sales agents. Mm-hmm. So our customer service rating, our surveys, everything became better when we had a foolproof customer service system. And how many of you, by the way, here's a question. How many of you survey every one of your buyers and sellers? And we can show you the survey. You probably have it there, Todd. But on the coaching site, there's the survey that I used. And not only do you survey them, how many of you actually do something with the survey results? So here's what we would do. We survey every one of our sellers, okay? And these surveys come back. And, obviously some of the surveys are way better than others. Most of them are pretty good, but every once in a while we get some negative feedback. So what do? Well, one choice is we could just ignore the negative feedback and just put it down to, oh, those are a bunch of grumblers. Or we could say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Now, if you're surveying your clients and you get a lot of negative feedback, it ain't them, okay? You can't blame the customer. If it's happening a lot, it's you, not them. If it's happening every once in a while, then you'll do your best to minimize that from happening. What we want to do with our systems is we want to fix any of the common causes. You see, in our business, there's common causes and there's special causes. Let me give you an example. You're driving down the road in your car and your car stops working. Well, if it's because you ran out of gas, That's a common cause. You can plan for that, right? You can say, I'm an idiot. I forgot to put gas in my car. I know my car needs gas. So putting gas in your car is something that you can plan for. You would have a system for that. Okay. It's called your, it's called your gas gauge. However, if you're driving down the road in your car and the car stops running, and the reason it stops running is because the alternator is broken, that's not something you could plan for. It's the same, but that would be a special cause, right? Because your car needs gas all the time, but it's not, a normal event for your alternator to blow up. So it's the same thing with your real estate business. We can plan for all the common stuff that could go wrong. We can plan for that. That doesn't mean we can plan for the special causes. There's always going to be something that may happen that's never happened before. But we can now, if it happened, we can kind of build that into the plan as best as we can so it never happens again.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of things go wrong when you have a listing? You write them down. I sat at the kitchen table and I started writing down all the stuff that could go wrong. And then I'm looking at these surveys every week. And there's things I'd never thought of before. And all the bad stuff happens to the same seller, right? So when we fix this, right, we get the kinks out of this and we fix this up, what happens is sooner or later, the surveys and the referrals go way up. Now, we did the opposite as well. Not only did we analyze anybody that was like really unhappy. How many of you have had a client that's really unhappy and you look into it, you read the notes in your CRM, you're looking at it all and you're going, oh my God, we really dropped the ball here, right? Well, what you should do there is you should try to neutralize that, right? Call the seller yourself. Try to fix it up. Try to make things right. What can we do? Give them a certificate for a nice dinner. Do something nice for them. Admit that we messed up. Now, the opposite of somebody that's unhappy is we get every once in a while, we get these raving fans. How many of you have a super raving fan? I mean, I'm talking about somebody that loves you. They send you all kinds of referrals. They're just referring people to you all the time. So we look at those situations and we say, how can we recreate that? Okay, if we've got a raving fan, why are they a raving fan? Why is this client so happy with us? Let's analyze what happened here. Why? So we can replicate it over and over again. So that's why you want to survey all your clients. You want to replicate the good stuff and eliminate the bad things. And because we had a great customer service manager and we surveyed and we acted on the surveys, it became better and better and better. But all of you have the opportunity to do that. How many of you are doing that right now? Type, yes, I'm surveying my clients. Yes, I'm doing something with the surveys. Yes, I have a customer service manager. Right now, you might be the customer service manager, but let's take the customer service part of this very seriously.
Yeah, so check this out. So let me show this. Here we go. All right, if you don't take it seriously, these are the kind of things that happen. All right, you get to deal with the unhappy guys. Okay, so we set up a little a rule, Craig. You know about this, and it was an early warning detection system, as you call it. So here's how it worked.
I like that. So it's like the NATO missile early warning
detection system, man. We could see it coming.
Star Wars.
Right? You could see it coming when the problem. So here were the rules. Okay. So we used the number of showings, time on the market, and whether we've had any offers or not. So here were my rules, and it moved around based on the supply and demand in the marketplace. But let's say it's a buyer's market and the average days on the market is on up there a little bit. Okay. So here's kind of how it worked. If a home had been on the market, I remember this back during the recession. If a home had been on the market for 30 days and had nobody look at it, what do you guys think was going to happen? Like either we're going to get fired or something worse.
Nothing good.
Nothing good's gotten
Nothing good is going to happen. If you do nothing, I mean, that goes for price reductions. How many of you right now have an overpriced listing and you're avoiding the seller? It's like, okay, maybe this problem will go away. By the way, my wife accuses me of that around the house. We've got this like a great thing in the garage, and for whatever reason, last weekend water was coming up, and Catherine's like, "You got to fix it. You got to fix it." I'm like, "Okay, I'll get to that tomorrow." It goes away. So sometimes doing nothing works. But guess what happened? I go up for lunch today. She goes, "You know that thing you didn't fix last week? It's back again, and the garage is flooded." So quite often the problems don't go away. So best to deal with them.
Yep. So that was it. So if nobody had looked at the home, in this case, let's say 30 days, or we had had the thing on the market for 2 months and no offers, or we had like, 12 or 15 people through the home and no offers. All of those things aren't necessarily good at all. No showings for, in this case, 30 days, 2 months on the market, no offers, a bunch of showings, no offers. We got a problem. So if I don't step in, or some rainmaker step in here, give that seller a call and change the outcome, you end up with an expired listing. So what is your early warning detection system? The customer service manager's job is to track these things. How many showings? How long has it been on the market? Have we had any offers? You guys got it? So, and then once the alarm bell goes off, Todd, this thing's critical. And I'm like, well, I guess I need to get on the phone. So here's what we did. I got on the phone and of course called these sellers. And in one day I got the idea to record the calls. Okay. And here they are. So I recorded some of these calls for Platinum members back in the day. And you guys are welcome to go and listen to them. This is me on the phone with people who are critical. Okay. And you can hear it. Some of them, and dude, they don't even want to talk to me because they're mad their home's not selling. Some of them are eager to talk to me, but you'll see I'm on the verge of getting fired, but most of these I turn into listing extensions and lower prices. One of them I even get more commission on. Okay. All right. So good scripting, but it's an example of dealing with the issue when you need to deal with it. All right. And good things happen. These people were happy. I dealt with the issue and we got their home sold. That's on the coaching site there, ID 1186.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder to fix the situation when it's gone too far, right? Like we're better to, like after they're upset, it's a lot harder. So why make it harder on yourself?
So, and here was another tactic, feedback. So whenever we had a client and we're delivering or giving to or talking about feedback, they always got a chance to see this target. Okay, so at one moment, there was a feedback website that we used, homefeedback.com. Another one, there was, customer service manager was sending information over to the customer, to the seller. But they always got to see this target. Okay, all clients got to see it pretty consistently, pretty regularly. So it was sort of a self-troubleshooting guide. Okay, hey, you're not getting any showings, you're getting a few, you're not getting any offers, and that led to what I call programming. So the customer got loosened up a little bit, okay, and was open to having conversations about price if indeed that was it, okay? So you can use data like this to help you. Craig, it was homefeedback.com. They would log into homefeedback.com to look at the feedback, or they would click, and go there to check out the feedback. And instead of having my profile picture in there, the agent, this was the picture that they saw.
That's good.
Yep. So those are some tactics. Like, look at sales and service are the big deals here. Because we're trying to get a lifetime customer, and if the home's not selling, all that work that we put in there to get that listing, it kind of goes away. But if you just rely on MLS, if that's your primary mechanism for moving property, the marketplace is going to jump up and bite you in the fanny, man. It's going to hurt. So I want to encourage everyone to adopt these measures, put them into place in your system. And if you don't do it now, then it's like, oh, the marketplace slows a little bit. And for some of you, it has. And then it's like you're rushing to try to figure these things out and you're losing money and time. Could have already been done. So that's our suggestion there. All right, Craig, any other tactics when it comes to servicing or taking care of the customers?
Well, I think we need to do whatever we can today. People expect it, by the way. Like, people expect great service. When you go into a restaurant, don't you expect great service? And how many has this happened to you before? You go to a nice restaurant and the service was good and the food was good and you've got a pretty good feel about this restaurant. And a couple weeks later, you think, that was really good. Let's go back there again. And the next time you go to the restaurant, either the food's not good or the service isn't great or both. And now you're thinking, I'm never going to go back here again because I don't know what to expect. So it's very important that we have consistency. And the easiest way to do that when you're working with a buyer or seller is to create these activity plans. So, for example, when I worked with the seller, when I took on a listing, there was like 119 things that would happen as soon as Cindy, my listing coordinator, would click on the activity plan, the listing activity plan. So, right away, someone on my team was told to get the key cut, take the picture. The file would go over to Tammy. Tammy would introduce herself as the customer service manager. The feature sheets would be made and delivered. My agents, every outside sales agent on my team would immediately be notified of the new listing. Why? Because we want to double end it. Notice I haven't said anything about loading it onto MLS yet. That's the last thing. But all these things happen not once in a while, but it's built into the system. It has to happen. We have an activity plan. So how do you provide great service? Here's what you do. Here's your homework. On the weekend, take a notepad like this and write down, when I get a listing, what should happen in a perfect world? What should happen? First, second, third. So you write down 30, 50, 100 things, write down what should happen, the order it should happen in, and then next, who's going to do it? Well, right now, if there's only you got to write your name next to all those activities. But eventually, the goal is to replace some of, or eventually all of those activities. So it just happens. So here's what happens. When I listed a house, the same great things happened in the same great order, performed by the same great people over and over and over again. So the customer always got the same great result. Okay, it wasn't by luck anymore. Heck, when I worked by myself, Todd, it was like by sheer luck if everything kind of fell together in the right spot. If I took on 5 listings in the same week, seller number 5 got a totally different experience than seller number 1. So you have to engineer it, work it backwards. What's the result I want? What needs to happen? Who's going to do it?
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Whoa, man! I tell you what, it's been that's a lot of details for 3 days. It went by really fast. We still got a few more minutes today. I think we probably should get into some questions. I know we have a lot.
We do.
Monitoring those.
Yes.
So I think it's a good time to take some questions. But when you're working with sellers, they represent great leverage, guys. All right, and what I presented to you today, like in the benefits presentation, that's like the most advanced version you can get. You're not going to start there, but that lists out the things that make your presentations optimally effective. Just like when we talked about on the systems for selling and for servicing people. These are the things that you get to look forward to and where your business will actually go if you go all in with the Craig Proctor system here. How you like that, Craig?
I love it. And here's the value ladder. Some of you were asking, what are all these different levels within the Craig Proctor system? And I invited a few people on here that aren't even in coaching. And some of you are on with us here today or over the last couple of days, and you're not even sure why you're here. So anyway, we're glad that you were here. However you found your way here, we're glad that you're here. Now, if you enjoyed this and you're not being coached by us, you can have a one-on-one Craig Proctor coach. Most of you are in coaching or you've moved up to the platinum level. The platinum level is generally people that started in coaching. They've done very well. They want more training. They want more access. And you're basically hanging around when you move up from coaching to platinum. You're in a classroom with people that are doing a lot of business. You're hanging around with the smart kids in the class. And then if you're a broker owner or you want to be a broker owner, you can move up to the broker owner level. Maybe you can just follow along here with your mouse, Todd. So there's the broker owner level. Some of you aren't broker owners. You don't want to be a broker owner. So you might go right up to titanium. The titanium members are those that I interviewed over the last 3 days, every day at lunch at 12 noon Eastern time. All of those realtors that you met, that you were impressed with, are in the titanium level coaching. Generally, they're making $3 million or more. You met some of them over the last 3 days, like Rudy, who's making $8 or $9 million a year. You would be in a group in titanium where you're hanging around with people making $3 to $10 million a year. Sarah Reynolds, I think, does $1 million a month. Okay, Sarah Reynolds does in a month what some real estate agents do not do in a career. And then we have our own license, which is not a franchise, but it can hang on top of wherever you work. Your Home Sold Guaranteed. For those of you that want more information on our brand, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, you can contact Todd about that. So you met some of our licensees over the last couple of days. Rudy has a Your Home Sold Guaranteed licensee. He's who else do we have? Kristen Stampini, Laura Peterson.
Jillian.
Who else? Jillian Redmond from Florida. Nathan Clark is a Your Home Sold Guaranteed licensee. So that's the king of the castle right there. That's the top of the mountain. When you're a Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty licensee, they've got a license to call their company that. I have the rights to the Guaranteed Sale Program, bringing it into the industry. We have it. We have that trademarked, and you guys have access to that at certain levels, depending whether you're coaching, platinum, broker owner, titanium, or you've got a license to actually call your brokerage that and run your brokerage under that brand with that logo. So we're going to take some questions now, and Andrea's going to come on, and she's been monitoring them. And then when we're done here, before we wrap this up, just so you're prepared, I'm going to ask you to help us rate the last 3 days out of 10. Okay, so don't do it yet because it's going to upset the apple cart, because Andrea's got to look at all these questions, and if everyone starts putting their ranking in. But when I ask you at the end of this to rank our event, this is just for Todd and I to know how we did. We're going to ask you at the end of the event, out of 10, a 10 being we loved it, it was perfect, don't change anything. A 0, of course, is we didn't enjoy this at all, or wherever you think we are in your personal pecking order. Are we a 5, a 7, a 10? You let us know on that because we want to get better at what we do, just like you want to get better at what you do. But let's bring Andrea on now. Hello, Andrea.
Hello, Craig and Todd.
Now, Andrea's kind of shy these days. She does not want to come on the camera, which I don't understand why you don't want to come and say hi to us all, Andrea.
Oh, I guess I can. Turn on my camera, maybe.
Come on. Andrea says, I haven't been out of the house in 3 weeks, Craig. I don't know. But I'm sure you look beautiful, Andrea. Come on and say hi to everybody. You don't have to. I don't want to pressure you. Okay. But okay, don't bother if you don't want to. Okay, let's take some questions and comments. There she is. Isn't she lovely? There's Andrea.
Hey, everybody. My unbrushed hair. I apologize. I'm sporting the COVID chic.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, some of us haven't been out of the house in a while. My daughter was saying on YouTube, she was watching this woman who hadn't been out of the house for so long, and her hair was all knotted up, and she just became so frustrated and she was so depressed she hasn't been out of the house. She just took scissors on YouTube and cut her hair off. So don't do that, Andrea. I don't want you to do that. It's easier to brush it. Okay, so what did you think of the last 3 days, Andrea?
Oh, Oh my gosh, this has been so exciting. So I don't get to come to many events, and this is like being at an event for me. I was there in February when you were in Orlando, and I've got to tell you, this has been so awesome to be a part of. I think my favorite part has been the lunch hour interviews. I know I said it earlier, but I love having the panel on. So if we do this again, I want to do more of those because I loved the panel.
Cool. Well, thank you, Andrea. And you've done a great job helping us out, as did Adrian and everyone on Todd's team as well. Kelly, I know, helped out a lot. So let's take some questions. Why don't we do this? I know there's probably way more questions than what we can take. Give us some of the most popular or most frequently asked questions and comments.
So earlier on, I've been trying to save some of the questions because, Craig, as you know, that the chats just go so fast because we have so many awesome people participating. Earlier on, I'll ask this. The 4 offers. So if we could go over the follow-up. What were the 4 offers on the script?
Let's do it. Okay. I'll even pull them up.
Okay.
Let's just pull up the follow-up script and let's talk about this because that is a great point, Craig. This benefited me and my team is when I would hand in this follow-up script here. Okay. Beautiful thing it is. Click. All right, I'm going to throw that up on the screen so we can just use it as demonstration. Great question.
Hey, by the way, before we, how do you like that ladder of success that Todd just quickly removed from the screen? That's okay. There it is. Now, who created that? Cheryl?
Yeah.
Tell Cheryl that looks really good. I like the ladder. See the ladder there? You want to climb to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, that's one look. And then, you can do like Super Mario here and just boom, just jump from little pillar to pillar, man.
Can you jump from the bottom of the mountain right up to the top? You can do that.
We've had people do that plenty of times. Plenty of times. We just wanted to make sure we have something for everyone, whether you're just getting started, you're selling 20 homes a year, you're selling 20 homes a week. We have something here for you. All right. What we want is we want people to go all in. So we're trying to make it easy for folks to do that. And the easier we make it, we know the easier it is for you guys to succeed. So that's what's happening there. All right, let's go back to the script here, as Andrea said. So when we hired an agent or even an admin or an inside sales agent especially, we handed them the script. We just printed it off and I handed it to them. I said, okay, here's how it works. Here's offer number 1, buy first offer. Offer number 2, sell first offer. Offer number 3, newsletter offer. And up here, number 6, let's draw a big circle around that. So there's 4 things here that I want you to memorize. I don't want you to memorize today, hi, my name is. I want you to start here with the offers. So when you go memorize those, then you come back in a few minutes here. How long do you need? I don't know, maybe a couple hours. Okay, you come back in a couple hours. When you can look me in the face and articulate those offers right there, we can get started. We can get started working today. So it was basically a point being made, which is we're a company, we're a marketing business. We make offers to people. This is how we get people to meet with us. This is how we get them to sign agreements with us. This is how we generate business. And if we can't do a great job of making offers, we're probably not going to do a great job of getting customers, keeping customers, and moving them through our process so they get what they want. And that's where that started. And that's
I was talking to Lester Cox, who's been with us for like 15, 20 years. Some of you have Lester as a coach. He's an awesome coach, one of our best coaches. And Lester and I were talking about every once in a while, he says he'll have somebody that does not succeed. And so we're interested, like what is the commonality? Why somebody wouldn't succeed with the Craig Proctor system? And Lester says, I'll tell you exactly what the commonality is. Anyone that I coach or anyone that is sent to me that is struggling with another coach, 100% of the time, the people that are failing cannot articulate the offers. So that's why all the leads seem to be not qualified. Says that's the 100% commonality. is if you can't communicate the offers, you will not succeed. So I like how you do that right away. It's like, we can't really give you leads until you know what to say.
Amen, brother. Yeah. I mean, that's what you told me. You said, look, you need to be able to do this cold, man. Like, if you can't get this right, like not really anything else matters, Todd.
Why generate leads if you don't know what to say?
Yeah. Yeah. And you're right. Like, we're no good to the customer. We're no good to the business. We're no good to our hopes, our dreams, our families. So that's a starting point right there.
All right, Andrea, what do you got next?
Well, there's a couple of resources that I've been sharing on the chat that I want to address here verbally. A lot of what we've been going over today, and Todd, you can show this, the session materials. So ongoing customer communication and why follow-up is everything. A lot of what you guys are discussing today can be studied in those two material libraries. I apologize for the background noise, guys. But in those libraries or the session materials are available to everyone. I know we've been showing a lot of platinum only stuff, but any of our coaching members have access to the session materials. And those two sessions are really great to study. There's so much in there.
Yeah, here we are. Check it out. Resources, session materials. Okay. So yeah, we've been in the file library a lot. But this is it right here, man. These are all the session materials, right?
You know,
here.
We've said this before about coaching and platinum members. You have access to so much that if you could, just spend some time searching around. There's so much on there. I know there's so much. It's easy to miss things, but most of everything you want to know, you're going to find on that coaching site. It's really like our life's work. It just we keep adding to it and adding to it. We never take away from it. We're just adding, day after day, week after week, month after month. Okay, what else we got there, Andrea?
So I know this is an OSA workshop, but what would you suggest? A couple of our members are saying, I would like to hire an OSA or work on my team. What kind of resources could they research for that?
Well, first thing I'd do is pull the team system manual.
Now that was created by my wife, what Todd's pulling up right now.
All right, right here, look. Resources. Yep. It's right there on the desk, on the dashboard. Resources, business materials. Quick. Adrian set this up because these are quick things that you want to do. This thing right here, team system manual. I mean, I'll tell you guys straight up, best piece of collateral. Produced by Craig Proctor right there. And then Craig says, well, I didn't produce it. My wife did.
That's why it's good. That's why my wife spent a year on this. She was manager of our office, and everything you want to know about building your team, how to recruit them, including the ads, the hotline scripts, the questions, how to hire them. What are the processes? Okay. How to train them, how to manage them. The position contracts they're going to sign, what personality type you're looking for different positions, all the details, everything you need to know right there. It's 140 pages of awesome team building stuff right there.
Yep. Yeah, required reading if you want to scale your what you do.
Rick Brash just typed in, thank God for wives. Yes. Yes, thank God. But I have my wife working with me, and she still does work with us, and she keeps us organized, Todd.
No question about that. Yeah.
So yeah, right there, that would be my, if there's one resource that would probably benefit all the team leaders right there more than anything, you can just print that out, just print it out and read it all weekend, read it over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing's amazing. I mean, like, whenever I'm talking to a platinum member, for example, doing a consult, they're ready to hire someone or they need to expand their team, whatever it might be. We just come right back here. We just come right back to the team system manual. It's the foundation of, we talk about it in the book here. Okay. You want a super profitable sales team, super emphasis on profitable. It's right here, man. Follow this manual. A lot of people don't know how to, since they've never done it before, Craig, they don't know like what to do first. When you get busy, and you need help, you just sort of look around. Hey, I know somebody who's looking for a job. I'll just talk to them. And you hire them, and all of a sudden it's like, well, I'm really busy, and I got to tell them what to do. So now I'm really busy, being busy telling them what to do. Like, how's this going to work? And that's not how it works. Okay, follow the team system manual. You won't have those issues, and you'll know exactly what to do and how to get it done. And so will your employees, inside sales agents, and OSAs as you guys build what we want you to, a super profitable sales team.
Okay, this is a question for everybody. If you weren't all locked in your house, would we have been able to keep your attention for 3 days? If we were back to normal and, you're running around buyers, sellers, doing your thing, would we be able to keep your attention for 3 days? If we do this like this, I've had a few people saying, well, having a lunch break would be nice. We considered that, but we were afraid that you guys would run off and not come back again. So I know a lot of you have said, well, I kind of like that because I could just go over to the microwave or make a bowl of soup, sit back here and keep going. So we decided we're not going to have any breaks. When you want to have a break, you just go have a break. The only one that needed a break was Todd.
Let's break in real quick. I want to let all of our members know they're going, is this recorded? How can we watch it again? So if you are, and most of you are, a member of our private pages, whether it's coaching or platinum, these streamed sessions are going to be saved in the archive of the video section. And a little later on, I'll go to Facebook and I'll share that link. Also, the YouTube links, say for today, yesterday, and Wednesday, if you click on them, you can re-watch, fast forward, go to the section you wanted to see. I know a lot of our attendees were really excited about the disc discussion you guys had. That was a really popular session. So go to that day, click on the YouTube link, or go to Facebook videos, and you can fast forward to that if you need to watch it again.
Okay, we got a few more. Thank you very much for that, Andrea. A few more notes on the break, which are funny. Sergey says, well, my wife brought me lunch, so that was great. Let's see. Stephanie says, I agree. The break was not necessary. This was awesome. Rick Brash says, Uber lunch, get it delivered. I ate in front of the screen. That's what I did. Okay, well, look, that was my call, by the way. Todd wanted to stop for lunch. And I said, well, I'm going to do the panel during lunch while you're having lunch. So if you like the panel, that's how we did it. We did it through the lunch break. All right, Andrea, what's next?
Well, I know we only have about 5 minutes left, and a lot of our members want to know, this was awesome, but we do miss live events. But that's okay if we had to do something virtually. So what is next? What do our members have in store next?
Okay, well, look, we still have July in Orlando on the books. We have not canceled that, nor did I cancel April. Okay, I did not cancel April. We moved April because the governor of California says you can't come here and do this. So, Todd and I are always of the mindset that it's game on until the government says it's not game on. So it's too early to make the call on July, and it's really not our call to make, right? Some of you are like saying, why did you wait so long to make the decision on April? Because we wanted to have it. Right now, we should be in Anaheim, California. That's where we all should be. We had an amazing event in February, and I'm really glad that we got to do that. I hope you were all there, because that was, unbeknownst to us, that was like the last chance for 600 or 700 or 800 of us to get together, was in Orlando in the middle of February. And oh my God, we had no idea a couple weeks later what was going to happen. So that's our plan, is Orlando in July. And then the next one after that is August in Toronto. And the next one after that is September back in Anaheim. But we're at the, we're not in control of this. We got to see how this plays out. Hopefully over the next few weeks, we'll be able to start getting at least part of the country back to normal, and we'll just have to play it by ear, see what happens. I mean, we're all hoping that we can get back to normal as quickly as possible. As good as this event was, and I believe me, this is personally for me was way better than I thought it was going to be. And what I really like is I liked Todd standing in front of that monitor. Like I like that better than just me here. And I thought it was okay us doing the combo, but Todd in front of the monitor gave me the feel like we're at a seminar. And then he was able to go right to his desktop. So I really liked this combination. I liked what they have set up. I can see all the chat questions. It didn't matter which platform you guys are on. I'm using something called, what is this thing called, Andrea, that I'm on? Restream. Okay, so Adrian's got me set up on something called Restream. I wish you could see my screen, but I can see all your comments. It doesn't matter what platform you were on over the last 3 days. So like for me, it was cool. It was like, I get to talk to you guys. I get to see Todd in this classroom setting, and it really, to me, worked out really well. But as well as it worked out, I still love the live events. I still think that is the best way to learn. But this was really good. So yeah, you don't have to worry about us not doing live events again. We want to, and you want to, but this is a great way to fill in the gaps.
Yep. Here's just to piggyback on Andrea's comment. Here I am on the Platinum Closed Group Facebook page, and same thing on coaching. You come over here and you'll see this little link right here that says videos. You guys click on videos, and everything that we've been streaming the last 3 days will be in that tab right there. You'll see it. Okay. I want to encourage everybody too to stay active. I don't even know why I'm saying that, because you guys are overly active on these private Facebook groups, especially Platinum guys. There's almost 800 of you, and you guys hammer it, man. All right, every day. I love the referrals getting sent out, like right here. Looking for an agent in Vancouver. Francois is. Who wants that referral?
Yeah, right there. The person that got that referral paid for their Platinum membership, because I know the prices in Vancouver. They paid for their Platinum membership for the entire year because Francois Mackay in Montreal gave you a referral in Vancouver. It's that easy. It's all paid for. Just the people you know, the people you forget just what you learn, just the people you meet and the way they think. It's just a wonderful environment here for learning, and most importantly, doing. Like the learning is one thing, but the doing, the accountability, it's all about implementation. Now, Todd, we have a lot of our members saying, I'm in coaching. I'm intrigued about this Platinum level. How do I get to talk to Todd Walters? How do I at least get information? No obligation, no pressure, no cost. How could a coaching member or anyone that's not in Platinum get information on how the Platinum program works and apply? How can they apply to be a Platinum member?
Well, first thing we'll do is probably have a conversation about it. So we did set up a little website for everyone on that. You can go to richagentsystem.com. It's a landing page. Got a video set up there. There's a little form, richagentsystem.com. You can just go there, plug your information in that form. That will actually come to me, and we'll reach right out to you and get together over a Zoom meeting and talk about your personal, professional, and financial goals and go from there.
Hey, Todd, if you can get your mouse and go down to the value ladder here for a minute. Let's just show everybody. So if you're in coaching right now and you want to go up to Platinum, Todd just showed you what to do. If you're a broker owner and you didn't even know we had a broker owner program, it's run by Todd, and it's run by Jay Macklin, one of our broker owners in Phoenix. You can get information from Todd on broker owner. And if you're in Platinum or coaching and want to get information on Titanium, that's where you go. And then if you're in Titanium, of course, the next step up is you become a licensee at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Now, at the very bottom of the value ladder, some of you I've invited, you're not even in coaching. Okay, why did I invite you? Because you've been to one of my conferences or you've registered for one of my conferences. But if you want to get information on coaching, the easiest way to do that is just fill out a business consultation. Go to craigproctor.com, click on free coaching consultation, fill it out. We'll get back to you and we'll give you a free business consultation, show you what coaching's about, and talk to you about how we can help you in your business. So we are out of time. We're at 5:03 here on the East Coast. I hope everyone enjoyed this. Give us your rating now out of 10. A 10 is you love this. A 0, not so much. Anywhere in between, give us some feedback. Give us your love, so we know how we did here. And I'm going to throw it over to Todd Walters for some final thoughts as we wrap this up.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations, everyone. Going the distance, getting on these live streams, participating in the workshop that we had for you. It's just a great move. Want a big shout out to all the team members, OSAs, ISAs, for doing what your team leader wanted you to do. And that is get more in-depth learning, coaching, and training by hearing it from Craig, myself, about what they're all hyped up about. You should have a really good picture now of how everything should be operating. Now you guys got to go back and work on this. I want to encourage everyone to take your notes and aggregate those into some top actions and get those to your coach. Okay, get those to your coach and say, okay, here's my takeaways. These are things that I want to implement and get to work on right now the most, that I believe will have the biggest impact in my business. And let's get some accountability going here so we can take these actions. All right. Now we don't stop here. We're going to end and, but man, Monday helpline, Tuesday, we've got the Platinum webinar, Craig. I've got John Reeves as my special guest there. We're doing the home seller webinar. Okay. So John's going to be showing how he's actually getting sellers and listing homes without ever going to their home using the home seller webinar. That's on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Thursday, role play clinic, Friday, marketing clinic. So this keeps on rolling, guys. We're just, we're not ending here. Like we're just getting going. So everybody good? So anyway, great job. Craig, thank you so much for the opportunity to do this and be a part of it. And
I'm reading some of these notes. Mark just typed in, I really loved it because I got to sleep with my wife and see my kids every day. I didn't have to travel. Hey, thanks for all the kind words. That's awesome, guys. I'm glad you guys love it. Okay, now Jonathan Basden, he's saying, where's the drink tickets? Because right now, as we wrap this up, we got to go to our virtual happy hour. We usually finish the day with our cocktail network party. And so we have to kind of do this virtually where when we end this, everyone has to get the adult beverage of their choice. And, we have to do like a little virtual cheers. And it's a Friday night wherever you are, or maybe if you're in California, it's only 2:00, but hey, it's 5:00 somewhere. It's 5:00 on a Friday here on the East Coast. So everyone, thank you so much for being a Craig Proctor member and for being with us for the last 3 days. You guys have an amazing weekend, and we'll see everybody on Monday. Take care. And that concludes our online conference.